who gave us this opportunity to serve in this role. Our fight against cholera must continue with vigor, relentlessly with vigor. We also need to remain alert to any possible outbreaks of monkeypox, Ebola virus, and indeed other threats in our world. The international community must work together to address the growing threat of environmental, human, and animal health resulting from antimicrobial resistance, commonly referred to as drug resistance. Drug resistance, bacterial infections to bacterial infections continue to cause millions of deaths where, for example, in particular, sub-Saharan Africa has the greatest burden of resistance bacterial infections, accounting for a greater proportion of deaths in our regions. This calls for greater control systems in access to antimicrobial medicines for both human and animal use. I shall now focus on other areas of interest. Economic performance. Mr. President, the Ukraine crisis has hampered the recovery that was slowly taking hold, particularly in the developing world, where large sections of our society remain in extreme poverty and the inequalities widen by the day. With the attainment of the SDGs off track, countries must intensify national consultative processes and stakeholder engagements and renew commitments to poverty reduction, tackle energy poverty, support debt restructuring, and enhance access to concessional finance, very important to our own development agendas in our individual countries. On our part, we hereby indicate this, in this regard, our intention to present our second voluntary national review in July 2023 to highlight Zambia's progress towards sustainable development goals, achievement of. Despite the challenges in the external environment, we are resolved to rebuild the Zambian economy, and this resolve remains strong ever before. Our economic recovery is on track, Mr. President, evidenced by the positive growth indicators and stabilization of key macro variables such as what? Interest rate regime, indeed, exchange rate market stability, inflation, which we have been able to pull down from 25% to well under 9.8% in just 1 year of being in office. Mr. President, Zambia is on a path of growth from the economic contraction that we experienced in the past, which was somewhere in the region of -2%, and to GDP estimated now just under a year to grow at about 3%. When you add -2 and 3% growth, it means we've grown by about 5% in the last 12 months. This is something that has been difficult to achieve, but with a lot of hard work, we've been able to do it. But we want to do more. Effectively, in terms of social economic benefits, our commitment to providing equal opportunities, especially for the young people, has been demonstrated by the introduction of free primary and secondary education, as we believe that education is the best equalizer. Education is the best investment. Education is the best inheritance without doubt. Consistent with our pledge to invest in human capital, we have recruited over 30,000 teachers, 11,000 health workers in 2022 alone. We are decentralizing, Mr. President, our service delivery and have increased the allocation of Constituency Development Fund by over 1,000 percentage points in our first budget in office. Just the beginning. Expenditure of these funds at community level is meant to ensure inclusive and sustainable economic growth that will support SME development and employment creation across all our 10 provinces, 156 constituencies in our country. I'm pleased to note that we have reached, in principle, agreement with our creditors under the common framework to restructure the national debt which we inherited, and have effectively concluded an IMF deal based on our more important homegrown economic transformation plan. We say many thanks to the International Monetary Fund, to the World Bank, and basically the UN system and other cooperating partners for your support. Climate change. Mr. President, the adverse effects of climate change have continued to ravage our planet. In addressing the emerging global crisis on climate change, allow me to cite a situation in Zambia where recently one half of our country experienced total crop failure due to extreme drought, and another half of our country experienced floods in one season. This is obviously not normal. Climate change, negative effects. Such extreme weather events are a timely reminder of the grave consequences of climate change. We therefore need robust solutions and cohesion in our approach at the global and regional levels to address effects of climate change, without doubt. As chair of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, Mr. President, Zambia calls for enhanced global efforts in addressing climate change, which should include increased financial support for countries with limited resources to mitigate, indeed, to adapt to the effects of and negative climate change issues. Zambia has mainstreamed the green growth and climate change, proofing it in the current National Development Plan, which has articulated broad policy measures on transitioning Zambia into a climate resilient and inclusive green economy over time. 3, gender. Mr. President, Zambia has continued to build on the efforts of attaining gender equality and inclusivity in various sectors of our society. Based on empirical evidence, women empowerment and poverty alleviation are positively correlated, I must say. It is therefore imperative that we dedicate corresponding efforts to ensure that gender disparities are curtailed at all levels. Mr. President, Zambia, under our national gender policy, has been implementing affirmative action in favor of women and girls to ensure that their full potential is realized not once but all times. Ending child marriage. Mr. President, to complement these measures, Zambia is championing the campaign to end child marriage in Africa and, of course, in the world. In the same vein, we are proud to inform this Assembly that this morning, Zambia, Canada, and other cooperating partners held a side event to galvanize support and review commitment from the international community towards ending child early forced marriages. With the assurances made during this event, we are hopeful that we shall be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of Gender Equality, Target 5.3 in our programming that aims at eliminating this harmful practice, without doubt. International peace, security, and stability. Mr. President, the world at large has grappled with growing instability and insecurity within the last year, and the effects have been felt by millions of people around the world as lives and indeed livelihoods have been lost across the world. Zambia believes that without peace and stability, our joint developmental efforts are in vain, totally in vain. As such, we are committed to remain strong advocates of peace and stability in Southern Africa and the entire African continent and the world over. Our guiding principle is that instability, Mr. President, anywhere is instability everywhere. This reminds us that ending war and conflict is not only the responsibility of those that are directly involved in the conflict, but it's a shared obligation of every global citizen and indeed every nation. I mean all of us without exception, Mr. President. We cannot afford to allow instability to derail our programs, noble programs to better the lives of our people. We therefore take this matter seriously and shall continue to actively participate in efforts to restore peace in all the troubled regions of our global village. As the incoming chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, security cooperation, Zambia prioritize the restoration of peace and stability in our own country, to start with, and the region. As it is said, Mr. President, charity begins at home. At the continental level, Zambia remains engaged and committed to the efforts of the African Union, the United Nations in promoting peace in various conflict areas around our global world, our global community. Going forward, our UN system should, we argue, Mr. President, tilt more efforts towards prevention of conflicts, which is more cost-effective and palatable, I shall say. Zambia, as a signatory to various disarmament treaties and conventions, remains committed to promoting global peace and security. Mr. President, Zambia joins other governments in expressing particular concern about the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we stand with all those affected, both inside Ukraine and in the neighboring countries, we also take this opportunity to stress the far-reaching negative consequences of this war, particularly on the prices of food across the world, fuel, fertilizer, and other key commodities. War in any part of the world, Mr. President, has a damaging effect on economic activity, which derails our collective fight against poverty and hunger. Mr. President, a few months of war can erase decades of progress. I shall repeat this. A few months of war can erase decades of progress. And I think we need to take note of this. We therefore categorically condemn war anyway, and we continue to urge all parties involved to pursue diplomatic solutions to conflict resolution. Let me repeat, our UN, and I want to emphasize this, our UN should continue with its peace efforts in this particular conflict, and your efforts, Mr. President, our collective efforts, are well recognized, and thank you for that. UN reforms. Mr. President, we wish to stress that global ambitions toward peace and security largely depend on the effectiveness of the United Nations Security Council. The inadequacies of the current structure of the Security Council, however, have become increasingly pronounced, with ceding of decision-making on matters of global peace and security to the General Assembly that otherwise would have been its preserve. That's a preserve of the Security Council. But this burden is now pushed to the General Assembly. I think this is not correct. This brings to the fore the need for the long overdue reforms of the UN Security Council. We appreciate the call from President Biden for greater inclusivity in the Security Council. We therefore continue to advance the African Common Position as espoused in the Ezulwin Consensus and the CITES Declaration to ensure the effectiveness, credibility, and legitimacy of our UN Security Council. In conclusion, Mr. President, we wish to reaffirm Zambia's commitment to the fundamental principles which the United Nations was founded upon, which safeguard our shared future, indeed, of peace, prosperity for all nations, not for some nations, I shall emphasize, but peace and stability and prosperity for all nations. Mr. President, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de la...
Mr. President of the General Assembly,
Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me at the outset to address Mr. Korosi, Director of Environmental Sustainability in the Office of the President of Hungary. Mr. President, your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations is a clear message about the roadmap established by this annual meeting of nations. Mr. President, please accept my warmest congratulations. Secretary General, I convey to you my deep gratitude for your continued commitment and your devotion in your leadership of the United Nations organization. On behalf of the Malagasy people, I also wish to take the opportunity offered to me by this illustrious rostrum to reiterate our deepest condolences to the British people. Queen Elizabeth II inspired many generations in her country and throughout the world. I also wish to convey my congratulations and our wish for a reign full of health and blessings to His Majesty King Charles III. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the annual meeting of the United Nations at the General Assembly is always an opportunity to raise the banner of our aspirations, namely the aspiration which brings us all together here, that is universal peace. Now that we've learned to live with COVID-19, that we have discussed at length over the last 2 years, we are, in spite of everything, facing the consequences of this crisis. This crisis has proven to us that it is in the most difficult times that we realize the importance of solidarity between nations. The theme of this session, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, becomes entirely logical. In this context, it gives us new hope, reassures us, and gives us new prospects for advancing together along the path of development. When we were forced to face the health crisis, we chose to place our trust in our scientists and in the natural riches of our land. The creation of the pharmaceutical plant in Madagascar, Pharmalgacy, when the crisis was in full swing, demonstrated that we could turn difficulties into opportunities in order to exploit our biodiversity and, in so doing, protect our people. Despite the fact that we predicted the apocalypse in Africa, the infection rate and death rate in Madagascar is among the lowest in the world. We were classified as a green zone. In other words, we were among the countries with the lowest infection rate, and as such, entering Madagascar requires neither a PCR test or a health certificate. We have flown in the face of all statistics, and we have emerged from this crisis stronger than ever, and particularly more committed than ever to ensuring that our country emerges and flourishes. Ladies and gentlemen, the world was just getting back on its feet from the pandemic when new crises emerged. No country has been spared by the consequences of COVID-19, and the conflict in Ukraine has sowed further instability and heightened inequalities. This is yet another major obstacle to our efforts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Like all countries in the world, we are feeling the full force of the inflation caused by this crisis. We are convinced that all wars end around a table. Dialogue is the only way to bring about peace. As such, Madagascar reiterates its appeal for dialogue to resolve the conflict, because its consequences are global. They're growing more burdensome day by day, and developing nations such as our own are those that pay the highest consequences of this crisis. The crucial role of the United Nations must be to encourage multilateralism in order to find equitable solutions which take account of the strengths and weaknesses of each country and its people. How can we accept the fact that in this period of crisis, certain countries with more than $100,000 GDP per capita and others with less than 600 GDP per capita buy barrels of oil on the same market and at the same price? Our organization can take measures to support low-income countries so that they can benefit from and supply themselves with oil at equitable prices, because the current global situation is a source of major upheaval in many countries. Certain states have seen themselves affected by instability. Social fabrics are unraveling and economies are growing more fragile. Indeed, certain countries have been forced to increase fuel prices by 50%, and in some countries that has produced riots and socioeconomic turbulence. Recovery is a shared concern. Our solidarity is the only way that we will be able to heal our societies, ensure that our economies recover, support growth, and establish peace. Ladies and gentlemen, dear leaders, as things stand, all countries have been forced to review their development strategies, and in so doing, they've been convinced of the need to speed up the industrialization and the process of ensuring the self-sufficiency of all countries. We are convinced that we must produce and locally process everything our population needs. There are weapons more powerful than bombs, tanks, and missiles. These are our lands, our raw materials, our natural resources, and our people. Local industrialization, agricultural innovation, and the leadership of leaders are our ammunition to build our strength and to strengthen our shield so that we can protect our people. In Madagascar, our strategy has involved developing a plan to make up our development delays. We have established the plan Emergence Madagascar, and I began implementing that plan when I entered into office in 2019. Our vision is clear and has gone hand in hand with political will that we demonstrate through everything that we do. A sector-by-sector and project-based approach has been prioritized in order to raise Madagascar to the rank of newly emerging country. We've launched an ambitious program of reforms to modernize our administration, strengthen human capital, and foster strong, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth whose driving force is development. Madagascar is a blessed country, because we have water resources for hydroelectric dams, we have a number of sunshine hours per year that means that we can open solar power stations, and we have wind power for wind farms. As things stand, many countries are facing energy problems. Consequently, we need to step up the pace of renewable energy production to achieve energy self-sufficiency in the next 5 years. We intend to double, even triple, our energy production capacity. Counterparts, brothers. Now is 2022, and it's unfortunate to note that Africa remains the continent in which the majority of families live in darkness and obscurity. More than 600 million African people, 85% of which are Madagascan households, continue to use candles and oil lamps to light their homes. Consequently, we are launching one of the largest operations ever seen to equip Madagascan homes with solar kits by the end of next year. A number of these, of course, will be subsidized by the state. Once this goal has been achieved, Madagascar intends to become perhaps the first, or at least among the first, countries in the African continent to have brought light to all of its people. Climate change is one of the major challenges of our age. We all need to tackle this challenge. It is important and indeed urgent to work together and rally to protect our planet. From this high rostrum, I wish to sound the alarm. Commitments were made during COP21 and were reaffirmed during COP26. These commitments related to the creation of the Green Climate Fund. It was decided that this fund would be funded to the tune of $100 billion a year. Madagascar was the fifth African country to complete its national adaptation plan. As such, my country should have been among the beneficiaries of this Green Fund. However, access to this financing is painfully slow, and as things stand, no commitment made has been upheld. It is unfair that the least polluting nations pay the highest price for the impact of climate change. Madagascar is an island nation, and as such, vulnerable to the whims of the climate. In 2022 alone, this year alone, that is, 5 cyclones struck Grande Île in only 2 months. 178,000 hectares of arable land were flooded and destroyed. Our island is the first country to have endured a climate-induced famine. Water resources are drying up in the south of the country, and the people of this region are increasingly vulnerable. The consequences of climate change are worsening, and the global situation calls us to action. How many high-level meetings, summits, and international conferences have we already had? How many statements have we made? How many commitments have we made? Let us now turn these words into actions. Today, I bring to you the cries and the voices of the African continent in general and of Madagascar in particular. Africa's young people, the entire continent, is waiting for polluting countries to comply with agreements made. Keeping these promises is protecting our planet. Our populations demand that this be done, and future generations will hold us accountable. Further down the line, environmental protection issues are particularly dear to my heart. We're all aware that forests are the lungs of the earth, and however, the use of charcoal and firewood remains standard practice across the African continent. And indeed, 92% of my country's population uses these types of fuel. A family using charcoal or firewood for cooking destroys around 1 hectare of forest a year. That's a devastating figure. We must change the practice and the mindset. Consequently, my country will equip 250,000 families with bioethanol stoves in order to preserve 250,000 hectares of our forest every year. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we've embarked upon major public works projects to transform the country because everything needs to be built and rebuilt. Everything is urgent. Everything is a matter of priority. For the last 4 years almost, we have tirelessly built and rebuilt roads, built schools, health centres, hospitals, dams, courts. We've built prisons in line with international standards. We've built sporting facilities, cultural facilities, and more besides. Madagascar is continually evolving in spite of the crisis which lashes in quick succession globally. My country is so huge that a lot of work has been done to ensure that it can all be connected by transport. However, the road remains long and thorny. We have faith, however, and we continue to move forward with determination. Incidentally, the plan Emergence Madagascar paves the way for the future. From north to south, from east to west, all of Madagascar is being built and rebuilt. Only last week, we opened the National Road 5A in the north of the country. Up till that point, and indeed for decades, had been a dirt road that took a week to travel in the rainy season. As things stand, 2 hours suffice for that journey, and that has meant that immediately the costs and prices of transport and the movement of people and goods have reduced, and that has meant that we've quantitatively improved the lives of local people and encouraged the socio-economic development of many regions of the country. In the south, we're beginning work on National Road 13, and soon work on National Road 10 will begin, as well as National Road 44 in the east. That work on Road 44 is continuing, and that has connected the nation's main granary to transport links. In the northwest, National Road 31 will be entirely restored, and that will mean that we can properly access our second largest granary. The first major motorway in the country will link the capital to our major port, and the work on that will begin in a few weeks. Currently, that journey requires 10 hours, but once the work has finished, that journey will only take 2 hours. The demographic dividend is today a variable which must be factored into our equations. We need to change the structure of our population. Current demographic growth is not proportionate to economic growth. In a number of regions, young girls of under 18 years old are already mothers of entire families and find themselves with, on average, 5 to 8 children for which they are responsible. Consequently, they find it more difficult to feed these children, raise these children, care for them, and educate them properly. The family planning program, which has already been launched, is consequently a crucial part of our strategy to control our birth rate and transform the current population from a dependent one into an active and economically productive one. Demography will become an asset for Madagascar and no longer a hindrance to development. In terms of education, we've taken huge strides forward. My government has built more than 1,000 classrooms and has invested a great deal in teaching tools and material. We've established school canteens, we've published books and textbooks, distributed digital tablets in order to considerably improve the quality of education our children and young people receive. The access rate to basic education has increased by 146%, and the school dropout rate has significantly decreased. We have made education a national priority. And here we renew our commitment to transform school and university life and lend new momentum to both. Last year, I had the opportunity to speak of my country's wish to finally see the implementation of resolutions made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1979 and 1980. These pertain to the return of the scattered islands and Nosy Islands in the Indian Ocean to Madagascar. We are delighted that very soon we'll have the second meeting of the Joint Commission, the Joint French-Malagasy Commission on the subject. And based on these resolutions, we hope that we'll have the support of the United Nations to finally have a fair, peaceful solutions. These resolutions indeed confirm the legitimacy of our claims. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the pandemic, sick people needed oxygen to survive. Currently, many countries are suffocated by the consequences of successive crises. These countries need support, help, and assistance, which will act as oxygen so that they can breathe and face the challenges of socio-economic recovery, as well as achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to step up the pace of the implementation of new financing mechanisms, such as the Trust Fund for Resilience and Sustainability, and we need to ensure that funds can be disbursed from it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other friendly countries of Madagascar that have always stood shoulder to shoulder with us in the most difficult times. Counterparts, my brotherly African leaders, the Africa of tomorrow must be autonomous, independent, and prosperous. We have a duty to change the history of the continent and to write a new chapter so that each of us and each of our countries can change and transform. Our organization needs to strengthen its solidarity to provide common solutions to our common problems. May God bless each of our nations. The homeland is sacred. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Madagascar for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
On behalf of God, the merciful Mr. President of the General Assembly, at the outset of my intervention, I would like to address on my behalf, on behalf of my delegation, my congratulations to Mr. Korosi for his election to the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish him every success in his term. I also thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid for his tireless work and the invaluable contribution he made during his presidency of the previous session of the General Assembly. I also would like to applaud the continuing efforts of Mr. Antonio Guterres, who leads our organization with wisdom and balance in these difficult circumstances around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, Libya, which I have the honor of serving and representing, is going through a decade of both suffering and hope. Libya is still trying to build its state institutions and consolidate the principles of democracy. The Libyan people have demonstrated to the entire world that they represent a unified a unified nation. In spite of the challenges, the Libyan people, thanks to its clairvoyance, tolerance, and patriotism, continue to work for a united country. They give us the determination and hope to keep moving forward to realize their aspirations to build our state and pave the way for stability and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the events of today certainly recall the past. The Army of Libyan Liberation, which was created before the creation of the Libyan state, fought alongside the armies of the world, of the free world. After the defeat of fascism, Libya earned its independence. Our independence was born as a result of our national combat, and this made it possible for our founding fathers to build our country and to launch our trajectory of prosperity and development, which in a record time made Libya a model of development. Ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, the situation is very different. Individual interests of different countries involved in the Libyan situation, as well as proxy wars and diverging views on how to solve the situation in Libya, have not given us an opportunity to develop our own national path. The very negative international interventions offer contradictory solutions which push our country towards armed confrontation, which do not spare innocent people and which lead to intransigent political positions, which do not accept any concessions and any middle ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to its role, as indicated in the Libyan political agreement. As the supreme political authority, this council represents national and international unity of the country and fulfills the function of the commander-in-chief of the army. It is also responsible for leading the efforts of national reconciliation that is inclusive to pave the way towards democratic and peaceful transition through parliamentary and presidential elections. At the same time, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the African Union for having cooperated with us in order to launch the project of national reconciliation. This project represents the most important pillar to support our trajectory that would lead to peace and stability they were hoping for. These responsibilities force us to work in the framework of an impartial and balanced national efforts. In spite of the attempts by certain political parties to push us towards political confrontation that we are trying to avoid by every possible means, we are trying to resolve these political disputes. The Presidential Council has closely followed the series of dialogues between the Parliament and the Council of State. These rounds of dialogue have still not led to an agreement on the constitutional rules to be followed for the parliamentary and presidential elections. The Presidential Council continues to stress that these rounds of dialogue should not continue indefinitely. The Presidential Council is ready to intervene, to have the political process, if necessary, to overcome the impasse in the political process, if necessary. At the economic level, the Presidential Council has supported all efforts that have made it possible to restore the production of gas and oil in all Libyan regions. This certainly is in line with the national interests and supports stability on international markets that have been under severe pressure, especially in countries that are major consumers of energy. Furthermore, based on our balanced position, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to a transparent and fair management of our oil revenue, which belongs to all Libyans. The goal is to have public funds not be a source of conflict, and for them to benefit all Libyans in every corner of the country without geographical, political, or other distinctions. If we manage to achieve this goal, it will reduce the current conflict for power and create a climate that is favorable for our democratic transition. Mr. President, my country considers the role of the United Nations in a positive light, in spite of the slower rate of that intervention recently. We still expect an active role of the United Nations through the new leadership of our UN mission in our country. We call on the continuation of the mission in favor of national inclusive reconciliation that will allow us to overcome the current impasse. This impasse has opened the way for individual initiatives that risk undermining all the political progress achieved thanks to the political dialogue under the auspices of the United Nations. I also call for a new momentum in our economic development. One of the three trajectories of the Berlin Conference, which was neglected as far as we're concerned, that is transparency and justice in management of oil resources, financial control and public expenditure, and combating against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is on the threshold of a new international order, an order which reminds us of the suffering of humankind at the beginning of the 20th century. And while we thought that the errors of the past would never be repeated again, today, now, it's time for human conscience to speak out in favor of peace, and that the entire world supports the international principles enshrined in the United Nations to uphold the principle of sovereignty of states and to resolve conflicts by peaceful means and to respect good neighborly relations and not destabilize security of nations. I also call on the respect for the right of people to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes in conformity with the criteria defined by the IAEA. Furthermore, my country is on the front lines of the combat against terrorism. And I call on renewed unity in fighting terrorism. Terrorism still represents a threat to all countries of the world. This threat does not spare any race, any religion, any civilization. My country has fulfilled all its responsibilities at the international level to strike at the sources of financing of terrorism. And from this tribune, I would like to reiterate the commitment of my country to support the right of the Palestinian people to create their own state and to stop the settlements and attacks against it. And we call on upholding international resolutions on this point. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, this month, the Libyan people are observing a minute of silence during the Day of the Martyr, a day that coincides with the assassination of our national hero in the anti-colonial fight, Omar al-Mukhtar. The Libyan people are inspired by the combat of its ancestors to learn patience and to be more determined in defending its rights. The Libyan people draw inspiration from its founding fathers to become more tolerant. The current period will be enshrined in the national memory. Future generations will recognize the positions of those who supported us and those who undermined our security, who pillaged our richness, our wealth. Libya, due to its Arab neighborhood, due to its position in Africa, is a link between civilizations and as an economic hub where the interests of the world are concentrated. And the damage that we've experienced have not only affected the Libyan people, but have also affected the region and our international relations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le...
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya for his address, and I ask protocol to accompany him. Thank you.
L'Assemblée va maintenant...
The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Maia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. I request that protocol accompany Her Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming Her Excellency Madame Maia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova, and I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, I'm standing before you today proudly representing the Republic of Moldova, a future member of the European Union. I'm grateful for the unanimous support that we received from the 27 EU member states. Thank you for your recognition and vote of trust in our love for freedom, dynamic democracy, and commitment to the rule of law. A successful peace project, the European Union, through cooperation and integration, was forged to stop the cycle of wars that tormented our continent for centuries. This is another watershed moment in our history, and the EU has to do it again. By applying to join the European Union, we want the world to know we choose democracy over autocracy, liberty over oppression, peace over war, and prosperity over poverty. The EU candidate status gives us hope, a clear sense of direction, a unifying goal, an anchor, and a strong sense of belonging to the free world. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago, no one of us here would have imagined a major war in Europe. Russia's unprovoked war against another sovereign state, Ukraine, has shaken the world to the core, has put to test the fundamental principles of the UN, has shattered global security, triggered a European energy crisis, global food shortages, and an economic downturn. 7 months of bombings have killed thousands of innocent people and pushed millions of Ukrainians to flee their homes. This war is not just an attack on our neighbor and friend, Ukraine. It is an attack on the rules-based international order. It is an attack on nuclear safety. It is an attack on food supplies to countries in the Middle East and Africa. It is an attack on this very institution where we find in ourselves today. We firmly condemn the war against Ukraine, as well as the recently announced additional mobilization of troops by Russia. We firmly stand with Ukraine and support its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I would like to express my utmost admiration to all Ukrainians for their courage, their resilience, and their inner power to continue to do this fight for survival, justice, and freedom. It is our moral duty as an international community to continue supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting today to keep all of us safe, to keep Europe safe. It needs our support. Europe, all of us, we must help Ukraine. As I stand at this tribune, I represent a country that wants peace. I represent the citizens of Moldova who, irrespective of the language that we speak, Romanian, Ukrainian, Russian, Gagauz, or Bulgarian, regardless of our ethnicity or political preferences, whether we live on the right bank of River Nistru or in the breakaway region of Transnistria, we all want peace. A country of less than 3 million people, we have sheltered more than 500,000 refugees fleeing the war. At the peak of the inflow, our population grew by 4%. Some 80,000 refugees chose to stay among us. I use this opportunity to pay tribute from this high rostrum to all Moldovan families who showed unprecedented solidarity with refugees by opening their homes and hearts to those in need. I'm proud of my people. I'm also grateful to the international partners, including the United Nations, who have provided assistance in managing the humanitarian crisis. I also thank the UN Secretary General and other high-level officials who visited our country in our hour of need to show support and solidarity. My deep gratitude goes to France, Germany, Romania, and other partners for setting up the Moldovan support platform that stands by our country in these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova knows what it is to be a country divided by conflict. In 1992, we faced a brief but tragic war in the Transnistrian region of our country. 3 decades later, we are still trying to overcome the consequences of that conflict and reintegrate our country. The only way to achieve this is through peaceful dialogue and respect for our sovereignty and territorial integrity. As Russia has launched its war against Ukraine, we have worked harder than ever to maintain peace on both banks of Nistru River. We have done our best to ensure that all citizens of Moldova, including those residing in the breakaway region, continue to enjoy peace. The illegal presence of the Russian military troops in the Transnistrian region infringes our neutrality and increases the security risk of our country. We call on the complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. We call on the destruction of ammunition from Kobasna stockpiles, which pose a security and environmental threat to the region as a whole. As we strive to maintain peace, our economy and society are bearing the brunt of Russia's war against Ukraine. Our resources are strained, investments have slowed down, trade and transport routes are disrupted, inflation is nearing 35%. In addition, we're facing a wide spectrum of hybrid threats, from disinformation and propaganda to cyber attacks and energy pressures. The abnormally high prices for natural gas and Russia's attempts to weaponize gas and oil supplies to Europe have triggered an unprecedented energy crisis. We are one of the most vulnerable countries in the face of this crisis. But this only makes us more determined to diversify our energy resources and decrease dependence on fossil fuels. We plan to increase the share of renewable electricity supplies from 3 to 30% in the next 3 years. This will make our country stronger and our environment healthier and safer. Distinguished audience, we all know that the only way to save the planet is joint global action against climate change. The same goes for the fight against corruption. Corruption weakens states and erodes democracies. We should take it more seriously than ever before. We need clear international mechanisms to stop the flow of dirty money. We need better instruments for asset recovery and restitution. We need better information exchanges between law enforcement and anti-fraud authorities in different countries. And we need to set up international sanction regimes against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all challenges, Moldova is pressing ahead with our reform agenda. We are building a stronger and more democratic state. Last year, Moldova improved 49 positions in the Press Freedom Index, ranking 40th in the world. Justice reform and the fight against corruption is at the core of our transformation. We are working hard to become a better place for investors, to create jobs, boost the economy, and bring greater prosperity to our people. We are investing in connectivity with Europe, and we are trying to bring our country closer to European standards. We're building roads and bridges, hospitals, and a more modern education system. We are building stronger institutions that will benefit the citizens of Moldova. We are focused, persistent, and relentless. We are determined to bring Moldova into the EU so that every Moldovan can have better living standards and more economic opportunities at home. This is the only way for Moldova to grow as a consolidated democracy in our part of the world during these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come before you from a region weakened by war, an energy crisis, drought, and rampant inflation, my message is this. In the face of man-made human suffering and economic adversity, the countries of the world must stand together once again. We must do so to reaffirm the value of peace and the inviolability of human life, to defend democracy and freedom, and to uphold the right of every country to decide their own fate. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Moldova for her statement, and I ask protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the... On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates His Excellency Shapa Korosi on your election as President of the 77th session of this August Assembly. Please be assured of Namibia's full support as you provide leadership during your tenure. Allow me to also extend appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Abdallah Shahid, for his sterling stewardship as President of the 76th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, since attaining our political independence 32 years ago, we are proud of the work we have undertaken towards the second phase of our struggle for economic independence. During this period, we have built a strong foundation for our governance architecture, with emphasis on strengthening processes, systems, and institutions. Given these advances in effective governance, we are optimistic in our quest to deal with the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Our impact plan, the Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which is accelerating the implementation of the national development plans, is fast-tracking our efforts towards Vision 2030. Since my term of office is coming to an end on 20th March 2025, as a nation with a constitution that binds the head of state to 2 term limits, we have set in motion a process for an orderly succession to continue with our peaceful development. The ruling party, SWAPO, of which I am the head, is currently conducting primaries. There is a real possibility that the next candidate of the SWAPO party for the national presidential elections will be a woman or a young male, of whom the male is from the generation that was never in exile. The presence of women in the line of succession is a demonstration of the strides we have made in gender equality, with women representation at 40% in the National Assembly. Moreover, 90% of our banks are helmed by women. Namibia is a child of international solidarity, midwifed by the United Nations. Therefore, we are convinced about solidarity and partnership as critical enablers of our developmental aspirations. Allow me at this juncture to thank the Secretary General for his comprehensive report on our common agenda, which carries clear recommendations on how to advance the SDGs and all existing global agreements through multilateralism, with the UN at the center of our efforts. I commend the Secretary General for his visionary leadership in proposing that we should meet in a summit of the future to reflect on challenges and opportunities that await current and future generations. Namibia supports the convening of this important summit at the earliest opportune time. Over the past few months, it has been encouraging to note the concerted efforts to shed a spotlight on transforming education and advancing SDG 4. Education is a sector that Namibia has consistently been prioritizing through the allocation of the resources, both human and financial, and the consistent prioritization of policy development. In the context of the recently concluded Transformation of Education Summit, Namibia commits to transformative leadership, ensuring access to inclusive digital technologies,
and developing a strategy for innovative financing and resource mobilization. In Namibia, the education sector receives the largest share of budgetary support, equivalent to 8% of GDP and almost a quarter of the total national budget. The Namibian government offers free primary and secondary education, which demonstrates our commitment to prioritizing and expanding access to education for all. Furthermore, we are proud of the recent landing of the Google Equinor subsea cable, which lends itself greatly to changing Namibia's digital transformation landscape and narrowing our digital divide, in line with our commitment to leveraging the fourth industrial revolution. In Namibia, we have set up the fourth industrial revolution task force, which recently made recommendations as to how Namibia can strengthen domestic capabilities to derive optimal gains from fourth industrial revolution. In line with the recommendations of the task force, the government is currently developing a consolidated national fourth industrial strategy to provide overarching direction and multi-sectoral planning. The strategy will prioritize education reform to close the fourth industrial revolution skills gap, cyber security, and expansion of ICT infrastructure and services. Mr. President, global debt is at an unprecedented level and interest rates are rising. This reality limits our fiscal space. As we talk about our collective aspirations, we should remain acutely aware of the vulnerabilities facing developing countries. Namibia's classification as an upper middle income country presents challenges with regard to mobilizing resources to finance our development goals. As I have been saying, taking our GDP and dividing it by a small population, thus deriving a high per capita income, without doubt is a flawed formula that requires urgent consideration. The formula does not take into account the vast income disparities between the wealthy white and the poor blacks, which is a consequence of 100 years of colonialism and apartheid occupation. However, I am pleased to hear that a number of developing and developed countries are in agreement with this unfair classification, which denies countries like Namibia access to soft loans and grants, which are necessary to fight inequality and to lift many out of poverty. The choice of the theme of this session, quote, "Solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science," unquote, calls on us to deal with the issues that affect us all. Therefore, I'm confident that the unfair classification of countries like Namibia as upper middle income countries will enjoy priority. Over the past few months, we have witnessed stark geopolitical tensions, a reminder of the fragility of our world order. Threats to peace and security come at a great cost to the men, women, and children trapped in such situations. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is now in its 7th month, with serious consequences for food and energy supply chains. Namibia believes that dialogue is the condition sine qua non for the peaceful resolution of any conflict. Our United Nations was created for the maintenance of peace and security and should lead a peaceful resolution in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Namibia is a member of the AU Peace and Security Council and chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and Security Cooperation continues to demonstrate its commitment to regional and continental stability by advocating for the advancement of infrastructure for peace, democracy, and protection of human rights. In this regard, as a new chairman of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, I'm calling for peaceful general elections in the Kingdom of Lesotho on the 7th of October 2022. SADC is also seized with the developments in the Kingdom of Eswatini and the Republic of Mozambique. In that vein, I have commenced a process of dialogue with the leaders of Eswatini, Lesotho, and Mozambique in order to ensure the successful implementation of SADC decisions for peace and stability to prevail in our region. I always say inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. Africa is a continent of 1.2 billion citizens, and the exclusion of Africa from the Security Council is an injustice. For as long as the Council fails to reflect in stature and composition current global realities, it will not be able to adequately address global concerns. We therefore reiterate our call for the reform of the Security Council in line with the common African position. Mr. President, self-determination is a human right. The continued injustice meted out against the people of Palestine are a reminder of the urgent need to start implementing the two-state solution as the only viable alternative that can end inequality and bring peace to both the people of Palestine and Israel, and indeed the region as a whole. In the same vein, the lack of progress in implementing UN resolutions to resolve the question of Western Sahara should be something that we must all have a collective shame for. Namibia pledges unwavering solidarity for nations that continue to bear the heavy burden of sanctions. Namibia reiterates its long-standing call for the lifting of the unjust embargo against Cuba. I met a 50-year-old young Cuban man who has not known anything but the sanctions. Since he was born, it's the sanctions. How long are we going to continue with that? We are talking about building the peace in the world. But how can a country be sanctioned for such a long time? And children born don't know anything but sanctions. Please, it is time that sons and daughters of Cuba are given their right to a decent life, freedom, and embargo that denies them their right to develop their own country should be stopped now. Equally, we call on the lifting of sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe. Why are the sanctions in place for a country which is making progress at all levels? President Emerson Mnangagwa and the people of Zimbabwe have made laudable progress and reforms. We should be given a chance to succeed without the weight of sanctions. Mr. President, the health of our planet is in serious jeopardy. Our home is on fire. We are experiencing unprecedented impacts of climate change, including severe droughts and ravaging field fires. Time is a luxury we do not have. We have to act decisively to reduce carbon emissions as our contribution to the preservation of our planet and the people. Namibia, like many developing countries, remains vulnerable to the asymmetrical impacts of climate change. Therefore, at COP27, Namibia plans to announce major developments in its ambitions to decarbonize global hard-to-abate sectors through the production of green hydrogen. Furthermore, the first hydrogen-to-power project in Africa is expected to be operational by 2024 in the town of Swakopmund in Namibia. This is an example of what is possible when we pull together in the same direction. Our ambitions are not only necessary to mitigate the ravaging impacts of climate change, but are also a critical component of our post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Therefore, Namibia remains ready to work with the international community to ensure the most optimal utilization of its natural resources to combat climate change. A just energy transition is about fair opportunities for developing nations to sustainably access natural endowments at their disposal. Namibia has recently discovered promising deposits of hydrocarbons and is exploring significant deposits of rare earth metals. As part of our goal to ensure sustainable utilization of our natural resources, I recently launched the Welwitschia Fund, our nation's sovereign wealth fund. The fund is a demonstration of our commitment to fiscal prudence and sustainable resource management for current and future generations. Mr. President, in conclusion, today on the 21st of September 2022, we are convening in this chamber on the United Nations International Day of Peace under the theme, quote unquote, "End Racism, Build Peace." Peace is a wonderful gift, but a fragile one if it is not handled properly. Peace is more than the absence of war. Peace is about inclusivity and development of all nations. Our United Nations, as the premier guarantor of multilateralism, is our best bet to ensure a peaceful and prosperous humanity. Namibia will continue to place a high premium on the noble aspirations of the United Nations as a beacon of hope and equality of all nations. As a beneficiary of successful multilateral efforts, we hold in high regard the convening power of this august assembly and recommit to working with fellow member states to change the world for the better. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. I was born after the Second World War. So, all my life, the cry of never again has echoed around the world and especially in Europe. With the exception of the war in Balkans, even the major geopolitical changes in Europe since the fall of Berlin Wall have been peaceful. This has made an important contribution to building hope for a lasting peace. This hope has been thoroughly shaken by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Will this make us stop believing in the possibility of lasting peace? I think no. We must not leave our children a world in a fear of war. For the sake of their secure future, we have a duty to do whatever it takes we can to ensure that the precious hope for a lasting peace returns to our hearts. After all, it was with this hope and our shared responsibility that the United Nations was founded. The United Nations has set very clear rules of engagement to which all members have committed ourselves. These include a commitment to peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation, and respect for fundamental human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to speak about peace, climate change, and multilateralism today. First of all, number one, peace and security. The Russian Federation's decision for a military attack on Ukraine has shaken these rules. So have many other armed conflicts in different parts of the world. The Russian aggression has put international security at risk. Yesterday's announcement of President Putin that there will be a referendum in parts of Ukraine is a continuation of aggression and is in breach of international law. I especially condemn his word about possible use of nuclear weapon. This war is threatening the already fragile stability of the Western Balkans. It has also threatened international food and energy security. I commend the UN Secretary-General for his engagement and Turkey for its support to reach the agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is, as it has been just said, not just an absence of war. In peace, leaders should strengthen and nurture good relations with other countries. It is our obligation to resolve outstanding issues in a spirit of compromise and mutual understanding. Only in this way we will reduce the chances of old grievances and historical traumas to come to life once again. I'm grateful to many of you for the opportunity to do this together for the benefit of well-being of our countries and the wider international community. Fostering good relations and building trust within societies and between them is the most effective means of preventing armed conflicts. Number two, more cooperation for a better future. Nurturing and strengthening good relations between countries is also necessary to address more efficiently the challenges of our times. Among these, climate change is one of the most pressing. Our common task is to preserve the planet for future generations. What we need is more efficient measures and more solidarity. Slovenia pledges special support to Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific to assist them in their efforts against biodiversity loss, water stress, and climate damage. We are contributing to the Least Developed Countries Fund of the Global Environment Facility. Initiating the Green Group, Slovenia is working together with like-minded countries in the promotion of green policies. We are deeply grateful to the General Assembly for the historic universal recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Slovenia was one of the original proponents, along with Costa Rica, Maldives, Morocco, and Switzerland. That was a much-needed boost for multilateralism, but we can and we should do more. The upcoming UN Climate Change, Biodiversity, and Water Conference are an excellent opportunity to commit ourselves to do more and better. I wish to thank the Secretary-General for putting forward our Common Agenda report. We support the proposed Second World Social Summit in 2025 and expect it to address the challenges of structural inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no security and development without respect of human dignity. In all our efforts, we should be led by right-based approach. We should be attentive to all signs of human rights regression and should act accordingly. And finally, number 3, strengthening multilateralism and candidature for the United Nations Security Council. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, the UN Charter is a fundament of our international system. Rule-based order is a sine qua non for maintaining peace and security, a just and balanced international system. Slovenia has proved itself a reliable and trustworthy member of the UN family and an honest broker. We are engaged in a genuine dialogue and constant search for creative and good solutions to our common challenges. We are part of peacemaking and stabilization efforts that includes humanitarian demining, rehabilitation, and saving the lives of civilians all around the globe. We are actively participating in efforts to strengthen the legal framework and respect for international law, including ending impunity. We build trust to secure a better future. Let me say that my country, Slovenia, has no enemies, but only friends all around the globe. Slovenia is well placed to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council 2024 to 2025. Endless striving for peace, justice, mutual understanding, reconciliation, both within and between societies. Respect for ethnic, national, religious diversities, promotion of sustainable development and solidarity. This is the task of Slovenia, and this is our common task. I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you all the best.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement and a request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Saba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join Your Excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful, democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his bold steps in steering the United Nations community and for ensuring its business continuity under the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by multiple global threats, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it inward and indeed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working maturity in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted, surviving overwhelming odds and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these atolls are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, This is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly move into a global food shortage," end of quote. We are encouraged to note that education, health, agriculture, and numerous other public services have become increasingly reliant on digital access. The world needs greater investment in the development of ICT infrastructure, accompanied with policies that support innovation and increased acquisition and deployment of technology. In so doing, we should be driven by the conviction that these measures offer a viable shortcut to poverty reduction and the promotion of inclusive development. I call for stronger global partnerships to enhance ICT infrastructure in developing countries and bridge the yawning digital divide between the global south and the rest of the world. Excellencies, this 77th session of the Assembly follows the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, at 50, as well as Stockholm plus 50, and the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Outcomes of these conferences demanded real commitment to address global environmental concerns as a matter of urgency and for a just transition to sustainable economies that work for all people. The March 2022 landmark resolution of the 5th United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi to end plastic pollution is a decisive signal to the world that the world is prepared and motivated to act on this menace. Kenya is committed to work closely with other nations to pursue legally binding instruments aimed at bringing an end to plastic pollution. As the host nation to UNEP and the UN Habitat, Kenya affirms that these critical United Nations agencies have an indispensable role in the promotion of environmental sustainability globally, as well as developing socially and environmentally sound and sustainable cities. In keeping with its strong commitment to multilateral institutions, Kenya has made available more land for the United Nations office in Nairobi to facilitate the upgrading of its complex. I take this opportunity to call on member states to complement this contribution through enhanced financing to adequately modernize the UNON facilities in Nairobi. Kenya remains a strong advocate for making the sustainable use of oceans and blue economy resources a development priority, holding the firm belief that significantly increased investment in this essential sector can end hunger, can also reduce poverty, create jobs, and spur economic growth. I urge the Secretary General to continue calling attention to the urgent need to develop this vital sector. In particular, I call on developed countries to invest in sustainable fishing, protect marine ecosystems, and share ocean-based climate solutions with developing countries. For our part, I am pleased to report that building on the historic 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, Kenya is reviewing its national blue economy strategy to strengthen community structures in participatory management of freshwater, coastal and marine resources and ecosystems. The strategy is expected to contribute to our economic development through food and nutrition security, coastal and rural development, and income increases along the aquaculture value chain. It also enhances maritime transport and tourism. We invite development partnerships to invest in Africa towards building capacity to sustainably utilize marine resources. We must rally together to make the best use of Africa's vast blue resources in developing our economies while meeting our climate targets. As we look forward to the 27th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, scheduled for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is logical to expect that member states will shift their attention towards the development and implementation of frameworks for climate change mitigation. Accomplishment of pending actions by member states is essential for the implementation work that lie ahead. I therefore call upon all of us to urgently deliver on all commitments made towards climate change financing. On this matter, it is critical to emphasize that we are running out of time. Over the past decade, Kenya has sustained its aggressive pursuit for rapid socioeconomic transformation through three principal roadmaps. First is the Kenya National Vision 2030. Second, the formal long-term blueprint aimed at transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized, urban middle-income country, providing high quality of life to its citizens in a clean and secure environment by 2030. The second has been the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the third, the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya looks towards tapping into a variety of resources to catalyze the achievement of these interlocking and mutually reinforcing objectives. The disruption and ensuing crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to diversify our focus into new servicing run the risk of losing development gains due to the shocks inflicted by the pandemic and associated disruptions. I call upon global financial institutions and the international community to take urgent measures and release all existing financial instruments to provide much-needed additional liquidity and secure better fiscal space for developing countries like Kenya to enhance social investment, support climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and resolve development financing challenges. On behalf of Kenya, therefore, I join other leaders in calling upon the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral lenders to extend pandemic-related debt relief to the worst-hit countries, especially those affected by the devastating combination of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. Furthermore, I urge the G20 to extend and expand the scope of the common framework to suspend or reschedule debt repayments by middle-income countries during the pandemic recovery period. At this point, I would like this distinguished assembly to take a moment and consider the peace and security landscape, a landscape currently beset with multiple challenges, yet abounding with considerable opportunities. Our home region of East and Horn of Africa is in particular burdened by significant conflicts and challenges with implications for the region's development. We stand on the cusp of first opportunity for galvanizing confidence-building measures to generate and sustain momentum towards sustainable peace. In its role as an anchor state in the region, Kenya has sustained our investment in diplomatic efforts to find lasting peace in multiple situations within and beyond the region. Although some processes have yielded undeniable success, challenges remain. I therefore strongly reiterate our call for partnership towards confidence-building measures and urge more concerted efforts towards sustainable peace and stability. Kenya is currently serving in the United Nations Security Council. I am proud to confirm that our engagement over the last 2 years has prioritized regional peace and security, countering terrorism and violent extremism, peace support operations, climate and security as critical contributions to the collective efforts to build a safer, more prosperous, and peaceful world. I am also proud to state that Kenya has continued to champion closer cooperation between regional mechanisms and the Security Council as an effective means to achieving international peace and security. Kenya continues to advocate the renewal of the Africa Union security architecture, which draws comparative strength from the highly productive complementarity between the United Nations, the Africa Union, and the regional economic communities. Working closely with the 2 elected African countries of the A3 in the UN Security Council, we are committed to finding a stronger Africa voice in the Council and achieving a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system. It is our manifest intention to see greater Pan-Africanization of the global agenda in order to make multilateralism work for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the global South. Let me express the strong collective conviction of my country that the relevance, legitimacy, and moral authority of the United Nations will forever remain deficient, undermined by the absence of comprehensive reforms of the United Nations Security Council. We therefore remain firmly committed to reforming the Security Council to make it a more effective, representative, and democratic global institution. Given the magnitude and variety of challenges the world continues to confront, a more fit for purpose United Nations is urgently needed, one that possesses the legitimacy and efficacy in dealing with threats to international peace and security. A just, and inclusive world order cannot be spearheaded by a United Nations Security Council that persistently and unjustly fails the inclusivity criterion. Similarly, threats to democracy will not be credibly resolved by an undemocratic and unrepresentative Security Council. It is vitally important for this critical institution to reflect the values it is entrusted to protect, to defend, to uphold on behalf of humankind. We welcome the call by President Biden this morning for the expansion of the membership of the Security Council as a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to building consensus for the actualization of the same. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted health systems, seriously challenging the implementation of programs that are vital for the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. To place us firmly back on track and accelerate our progress towards these SDGs targets, it is imperative for us to foster sustainable partnerships between governments, other state actors, the civil society, and the private sector. This modality of collective action is particularly vital for building resilient health systems, whose importance in enabling us withstand future pandemics and other health crises can no longer be disputed. For this reason, Kenya will continue to strongly support the development of legally binding World Health Organization international instrument to anchor global solidarity and promote equity. The fact of the matter is that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed for all the world to see the severe deficit of these critical values in our present multilateral configuration. Global supply chains remained impervious to demands in the global South generally, and Africa in particular. Unequal access to vaccines underscored this unjust and unequal situation with unforgettable clarity. Whenever human life, security, and welfare is in jeopardy, it is immoral to administer interventions through frameworks that are anchored on fundamental inequality. We are all witnesses to admirable demonstrations of effective solidarity in response to crises in various parts of the world. Our knowledge of the possibility of spontaneous yet resolute global solidarity reinforces the African exception as particularly repugnant. From genocides and civil conflict to famine and pandemics, the African continent is consistently left behind to bear the brunt of weak solidarity and disastrous failure of multilateralism. History indicates the last time Africa was the focal point of strong and effective multilateralism and multilateral consensus was during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, and the character of the ensuing interventions casts a long shadow to date. Not to put too fine a point to it, the failure of multilateralism during crises which relegate the people of Africa outside the cycle of moral consideration and normalizes humanitarian neglect and other casual injustices are failures of humanity. Nothing about Africa, and I say nothing about Africa or its people makes it acceptable for this type of failure to persist in this era. And we have an urgent moral duty to do better, and to right this wrong. For decades, Africa has borne the brunt of three epidemics: the HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I applaud innovative partnerships like the Global Fund for their progress in addressing the three menaces, and also welcome the ambitious targets set for the 7th replenishment cycle. Kenya is committed to supporting the Global Fund and implementing the agreed targets in order to actualize our pledge at the replenishment conference. Kenya calls upon all countries implementing the Global Fund programs, especially fellow African states, to remain at the forefront in championing for successful replenishment of the fund. This way, the mobilization of much-needed resources is enhanced, bringing us closer to the final elimination of these dangerous diseases. In conclusion, Kenya joins the Secretary General in calling for the strengthening of multilateralism as the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all. This is the imperative of our time and the call of this moment. It is time to work on the trust deficit with stronger conviction that none of us is really safe until all of us are safe. The theme of the 77th session, and I quote, "A watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges," end of quote, demands that we recognize the crises we must confront are interlinked in a complicated way. They can only be effectively addressed through more imaginative strategies and innovative formula. A population of 8 billion people in a densely networked world increasingly looks up to the multilateral system as the anchor for their individual aspirations directly and indirectly through robust national frameworks. Increasingly, therefore, the United Nations system is expected to be responsive to these needs and for the proceedings in this forum, in a forum like this, to speak to ordinary people in far-flung reaches of our incredibly diverse globe. It is impossible to address all their individual needs directly, but it is possible to respond to all of them by speaking with conviction to the universal values of equality, inclusion, justice, solidarity, and collective action, and by making sure that all our interventions effectively reflect them with clarity. The integrity of the international order must be measured by the distance separating our resolutions, consensus, and agreement from decisions, actions, committed interventions, and effective solutions. A watershed moment, therefore, demands that we reduce that gap drastically and quickly. Kenya pursues numerous essential domestic agenda through the multilateral framework. We are heavily invested in the strength, effectiveness, and eventual success of all interventions formulated by the United Nations. It is important that the output of this and other similar fora achieve immediate resonance in the minds and lives of our youth still seeking opportunity to express and actualize themselves, our farmers working to feed nations, our Juakali entrepreneurs striving in pursuit of success in the informal economy, and our professionals who formulate policy, implement strategy, and monitor service delivery in public and private sectors. Africa places immense value in the international community and the tremendous possibilities it can unlock through inclusive, sustainable, and effective action to transform the lives of our people and establish lasting peace, security, and shared prosperity. This watershed moment is our chance to turn the key and open this door of opportunity. We can make progress in addressing the triple global threats and liberate ourselves from the shame of past failures of multilateralism. At this watershed moment, we must not only choose, but also act decisively to bequeath our children and their children a greener, safer, healthier, and more abundant earth. Let us do it together, inclusively, multilaterally. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defence Forces of the Republic of Kenya for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mesdames,
Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I convey to you my congratulations on your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, and I wish you every success. I greet and congratulate your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for the commitment which was patently clear throughout the 76th session. To the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, I reiterate the full support of my country as he serves our organization. Mr. President, I am delighted to once again stand earnestly before this rostrum because the situation demands just that. Indeed, the international system is at a critical juncture. The world struggles to recover from a pandemic and sits in the clutches of a multidimensional crisis. The emergence of new centers of influence means that positions have become increasingly more entrenched. And this situation means that we must prioritize ongoing dialogue in order to find global consensus, rather than prioritizing power struggles as we tackle issues which are sensitive within the multilateral system. In the face of rivalry between powers and in the face of multifaceted challenges which are of shared concern, it would be dangerously naive to continue to opt for power struggles or for unilateral positions. The interconnected nature of global issues and of national economies means that we must engage in dialogue in order to respond appropriately and, above all, collectively to the most serious threats to international peace and security. We are in the last quarter of a year which has seen global challenges grow tougher. They have laid waste to common and individual efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. With less than 8 years to go until the deadline, it is crucial to evaluate our progress in light of a threat which the COVID-19 pandemic has meant continues to weigh heavy on our economies. A threat which is just as insidious now hovers over our economies. This threat is inflation. Throughout the world, inflation is reaching tragic highs. No one is spared. not businesses or households, not the North or the South. Its effects are devastating. As such, we must act, individually of course. That is exactly what Gabon is doing by subsidizing certain commodities and by keeping their prices at certain levels. But here too, we will not successfully overcome this problem if we do not act collectively in a coordinated fashion and with a sense of solidarity. This is yet one more challenge issued to the world. We must together, all together, overcome it.
President, this year marks many new beginnings for Gabon as we arise from the tragedy and forced inertia of the coronavirus pandemic and reopen to the world. We are the newest member of the Commonwealth of Nations, home to 2.5 billion people, 1/3 of the world's population, with shared values of respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My country is broadening horizons for our citizens and seizing the chance for our young people to benefit from studying, traveling, and building business relationships far beyond our own borders. At the same time, Gabon takes its place on the world stage, not alone, but as a proud African nation. But the problems that our world faces today are global, as are the solutions. We must all be outward-facing, not inward-looking, as we confront the difficulties of the world where resources are finite and the population growing. This month, our Commonwealth family has lost its leader, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Through the union that she loved so deeply, the Queen offered respect, friendship, and wise counsel to many independent nations around the world, small or large. She promoted peace, liberty, and shared values, and fostered the spirit of cooperation. As the new head of the Commonwealth, His Majesty King Charles III can be assured of my full support as in that of the Gabonese people. A dear friend of Gabon for many years, King Charles III shares my enthusiasm for protecting our natural environment and biodiversity in the same ways for global climate and sustainability. Mr. President, 50 years after the Stockholm Conference, humanity faces an unprecedented triple environmental crisis: climate change, the biodiversity extinction crisis, and pollution, notably by plastics. Regarding climate, with 88 forests covered and deforestation well below 0.1%, Gabon is a high forest, low deforestation country par excellence. Since COP15 in Copenhagen, Gabon has net absorbed over 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide. We absorb over 100 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere every year. In other words, we have already achieved, indeed exceeded the Paris Agreement objective of carbon neutrality. We are counting on the creation of a net sequestration carbon market to enable us to maintain this performance through 2050 and beyond. Secondly, I found the biodiversity crisis extremely alarming. COP15 in Montreal will be a decisive moment for humanity, and it is critical that we adopt an ambitious global biodiversity framework. The time has come to transition from billions to trillions by mobilizing 1% of global GDP for nature. Finally, pollution has become a chronic problem in our cities, our rivers, our oceans. We must lose no time adopting a binding international agreement on plastic pollution, as well as the Treaty on the High Seas. In order to achieve sustainable development goals, our international agreements and national policies must address the interdependence of this crisis. Mr. President, threats to international peace and security continue to increase exponentially faced with the proliferation of the armed groups. Restricting our access to arms will be at the heart of my country's priorities during our presidency of the United Nations Security Council in October. In this regard, I would like to reiterate my country's call for a robust partnership to ensure greater security in the Gulf of Guinea. Many countries face humanitarian crises exacerbated by armed conflict. This is the case in Ukraine, where the war has led to a worsening of the situation of countries and regions already experiencing food shortages. This is why my country has clearly expressed its opposition not only to this bloody war, but to any form of war. Gabon, which has never experienced armed conflict, will continue to advocate and favor dialogue and negotiation over confrontation. Mr. President, access to education for children should be considered sacred. Therefore, I would like to express my country's resolute support for the sanctuarizations of schools on places of education, and particularly during armed conflicts. To compromise education is to place a mortgage on future generations. It is in this vein that I've made the promotion of women and young people a key priority. In 2015, I launched the Decade of the Gabonese Women, which aims to reserve a place of choice for women and children in all aspects of governance in Gabon. Mr. President, internationalism is at a turning point. We need to reform the United Nations to ensure better consideration of the aspirations of Africa. This is particularly applicable to the Security Council, where Africa's role needs to be consolidated. Africa has waited long enough, and we will not wait any longer. In light of the strong interdependence of nations, it is crucial that we put an end to the use of sanctions, working instead to build bridges of prosperity. As such, I call once again for the total lifting of the embargo that has affected the government and the people of Cuba for several decades. Inevitably, the principal victims of any embargo are the weak and the vulnerable. In the Middle East, Gabon has always believed that a two-state solution is the only way to achieve peace and security. It is the responsibility of our generation to resolve this problem. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to reiterate Gabon's attachment to the principles and values of solidarity at the heart of the United Nations Charter. To this end, I reiterate my country's solemn appeal to all members of the international community to live up to our shared commitments in order to ensure peace, security, and dignity for the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of Gabon for his statement, and I ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency.
L'Assemblée va maintenant.
The Assembly will now hear a statement from His Excellency Mohamed Ifran Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I would ask protocol to please escort His Excellency to the podium.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I'm confident that your stewardship will lend further credence to the impactful role of multilateralism in resolving global challenges. I thank your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his shrewd leadership over the past year. I had the distinct privilege of welcoming him recently to Guyana and benefiting from his experience in championing an inclusive future for our youth. Congratulations to him, the Secretary General, and the General Assembly for the recently passed resolution on the establishment of a United Nations Youth Office. 1 month ago in Guyana, I launched the Youth Advisory Council as part of my government's commitment to ensure the involvement of young people in decision-making and development as the government work towards building Guyana's future. We are living in a troubled world which has lost its balance. Indeed, our collective actions as leaders today will convey to the next generation that their aspirations, their future, and that of the planet are worth fighting for. The international community is facing a series of interlocking challenges: a global pandemic, climate challenges, energy and food crisis, and interstate conflicts. As a consequence of the pandemic, approximately 97 million more persons are living on less than $1.90 per day, significantly increasing the global poverty rate and inequalities. The developing world lost revenues and income that were earmarked for the achievement of many sustainable development goals, pushing us further away from our 2030 targets. A UN report in March 2022 spoke definitively to the unequal distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and its impact on widening economic disparity between the rich and the poor. The study found that low-income countries could have increased their GDP by $16.7 billion in 2021 if they had a similar vaccination rate as high-income developed countries. How are we going to address this inequality? How are we going to address this injustice? Guyana's position is that there must be an immediate re-examination of the financing gap and the debt portfolio of the developing countries to open fiscal space and create an opportunity for recovery, bridging the gap and attaining the SDG goals. Guyana welcomes the global initiatives around pandemic preparedness. It is imperative that we collectively discuss how to address any potential pandemic and health threats so that we are better equipped in the future to avoid the inequalities that exist. Mr. President, Excellencies, the global food security problem has disproportionately affected us. The prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity trended upwards since 2014, with an estimated increase in 2020 equaling that of the previous 5 years combined. In 2020, 2.37 billion of the world's population were food insecure. Additionally, the World Food Programme and FAO warned that acute food insecurity would worsen in 20 hunger hotspots from June to September 2022. Since the start of the pandemic, global food prices have surged by 65% and are expected to remain high in the medium term as a result of supply chain constraints, a hike in energy costs, higher shipping costs, climate issues, the war in Ukraine, and the fertilizer crisis. Further, since the onset of the Russia-Ukraine war, global food prices increased sharply, reaching an all-time high in February 2022. The FAO projects that the production of cereals, a crop relied on the most in the world, would decline by 40 million tons, or 1.4% when compared to the preceding year. The global food import bill trajectory is a whopping 1.8 trillion this year, a record high. The global food import bill is projected to rise by 51 billion from 2021, 49 billion of which reflects higher prices. The question is, what are we going to do about this? Can the reversal of export bans on rice and wheat and freeing up of grains help the situation? The answer is a resounding yes. For example, export bans of rice from India and wheat from Russia contributed to a price increase of 12.3% and 9% for rice and wheat respectively. As world leaders, we must find the balance now. In honoring our commitment to promote peace, stability, respect for territorial integrity and democracy, and the human rights for all, we must work collectively to prevent situations that can widen inequality and create social and economic havoc. Now is the time for us to decide if a new approach is needed to guarantee food security, energy security, climate security, access to health care and quality education, and security from conflicts and wars. According to the World Bank and Global Trade, between January to February 2022, 135 policy measures were announced or implemented that affected trade in food and fertilizer. During the same period, 34 nations imposed restrictive export measures on food and fertilizers. The questions therefore are whether globalization is only applicable under normal conditions, or whether it is opportunistic and its application, and when a crisis arises, we lock ourselves in and forget about multilateralism and globalization. The evidence is glaring. COVID-19 vaccination and now access to food and fertilizer. A welcome initiative is the FAO's Global Food Import Financing Facility, which seeks to respond to the prevailing soaring food import costs and addressing the needs of the most exposed. However, there is need to revise the eligibility criteria to accommodate countries beyond the categories of low-income and lower-middle-income groups. This narrow grouping heightens the chance that many at-risk, economically vulnerable countries, such as the Caribbean, with large food and food import needs, will be excluded. Mr. President, Excellencies, we all recognize that there is a climate crisis. We must go back to some of the decisions. For example, in COP26, we agreed no more coal-fired power projects. What is the reality? While policies and planning for climate change adaptation are expanding, according to the Adaptation Gap Report 2021, the Gathering Storm, financing and implementation are still far behind. Financing of adaptation and implementation are still far behind where they should be. The analysis shows the costs of adaptation are most likely to be higher than the predicted range of US 140 to 300 billion annually by 2030, and US dollars 280 to 500 billion annually by 2050 for developing nations. In 2019, US dollars 79.6 billion was allocated to developing nations for planning and carrying out mitigation and adaptation measures. The gap between predicted adaptation costs and existing public adaptation financial flows is generally growing and ranges from 5 to 10 times more. The paltry 100 billion pledge and the failure to meet it must be viewed in the context of the likely costs of climate change, climate action for mitigation, adaptation, and addressing loss and damage. It is not enough. The adoption of broad rules on carbon markets in Glasgow has the potential to unlock critical resources for forest-rich countries. Forested countries like Guyana can potentially earn billions of dollars accessible through the voluntary carbon markets. However, the current approximate price is US $10 per ton on the voluntary market, whilst according to an IMF report, the price should be closer to $70 US per ton. COP27 must make progress in refining the rules for the implementation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and make decisions that would increase the price of carbon traded in voluntary carbon markets. Mr. President, Excellencies, the world is also faced with an energy crisis. In 2019, almost 10% of the world's population did not have access to electricity. Electricity generated by fossil fuel increased by 178% from 2000 and 2021. Electricity generated from coal increased by 173% from 2000. Based on a recent energy outlook from the US Energy Information Administration, coal-fired generation is expected to be a key energy component as a result of several factors, including a drop in the share of natural gas and rising oil prices. Whilst all of this is occurring, the global energy demand is projected to increase by 47% in the next 30 years. According to the IEA, global electricity demand grew by 6% in 2021 and is projected to grow by 2.4% in 2022, of which only 50% is expected to be met from renewables. As such, the other 50% would have to be met from non-renewable energy sources. Furthermore, analysis by the IEA indicates that getting on the path to net zero emissions by 2050 would require a threefold increase in the current level of investments in the clean energy transition to about $4 trillion by 2030. The question is, therefore, how do we realistically strike this balance? This conversation must be practical, comprehensive, and fact-based. We all recognize that adjustments must be made to save our planet. But how will we craft this adjustment, considering the energy and food crisis, which are also critical, and ensure that inequality and access do not widen? In this energy transition, fossil fuel remains necessary. In this context, we are convinced that new entrants like Guyana must be part of this balanced approach. Even as a new entrant, Guyana proposed at COP26 the removal of subsidies from fossil fuel production and advocated the need for a strong global carbon price. We, however, do not believe that new entrants should be punished by removing access to financing and increasing costs of financing. This, in effect, will protect an existing monopoly, drive up the cost of investment, and deliver a higher price product. Mr. President, Excellencies, we are committed to building a Guyana that addresses issues of food security, climate change, energy security, and inequalities within our country and the region. Under the banner of One Guyana, my government has embarked on many initiatives to help bridge the gaps of inequality and access. We are on a path to reduce Guyana's food import bill and increase food security through increased cultivation and investment in new technology, climate-smart agriculture, all aimed at positioning Guyana as a leading food producer in CARICOM. Providing incentives, capital, land, and opportunities for youth and women to participate in agricultural transformation. To this end, you've earmarked 35% of all new agro-businesses to be led by women and have increased youth participation in agriculture with the use of technology by more than 40%. We are pursuing a low-carbon development strategy which aims at creating a model for value ecosystem services and sustainably developing and managing the blue economy, investing in clean energy and stimulate low-carbon growth, protecting against climate change and biodiversity loss, alignment with global climate and biodiversity goals. Our forests, which is the size of England, stored 19.5 gigatons of carbon with a deforestation rate of less than 0.05%. We intend to continue the sustainable management of our forests as a key national and global good. Having already achieved net zero, we are working steadfastly in our transition from a 2020 status of 95% dependence on heavy fuel oil and diesel to an energy mix which includes hydropower, solar, wind, and natural gas, from which more than 500 megawatts of new generating capacity will come on stream, of which 87% of this generated energy will be from clean and renewable sources. Human resource transformation through education is a key driver of our development. The achievement of inclusive and equitable quality education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities are all inextricably linked to attaining our sustainable development goals, including full employment, poverty eradication, and gender equality. Access to free, quality primary and secondary education will soon be followed by free tertiary education. The government of Guyana has invested in our indigenous communities in infrastructure, education, training, healthcare, and installing internet access capabilities. And we have commenced the training of our workforce for 2030 and beyond. Soon, we will be offering coding skills at our primary school, primary and secondary levels. Mr. President, Excellencies, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all spheres of life, of national life, is a priority. We are committed to ensuring equal access to education for girls and boys. Indeed, more girls are attending school in Guyana and graduating from university. Our focus now includes ensuring that our boys are not left behind. We have initiated several programs to create earning and employment opportunities for women and promote their financial independence. Recognizing that empowerment is inextricably linked to addressing the root causes of and eradicating discrimination and gender-based violence. To achieve balanced growth and sustainable and resilient development for Guyana, our strategies must focus on developing a diversified economic base, strengthen our agricultural and food production system, human resource transformation, investing in the social sector to deliver world-class health, education, and housing for all our people, ensuring an inclusive and equitable society in which prosperity is enjoyed by all. Building our future through the strengthening of our democratic values and respect for the rule of law. Mr. President, Excellencies, as part of the global family, Guyana subscribes to a rule-based international order, as well as the need for resurgence of political will and commitment to protect the multilateral architecture. We are deeply concerned about the number of persons living in conflict situations. The ongoing war in Ukraine is having terrible effects on the region and country, the impact of which are disproportionately felt by women and children. We urge a speedy and peaceful resolution of the conflict and express support for the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General in this regard. In our own region, we again join the overwhelming majority of members of the international community in reiterating Guyana's rejection of the sanctions imposed on the Republic of Cuba. Guyana also restates its solidarity with the Palestinian people and its support for their dignified existence in their own homeland in accordance with a two-state solution. Guyana does not condone or support the threat of or use of force in relations between states or in the resolution of disputes. Consistent with the Charter of the United Nations, Guyana subscribes to the use of peaceful means to settle disputes. In this context, Guyana thanks those who have already expressed support for a candidature for non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council. In the matter of Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity, challenged and threatened by Venezuela as it is, we remain, to quote the Secretary General at the opening of the general debate yesterday, and I quote, committed to make the most of every diplomatic tool for the pacific settlement of dispute as set out in the Charter of the United Nations, end of quote. In this case, judicial settlement, as determined by the Secretary General himself, the world's nations can be assured that Guyana shall remain true to those peaceful processes and deny every effort to depart from them. The International Court of Justice has already affirmed its jurisdiction in the matter. Mr. President, Excellencies, this Assembly must reinvigorate the spirit of multilateralism in finding solutions to the extant challenges which bedevil the global community of states. I close by reminding us all of an old quote: "A hungry man is an angry man." Global inequality is linked to global security, and global security is linked to the prosperity of all of humanity. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in this meeting. The 7th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned. And the 7th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Katalin Novák, President of Hungary. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Katalin Novák, President of Hungary, and invite her to address the Assembly.
It has perhaps always been the case that the waging of peace is the hardest form of leadership of all. I know of no single formula for success, but over the years, I have observed that some attributes of leadership are universal and are often about finding ways of encouraging people to combine their efforts, their talents, their insights, their enthusiasm, and their inspiration to work together. A quote from the speech of Her Majesty, the late Elizabeth II, from 2010, delivered here at the United Nations General Assembly. Today, on the International Day of Peace, I stand here to urge the world leaders to be faithful to the legacy of Elizabeth II so that we can live in peace. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly pleased and honored to greet my fellow Hungarian, President Csaba Kőrösi. With his presidency, after 40 years, Hungary is again serving as President of the UN General Assembly for 1 year. It is a great honor for Hungary, and especially so in the present challenging situation. Mr. President, dear Csaba, I wish you every success in your work. I'm standing in front of you today as the President of Hungary, the first woman president of my country, wife and mother of 3 children. As a president and as a mother, I feel responsible for preserving an environment for the generations to come, in which they can enjoy security and comfort. Today, on the International Day of Peace, I stand in front of the General Assembly to reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter, Article number 1, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace, and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of the peace, and to bring about, by peaceful means, and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of the peace. Let us remind ourselves to the main aim why the United Nations was brought to life: peace. We, people and leaders in the Western world, often pretend that we have lived in an age of permanent peace and prosperity since the end of the Second World War. In many ways, this might be true. Indeed, we live in a more peaceful and prosperous age than before. Let's not forget, though, that the wars and armed conflicts that rage in many regions of the globe, which kill innocent people, tear apart families, destroy infrastructure and economies, turn well-kept agricultures into wasteland, and add to the destruction of the world that surrounds us. According to the Council on Foreign Relations Global Conflict Tracker, there are currently 27 ongoing conflicts worldwide. The tracker categorizes conflict into 3 groups: worsening, unchanging, and improving. Right now, there is not a single conflict described as improving. Globally, conflict and violence are on the rise, according to the United Nations. The UN has warned that peace is more under threat around the world than it has been since the Second World War. The number of wars and armed conflicts around the world has been rising intensively since then. The scholarly optimism that the decline in the number of casualties might lead to a process where armed conflicts become irrelevant was quickly overshadowed by recent developments in Europe and other parts of the world. Excellencies, I come from Hungary, from the heart of Europe. Everyone would assume that since the Second World War, peace has been a regional characteristic. Let us not forget that only 11 years after the end of the Second World War, Soviet tanks were rolling on the streets of Budapest. We had 45 years of communist dictatorship, and it didn't take long after the peaceful change of regime of 1989 that war broke out in our imminent southern neighborhood. The killing lasted for a decade. Now, after hardly more than 20 years, war is raging on the European continent, once again in Hungary's neighboring country. It fills us with particular concern, especially because ethnic Hungarians living across the borders also shed their blood. Russia's war against Ukraine is a constant threat and security risk, not only for the Ukrainian citizens living in the war zone, but also for all of us. The threat of escalation is a reason for worry and action. Hungary firmly condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has destroyed peace in Europe, caused dramatic human suffering and destruction, and has serious repercussions on the world order. Since the beginning of this conflict, Hungarians have stood with the victims. We have been providing economic, social, and humanitarian aid to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people fleeing the war. Hungary is currently implementing the largest humanitarian operation in her recent history. The Hungarian people, churches, civil organizations, local authorities, and the government gave shelter to nearly 1 million refugees since the outbreak of the conflict. We have learned that war is evil and leads nowhere. A war only has victims, and the ones with the greatest losses are families, mothers and fathers who lose their children in the battlefield, wives who lose their husbands in the fighting, children who lose their brothers, sisters in the hell of war. it is in the strongest possible terms that we call for the investigation of war crimes committed against innocent civilians. These crimes must be documented, investigated, and prosecuted by the relevant international institutions. No crimes committed can go unpunished. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what do we want in the UN? To win the war? We should not stand for winning any war. We need to stand for restoring the peace. If there is a will, there is a way. Hungary is a member of several federal systems. Above all, the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, the Council of Europe, and I could go on. These organizations were created by their founding fathers to pursue peace as their fundamental goal. I could say that they were created by the desire for peace, and I'm convinced that the service of peace is the foundation of their identity. Let me recall again the words of late Queen Elizabeth II. I quote, "The aims and values which inspire the United Nations Charter endure to promote international peace, security, and justice, to relieve and remove the blight of hunger, poverty, and disease, and to protect the rights and liberties of every citizen." Hungary urges fellow member states to declare peace as the major priority in the present conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Excellencies, dear President, ladies and gentlemen, it is by no means self-evident that today, at the time of war, energy, and food crisis, the organizations set up to avoid war and preserve peace are focusing on ideological indoctrination. This is not what is needed today. Instead, we must regain our ability to distinguish between the essential and the irrelevant, the important and the unimportant, reality and fiction. Most of us came to the assembly from London. We attended Elizabeth II's funeral together and bowed at her coffin. We bade farewell to an exceptional monarch whose life was steeped in service to peace. We owe it to the people and to her memory to make our decisions in the same spirit. Let me conclude by quoting Winston Churchill from 1953. "Those who can win a war well can rarely make a good peace. And those who could make a good peace would never have won a war. Let us make a good peace." Thank you for listening to me.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Hungary for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur Sabah.
Mr. Csaba Kőrösi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, I would like to, first of all, congratulate you on being brilliantly elected to preside over the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I wish you every success as you discharge this lofty mission. I also would like to address my heartfelt congratulations to your predecessor, Mr. Abdallah Shahid, and thank him for his outstanding leadership and the effective management of our deliberations during the previous session. Mr. President, his worthy initiatives in a difficult context marked, in particular, by the COVID-19 pandemic, enabled us to keep hope for a better future. I would like to pay a very warm tribute to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, and assure him that he has the full support of my country as he continues with his tireless efforts to strengthen the role played by the United Nations in implementing the objectives we had set for ourselves. Secretary General, you have every encouragement from us, in particular, as you implement the relevant proposals contained in your report called Our Common Agenda. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the major successes that we have seen in many areas of the United Nations since its inception. And in this framework, my country would like to thank the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the HCR. They declared on the 30th June 2022 the end of the Ivorian refugee status. I take this opportunity to welcome the excellent cooperation we've had between the HCR and my country. Nonetheless, the growing number and the complexity of challenges we're facing in the area of peace and security, democracy, human rights, environmental protection remain sources of concern. And I welcome the relevance of the theme of the current session as it invites us to search for the solutions to the challenges we're facing. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the growing geopolitical tensions and new and emerging international conflicts undermine international peace and security. The war in Ukraine has just recalled for us the fact that peace is a permanent quest and that we have continued pursuing it tirelessly. This confrontation, with the risk that it represents of using nuclear weapons, continues to undermine global peace and to plunge humankind into various crises. It shows us yet once again the limits of military options in the settlement of conflicts. And that is why Côte d'Ivoire has always advocated peaceful coexistence as well as dialogue in the search for solutions to differences amongst nations. And we would like to renew our appeal to the immediate and definitive cessation of hostilities in Ukraine. This war has very serious economic, financial, and social ramifications for African countries. Indeed, the hike in the price of oil and the difficulties in supplying markets with grain and fertilizer have led to a generalized inflation and a spike in the interest rates in international markets and also resulted in the slowing down of the global rate of growth. Therefore, for several African countries, this conflict means that it's difficult to fund their economies. It also means that there is a growth in the price of basic goods, and even there are cases of famine. And this is because the countries depend on the grain and fertilizer coming from Ukraine and Russia. And this situation led the government of my country, Côte d'Ivoire, to subsidize the price of oil and wheat and to cap temporarily the price of several major food products, so as to extend support to households, in particular the most vulnerable ones. I welcome the signing in Istanbul on the 22nd of July 2022 under the aegis of the United Nations and Turkey on the wheat agreement. We regret, however, that only 17% of wheat exported by Ukraine since that date have been earmarked for African countries. Now, given this fact, Côte d'Ivoire is asking once again that priority be given to Africa in the implementation of the Istanbul Agreement. Furthermore, we launch an urgent appeal to international financial institutions and to Africa's development partners to mobilize the resources necessary to support the most fragile countries so they can face the multiple ramifications of the conflict in Ukraine. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peacekeeping operations of the United Nations are a tangible manifestation of our collective action for peace in those countries which are victims of conflict. Côte d'Ivoire hosted one of the largest peacekeeping operations in Africa, and we understand very well the sacrifice made by the troop contributing countries, the sacrifice they make so as to bring back peace and facilitate post-conflict recovery. It is because of the success of the United Nations operation in Côte d'Ivoire, NOSI, and because of our faith in the values of the United Nations Charter, that my country decided to actively participate in United Nations peacekeeping operations, as I declared to the Security Council in December 2018. I therefore am very happy with the participation of Côte d'Ivoire in the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali, MINUSMA, and in the United Nations mission in the Central African Republic, MINURCA. And I would like to laud the professionalism of the Ivorian contingents deployed in the course of these operations. And I bow in front of the memory of the Ivorian servicemen who died in the cause of peace in the brotherly country of Mali, which needs the engagement and commitment of everyone with them as they combat armed terrorist groups. Unfortunately, in this context of fighting against terrorism, 46 Ivorian soldiers deployed within the 8th National Support Element Detachment within MINUSMA in Mali are unjustly detained there and have been detained since the 10th of July of this year. And once again, I call for their release without delay. My country encourages the Malian authorities to focus their efforts on combating terrorism and on implementing resolutely the various stages of the transition timetable, as well as institutional and political reforms in the run-up to the presidential elections planned for February 2024, and to do this for the well-being of the entire Malian people. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism continues presenting a major threat to international peace and security, and an enormous challenge that no country can face on its own. And that is why we need to strengthen our collective instruments of combating this scourge and to show our solidarity and determination. In this regard, my country welcomes the decisive action by France and its European partners in the Sahel, and reiterates its appeal for a greater involvement of other major powers in the fight against terrorism in the Sahel and in the Gulf of Guinea, in support of national armies to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Accra Initiative, of course. So as to contribute to this collective effort, Côte d'Ivoire puts at the disposal of the African countries its International Academy on Combating Terrorism, which is an institution in the coastal city of Jacquesville, which provides training in all civilian and military skills needed to fight against terrorism. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our session is taking place at the time where the energy crisis following the war in Ukraine tends to undermine the accomplishments we have made in greenhouse gas emission reduction, in particular because of going back in some industrialized countries to using carbon-based fuel. The time, unfortunately, is running out, and we have to act fast and implement all of the commitments contained in the Paris Agreement if we want to implement the objective of stemming the global warming below the threshold level of 1.5 degrees Celsius. To reach this goal, developed countries have to drastically reduce their levels of greenhouse gas emissions and to honor the commitment to mobilize $100 billion per year for the benefit of developing countries. COP27, to take place in Egypt, will provide us, I am certain, with a new opportunity to renew the political commitment of all of the stakeholders to contribute towards the fight against global warming. I would like to state yet once again that my country will honor its commitments undertaken within the Paris Agreement on Climate, and we intend to work to protect our forest cover and our rich biodiversity. This is the rationale behind the Abidjan Legacy Program, which was launched at the 15th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention Against desertification, COP15, which we had the honor of hosting from 9th to the 20th of May of 2022. And I am very happy to see the exceptional mobilization and the financial support from our developing partners to the Abidjan Legacy Program, which very quickly collected the resources needed for its implementation, namely $2.5 billion. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, more than ever, humankind is at a watershed moment for its future. The threats our countries are facing compel us to show greater solidarity, working together, justice and equity, all principles which undergird the multilateralism which my country holds dear. And it is in this spirit that Côte d'Ivoire calls for an in-depth reform of the United Nations Security Council, where Africa could find its right place. I thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Csaba Kőrösi, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me commend the President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his sustained effort in returning the General Assembly to its pre-pandemic work pace and his message of assembly. I'm gratefully optimistic about your leadership in these unprecedented times. I also commend the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for galvanizing the necessary multilateral support in search of solutions to meet the scale and urgency of current global challenges. His timely submission of our Common Agenda report that speaks to strengthening the global governance with a focus on a future agenda driven by multilateral solidarity and collective action is also commendable. As our world wrestles with an unprecedented and volatile economic outlook because of the lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic and other crises, the theme, Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, is most appropriate and timely. Mr. President, our progress towards achieving global sustainable development goals by 2030 has been complicated by the repurposing of global development and investment finance, disruptions of production and supply chains, growing food and energy insecurities, general slowdowns in the economies of nations, and the perennial adverse effects of climate change.
I call on the global family to be intentional and fair about developing innovative development financing products that are free from the stringent restrictions and high transaction costs associated with concessionary loans. Multilateral financial institutions can de-risk investment that are critical for sustainable development. Aid must also be aligned with domestic development priorities. Mr. President, the adverse effects of climate change are borderless. Global warming, unpredictable weather patterns, rising sea levels, and land degradation are taking a profound toll on global food and water security. There are associated governance and stability costs. We are informed that Africa faces disproportionate risk and cost from climate change. We must therefore be consistent in meeting our commitments to all existing international frameworks for addressing climate change. Beyond the usual declarations, we must collaborate on and coordinate mitigation efforts, improve infrastructure for early warning systems, invest more in improving the management of water resources, promote disaster risk management, and enhance the conservation and protection of natural habitats. There are opportunities, especially in Africa, and Sierra Leone in particular, for just energy and just rural agricultural transitions. Fair and accessible multilateral climate financing can catalyze the global and country-specific measures and innovation necessary to build and support sustainable climate resilience. Green investing does support sustainable development. In these efforts, the role and interest of women and young people must be central to climate investments. Sierra Leone is fully committed to concluding the Treaty on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biology
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Saba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join Your Excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful, democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his bold steps in steering the United Nations community and for ensuring its business continuity under the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by multiple global threats, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism, and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it in word and in deed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working maturity in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted, surviving overwhelming odds and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these atolls are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, this is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly morph into a global food shortage," end of quote. We are encouraged to note that education, health, agriculture, and numerous other public services have become increasingly reliant on digital access. The world needs greater investment in the development of ICT infrastructure, accompanied with policies that support innovation and increased acquisition and deployment of technology. In so doing, we should be driven by the conviction that these measures offer a viable shortcut to poverty reduction and the promotion of inclusive development. I call for stronger global partnerships to enhance ICT infrastructure in developing countries and bridge the yawning digital divide between the global south and the rest of the world. Excellencies, This 77th session of the Assembly follows the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, at 50, as well as Stockholm plus 50, and the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Outcomes of these conferences demanded real commitment to address global environmental concerns as a matter of urgency and for a just transition to sustainable economies that work for all people. The March 2022 landmark resolution of the 5th United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi to end plastic pollution is a decisive signal to the world that the world is prepared and motivated to act on this menace. Kenya is committed to work closely with other nations to pursue legally binding instruments aimed at bringing an end to plastic pollution. As the host nation to UNEP and the UN Habitat, Kenya affirms that these critical United Nations agencies have an indispensable role in the promotion of environmental sustainability globally, as well as developing socially and environmentally sound and sustainable cities. In keeping with its strong commitment to multilateral institutions, Kenya has made available more land for the United Nations office in Nairobi to facilitate the upgrading of its complex. I take this opportunity to call on member states to complement this contribution through enhanced financing to adequately modernize the UN facilities in Nairobi. Kenya remains a strong advocate for making the sustainable use of oceans and blue economy resources a development priority, holding the firm belief that significantly increased investment in this essential sector can end hunger, can also reduce poverty, create jobs, and spur economic growth. I urge the Secretary General to continue calling attention to the urgent need to develop this vital sector. In particular, I call on developed countries to invest in sustainable fishing, protect marine ecosystems, and share ocean-based climate solutions with developing countries. For our part, I am pleased to report that building on the historic 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, Kenya is reviewing its national blue economy strategy to strengthen community structures in participatory management of fresh water, coastal and marine resources, and ecosystems. The strategy is expected to contribute to our economic development through food and nutrition security, coastal and rural development, and income increases along the aquaculture value chain. It also enhances maritime transport and tourism. We invite development partnerships to invest in Africa towards building capacity to sustainably utilize marine resources. We must rally together to make the best use of Africa's vast blue resources in developing our economies while meeting our climate targets. As we look forward to the 27th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, scheduled for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is logical to expect that member states will shift their attention towards the development and implementation of frameworks for climate change mitigation. Accomplishment of pending actions by member states is essential for the implementation work that lie ahead. I therefore call upon all of us to urgently deliver on all commitments made towards climate change financing. On this matter, it is critical to emphasize that we are running out of time. Over the past decade, Kenya has sustained its aggressive pursuit for rapid socioeconomic transformation through three principal roadmaps. First is the Kenya National Vision 2030. Second, the formal long-term blueprint aimed at transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized, upper middle-income country, providing high quality of life to its citizens in a clean and secure environment by 2030. The second has been the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the third, the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya looks towards tapping into a variety of resources to catalyze the achievement of these interlocking and mutually reinforcing objectives. The disruption and ensuing crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to diversify our focus into new servicing, run the risk of losing development gains due to the shocks inflicted by the pandemic and associated disruptions. I call upon global financial institutions and the international community to take urgent measures and release all existing financial instruments to provide much-needed additional liquidity and secure better fiscal space for developing countries like Kenya to enhance social investment, support climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and resolve development financing challenges. On behalf of Kenya, therefore, I join other leaders in calling upon the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral lenders to extend pandemic-related debt relief to the worst-hit countries, especially those affected by the devastating combination of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. Furthermore, I urge the G20 to extend and expand the scope of the common framework to suspend or reschedule debt repayments by middle-income countries during the pandemic recovery period. At this point, I would like this distinguished assembly to take a moment and consider the peace and security landscape, a landscape currently beset with multiple challenges, yet abounding with considerable opportunities. Our home region of East and Horn of Africa is in particular burdened by significant conflicts and challenges with implications for the region's development. We stand on the cusp of first opportunity for galvanizing confidence-building measures to generate and sustain momentum towards sustainable peace. In its role as an anchor state in the region, Kenya has sustained our investment in diplomatic efforts to find lasting peace in multiple situations within and beyond the region. Although some processes have yielded undeniable success, challenges remain. I therefore strongly reiterate our call for partnership towards confidence-building measures and urge more concerted efforts towards sustainable peace and stability. Kenya is currently serving in the United Nations Security Council. I am proud to confirm that our engagement over the last 2 years has prioritized regional peace and security, countering terrorism and violent extremism, peace support operations, climate and security as critical contributions to the collective efforts to build a safer, more prosperous and peaceful world. I am also proud to state that Kenya has continued to champion closer cooperation between regional mechanisms and the Security Council as an effective means to achieving international peace and security. Kenya continues to advocate the renewal of the Africa Union security architecture, which draws comparative strength from the highly productive complementarity between the United Nations, the Africa Union, and the regional economic communities. Working closely with the 2 elected African countries of the A3 in the UN Security Council, we are committed to finding a stronger Africa voice in the Council and achieving a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system. It is our manifest intention to see greater Pan-Africanization of the global agenda in order to make multilateralism work for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the global South. Let me express the strong collective conviction of my country that the relevance, legitimacy, and moral authority of the United Nations will forever remain deficient, undermined by the absence of comprehensive reforms of the United Nations Security Council. We therefore remain firmly committed to reforming the Security Council to make it a more effective, representative, and democratic global institution. Given the magnitude and variety of challenges the world continues to confront, a more fit for purpose United Nations is urgently needed, one that possesses the legitimacy and efficacy in dealing with threats to international peace and security. A just and inclusive world order cannot be spearheaded by a United Nations Security Council that persistently and unjustly fails the inclusivity criterion. Similarly, threats to democracy will not be credibly resolved by an undemocratic and representative Security Council. It is vitally important for this critical institution to reflect the values it is entrusted to protect, to defend, to uphold on behalf of humankind. We welcome the call by President Biden this morning for the expansion of the membership of the Security Council as a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to building consensus for the actualization of the same. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted health systems, seriously challenging the implementation of programs that are vital for the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. To place us firmly back on track and accelerate our progress towards these SDGs targets, it is imperative for us to foster sustainable partnerships between governments, other state actors, the civil society, and the private sector. This modality of collective action is particularly vital for building resilient health systems whose importance in enabling us withstand future pandemics and other health crises can no longer be disputed. For this reason, Kenya will continue to strongly support the development of legally binding World Health Organization international instrument to anchor global solidarity and promote equity. The fact of the matter is that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed for all the world to see the severe deficit of these critical values in our present multilateral configuration. Global supply chains remained impervious to demands in the global South generally, and Africa in particular. Unequal access to vaccines underscored this unjust and unequal situation with unforgettable clarity. Whenever human life, security, and welfare is in jeopardy, it is immoral to administer interventions through frameworks that are anchored on fundamental inequality. We are all witnesses to admirable demonstrations of effective solidarity in response to crises in various parts of the world. Our knowledge of the possibility of spontaneous yet resolute global solidarity reinforces the African exception as particularly repugnant. From genocides and civil conflict to famine and pandemics, the African continent is consistently left behind to bear the brunt of weak solidarity and disastrous failure of multilateralism. History indicates the last time Africa was the focal point of strong and effective multilateralism and multilateral consensus was during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, and the character of the ensuing interventions casts a long shadow to date. Not to put too fine a point to it, the failure of multilateralism during crises which relegate the people of Africa outside the cycle of moral consideration and normalizes humanitarian neglect and other casual injustices are failures of humanity. Nothing about Africa, and I say nothing about Africa or its people makes it acceptable for this type of failure to persist in this era. And we have an urgent moral duty to do better, and to right this wrong. For decades, Africa has borne the brunt of three epidemics: the HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I applaud innovative partnerships like the Global Fund for their progress in addressing the three menaces, and also welcome the ambitious targets set for the 7th replenishment cycle. Kenya is committed to supporting the Global Fund and implementing the agreed targets in order to actualize our pledge at the replenishment conference. Kenya calls upon all countries implementing the Global Fund programs, especially fellow African states, to remain at the forefront in championing for successful replenishment of the fund. This way, the mobilization of much-needed resources is enhanced, bringing us closer to the final elimination of these dangerous diseases. In conclusion, Kenya joins the Secretary General in calling for the strengthening of multilateralism as the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all. This is the imperative of our time and the call of this moment. It is time to work on the trust deficit with stronger conviction that none of us is really safe until all of us are safe. The theme of the 77th session, and I quote, "A watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges," end of quote, demands that we recognize the crises we must confront are interlinked in a complicated way. They can only be effectively addressed through more imaginative strategies and innovative formula. A population of 8 billion people in a densely networked world increasingly looks up to the multilateral system as the anchor for their individual aspirations directly and indirectly through robust national frameworks. Increasingly, therefore, the United Nations system is expected to be responsive to these needs, and for the proceedings in this forum, in a forum like this, to speak to ordinary people in far-flung reaches of our incredibly diverse globe. It is impossible to address all their individual needs directly, but it is possible to respond to all of them by speaking with conviction to the universal values of equality, inclusion, justice, solidarity, and collective action, and by making sure that all our interventions effectively reflect them with clarity. The integrity of the international order must be measured by the distance separating our resolutions, consensus, and agreement from decisions, actions, committed interventions, and effective solutions. A watershed moment, therefore, demands that we reduce that gap drastically and quickly. Kenya pursues numerous essential domestic agenda through the multilateral framework. We are heavily invested in the strength, effectiveness, and eventual success of all interventions formulated by the United Nations. It is important that the output of this and other similar fora achieve immediate resonance in the minds and lives of our youth still seeking opportunity to express and actualize themselves, our farmers working to feed nations, our Juakali entrepreneurs striving in pursuit of success in the informal economy, and our professionals who formulate policy, implement strategy, and monitor service delivery in public and private sectors. Africa places immense value in the international community and the tremendous possibilities it can unlock through inclusive, sustainable, and effective action to transform the lives of our people and establish lasting peace, security, and shared prosperity. This watershed moment is our chance to turn the key and open this door of opportunity. We can make progress in addressing the triple global threats and liberate ourselves from the shame of past failures of multilateralism. At this watershed moment, we must not only choose, but also act decisively to bequeath our children and their children a greener, safer, healthier, and more abundant earth. Let us do it together, inclusively, multilaterally. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Saba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join Your Excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful, democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session, and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this, Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it in word and in deed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working majority in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted, surviving overwhelming odds and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these ASALs are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plan 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, this is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly move into a global food shortage."
Is in New York and is addressing the UN General Assembly as at this moment. Let's cross over live to New York.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join your excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his bold steps in steering the United Nations community and for ensuring its business continuity under the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by multiple global threats such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it inward and indeed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working majority in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted, surviving overwhelming odds and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these atolls are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, this is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly move into a global food shortage," end of quote. We are encouraged to note that education, health, agriculture, and numerous other public services have become increasingly reliant on digital access. The world needs greater investment in the development of ICT infrastructure, accompanied with policies that support innovation and increased acquisition and deployment of technology. In so doing, we should be driven by the conviction that these measures offer a viable shortcut to poverty reduction and the promotion of inclusive development. I call for stronger global partnerships to enhance ICT infrastructure in developing countries and bridge the yawning digital divide between the global south and the rest of the world. Excellencies, this 77th session of the Assembly follows the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, at 50, as well as Stockholm Plus 50, and the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Outcomes of these conferences demanded real commitment to address global environmental concerns as a matter of urgency and for a just transition to sustainable economies that work for all people. The March 2022 landmark resolution of the 5th United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi to end plastic pollution is a decisive signal to the world that the world is prepared and motivated to act on this menace. Kenya is committed to work closely with other nations to pursue legally binding instruments aimed at bringing an end to plastic pollution. As the host nation to UNEP and the UN Habitat, Kenya affirms that these critical United Nations agencies have an indispensable role in the promotion of environmental sustainability globally, as well as developing socially and environmentally sound and sustainable cities. In keeping with its strong commitment to multilateral institutions, Kenya has made available more land for the United Nations office in Nairobi to facilitate the upgrading of its complex. I take this opportunity to call on member states to complement this contribution through enhanced financing to adequately modernize the UNON facilities in Nairobi. Kenya remains a strong advocate for making the sustainable use of oceans and blue economy resources a development priority, holding the firm belief that significantly increased investment in this essential sector can end hunger, can also reduce poverty, create jobs, and spur economic growth. I urge the Secretary General to continue calling attention to the urgent need to develop this vital sector. In particular, I call on developed countries to invest in sustainable fishing, protect marine ecosystems, and share ocean-based climate solutions with developing countries. For our part, I am pleased to report that building on the historic 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, Kenya is reviewing its national blue economy strategy to strengthen community structures in participatory management of freshwater, coastal and marine resources and ecosystems. The strategy is expected to contribute to our economic development through food and nutrition security, coastal and rural development, and income increases along the aquaculture value chain. It also enhances maritime transport and tourism. We invite development partnerships to invest in Africa towards building capacity to sustainably utilize marine resources. We must rally together to make the best use of Africa's vast blue resources in developing our economies while meeting our climate targets. As we look forward to the 27th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, scheduled for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is logical to expect that member states will shift their attention towards the development and implementation of frameworks for climate change mitigation. Accomplishment of pending actions by member states is essential for the implementation work that lie ahead. I therefore call upon all of us to urgently deliver on all commitments made towards climate change financing. On this matter, it is critical to emphasize that we are running out of time. Over the past decade, Kenya has sustained its aggressive pursuit for rapid socio-economic transformation through three principal roadmaps. First is the Kenya National Vision 2030. Second, the formal long-term blueprint aimed at transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized, upper middle-income country, providing high quality of life to its citizens in a clean and secure environment by 2030. The second has been the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the third, the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya looks towards tapping into a variety of resources to catalyze the achievement of these interlocking and mutually reinforcing objectives. The disruption and ensuing crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to diversify our focus into new interventions, including economic stimulus program, a COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, and a COVID-19 socio-economic re-engineering recovery strategy, all aimed at mitigating the adverse impacts of the pandemic. I confirm that we have done the best of everything we could in the circumstances. Nevertheless, it is not enough. Kenya and the rest of Africa, like other developing nations, are in need of greater international partnership and cooperation to avert economic crisis in the wake of the pandemic. Developing countries, being heavily burdened by external debt servicing, run the risk of losing development gains due to the shocks inflicted by the pandemic and associated disruptions. I call upon global financial institutions and the international community to take urgent measures and release all existing financial instruments to provide much-needed additional liquidity and secure better fiscal space for developing countries like Kenya to enhance social investment, support climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and resolve development financing challenges. On behalf of Kenya, therefore, I join other leaders in calling upon the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral lenders to extend pandemic-related debt relief to the worst-hit countries, especially those affected by the devastating combination of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. Furthermore, I urge the G20 to extend and expand the scope of the common framework to suspend or reschedule debt repayments by middle-income countries during the pandemic recovery period. At this point, I would like this distinguished assembly to take a moment and consider the peace and security landscape, a landscape currently beset with multiple challenges, yet abounding with considerable opportunities. Our home region of East and Horn of Africa is in particular burdened by significant conflicts and challenges with implications for the region's development. We stand on the cusp of first opportunity for galvanizing confidence-building measures to generate and sustain momentum towards sustainable peace. In its role as an anchor state in the region, Kenya has sustained our investment in diplomatic efforts to find lasting peace in multiple situations within and beyond the region. Although some processes have yielded undeniable success, challenges remain. I therefore strongly reiterate our call for partnership towards confidence-building measures and urge more concerted efforts towards sustainable peace and stability. Kenya is currently serving in the United Nations Security Council. I am proud to confirm that our engagement over the last 2 years has prioritized regional peace and security, countering terrorism and violent extremism, peace support operations, climate and security as critical contributions to the collective efforts to build a safer, more prosperous and peaceful world. I am also proud to state that Kenya has continued to champion closer cooperation between regional mechanisms and the Security Council as an effective means to achieving international peace and security. Kenya continues to advocate the renewal of the Africa Union security architecture, which draws comparative strength from the highly productive complementarity between the United Nations, the Africa Union, and the regional economic communities. Working closely with the two elected African countries of the A3 in the UN Security Council, we are committed to finding a stronger Africa voice in the Council and achieving a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system. It is our manifest intention to see greater Pan-Africanization of the global agenda in order to make multilateralism work for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the global South. Let me express the strong collective conviction of my country that the relevance, legitimacy, and moral authority of the United Nations will forever remain deficient, undermined by the absence of comprehensive reforms of the United Nations Security Council. We therefore remain firmly committed to reforming the Security Council to make it a more effective, representative, and democratic global institution. Given the magnitude and variety of challenges the world continues to confront, a more fit for purpose United Nations is urgently needed, one that possesses the legitimacy and efficacy in dealing with threats to international peace and security. A just and inclusive world order cannot be spearheaded by a United Nations Security Council that persistently and unjustly fails the inclusivity criterion. Similarly, threats to democracy will not be credibly resolved by an undemocratic and representative Security Council. It is vitally important for this critical institution to reflect the values it is entrusted to protect, to defend, to uphold on behalf of humankind. We welcome the call by President Biden this morning for the expansion of the membership of the Security Council as a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to building consensus for the actualization of the same. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted health systems, seriously challenging the implementation of programs that are vital for the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. To place us firmly back on track and accelerate our progress towards these SDGs targets, it is imperative for us to foster sustainable partnerships between governments, other state actors, the civil society, and the private sector. This modality of collective action is particularly vital for building resilient health systems, whose importance in enabling us withstand future pandemics and other health crises can no longer be disputed. For this reason, Kenya will continue to strongly support the development of legally binding World Health Organization international instrument to anchor global solidarity and promote equity. The fact of the matter is that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed for all the world to see the severe deficit of these critical values in our present multilateral configuration. Global supply chains remained impervious to demands in the global south generally and Africa in particular. Unequal access to vaccines underscored this unjust and unequal situation with unforgettable clarity. Whenever human life, security, and welfare is in jeopardy, it is immoral to administer interventions through frameworks that are anchored on fundamental inequality. We are all witnesses to admirable demonstrations of effective solidarity in response to crises in various parts of the world. Our knowledge of the possibility of spontaneous yet resolute global solidarity reinforces the African exception as particularly repugnant. From genocides and civil conflict to famine and pandemics, the African continent is consistently left behind to bear the brunt of weak solidarity and disastrous failure of multilateralism. History indicates the last time Africa was the focal point of strong and effective multilateralism and multilateral consensus was during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, and the character of the ensuing interventions casts a long shadow to date. Not to put too fine a point to it, the failure of multilateralism during crises which relegate the people of Africa outside the cycle of moral consideration and normalizes humanitarian neglect and other casual injustices are failures of humanity. Nothing about Africa, and I say nothing about Africa or its people makes it acceptable for this type of failure to persist in this era. And we have an urgent moral duty to do better, and to right this wrong. For decades, Africa has borne the brunt of three epidemics: the HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I applaud innovative partnerships like the Global Fund for their progress in addressing the three menaces, and also welcome the ambitious targets set for the 7th replenishment cycle. Kenya is committed to supporting the Global Fund and implementing the agreed targets in order to actualize our pledge at the replenishment conference. Kenya calls upon all countries implementing the Global Fund programs, especially fellow African states, to remain at the forefront in championing for successful replenishment of the fund. This way, the mobilization of much-needed resources is enhanced, bringing us closer to the final elimination of these dangerous diseases. In conclusion, Kenya joins the Secretary General in calling for the strengthening of multilateralism as the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all. This is the imperative of our time and the call of this moment. It is time to work on the trust deficit with stronger conviction that none of us is really safe until all of us are safe. The theme of the 77th session, and I quote, "a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges," end of quote, demands that we recognize the crises we must confront are interlinked in a complicated way. They can only be effectively addressed through more imaginative strategies and innovative formula. A population of 8 billion people in a densely networked world increasingly looks up to the multilateral system as the anchor for their individual aspirations directly and indirectly through robust national frameworks. Increasingly, therefore, the United Nations system is expected to be responsive to these needs, and for the proceedings in this forum, in a forum like this, to speak to ordinary people in far-flung reaches of our incredibly diverse globe. It is impossible to address all their individual needs directly, but it is possible to respond to all of them by speaking with conviction to the universal values of equality, inclusion, justice, solidarity, and collective action, and by making sure that all our interventions effectively reflect them with clarity. The integrity of the international order must be measured by the distance separating our resolutions, consensus, and agreement from decisions, actions, committed interventions, and effective solutions. A watershed moment, therefore, demands that we reduce that gap drastically and quickly. Kenya pursues numerous essential domestic agenda through the multilateral framework. We are heavily invested in the strength, effectiveness, and eventual success of all interventions formulated by the United Nations. It is important that the output of this and other similar fora achieve immediate resonance in the minds and lives of our youth still seeking opportunity to express and actualize themselves, our farmers working to feed nations, our Juakali entrepreneurs striving in pursuit of success in the informal economy, and our professionals who formulate policy, implement strategy, and monitor service delivery in public and private sectors. Africa places immense value in the international community and the tremendous possibilities it can unlock through inclusive, sustainable, and effective action to transform the lives of our people and establish lasting peace, security, and shared prosperity. This watershed moment is our chance to turn the key and open this door of opportunity. We can make progress in addressing the triple global threats and liberate ourselves from the shame of past failures of multilateralism. At this watershed moment, we must not only choose, but also act decisively to bequeath our children and their children a greener, safer, healthier, and more abundant earth. Let us do it together, inclusively, multilaterally. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly.
All right, President William Ruto making his inaugural address at the United Nations General Assembly, the 77th ordinary session. Now, that speech is hallmarked by a lot, and we can break it down. The pandemic, post the pandemic, high cost of living, building back better from the bottom, drought in the Horn of Africa, calling for funding, support affected countries, the climate change, funding to farmers, global ICT infrastructure, the plastic menace, funding to the UNEP, increasing land for UNEP. Quite a lot to talk about from the president's speech, that inaugural speech. But time now for a short break right here on News Hour. We still have a lot on the other side. Stay with us. We're back after this break.
Nilikuwa najaribu kuangalia ni upande wa ferry ama ni upande wa island, lakini ni kweli kwamba wale sani askari wamevuka kutoka upande wa Likoni.
Na kidogo kwanza Hussein, asante sana. Kidogo shikilia tu hapo, manake mtazamaji, tayari majaji wameingia mahakamani sasa. Tutakupeleka kule moja kwa moja.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Supreme Court of Kenya for the delivery of judgment in presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with E001, E002, E003, E004, E007, and E008 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and 6 others, versus William Ruto and 13 others. The Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court is presiding.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the judgment of the court, which is delivered pursuant through to Rule 23.1 of the Supreme Court Presidential Election Petition Rules 2017 in the presidential election held on the 9th August 2022. This is an abridged version of the judgment. The full judgment will be delivered after 21 days. Kenya is a sovereign multi-party democratic state whose foundations are firmly spelled in the Constitution. The Kenyan people's quest for electoral reforms since independence is well documented. That notwithstanding, and even without going back to the pre-1992 era, every cycle of elections has been highly contested, with the exception of 2002. This speaks to a background of distrust of the administration of our electoral process. Informed by this setting, Kenyans made a decision to vest the Supreme Court with the jurisdiction to determine questions regarding the validity of a presidential election under Article 140 of the Constitution. The reactions following the declaration of results of the presidential election of 9th August 2022 shows that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has not yet garnered universal public confidence and trust in the internal management of the Commission and elections. On the 15th August 2022, 6 days after the general elections were held, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IEBC, announced the following results. Raila Odinga, 6.942,930 votes, representing 48.85%. William Ruto, 7.176,141 votes, representing 50.49%. David Wahiga, 31,987, representing 0.23%. George Wajakoya, 61,969, representing 0.44%. Based on the aforesaid results, the chairperson of IEBC declared William Samoei Ruto the first respondent, the presidential candidate for the United Democratic Alliance Party, as the president-elect. This declaration has precipitated a total of 9 presidential petitions that are filed before us, to wit, number 1, presidential election number 001 of 2022, John Njoroge Kamau versus Wafula Chebukati and 3 others, and Raila Amolo Odinga and 7 others named as interested parties. The second petition is presidential election number 002 of 2022, Youth Advocacy Africa and another versus IEBC and 12 others. Third petition, Presidential Election Petition number 003 of 2022, Kerif Khalifa and 3 others versus IMBC and 3 others. Fourth petition, Presidential Election Petition number 4 of 2022, David Kariuki Ngari versus IMBC and 9 others. 5, Presidential Election Petition number 5 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and another versus IMBC. 6, Presidential Election Petition number 6 of 2022 by Moses Kuria and others versus Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and 4 others named as interested parties. Number 7, Presidential Election number 007 of 2022, Okia Omtata Okoiti and others versus IMBC and others. Number 8, petition number 008 of 2022, Julia Nyokabi Chege and others versus IMBC and 3 others. And the last one, but not least, petition number 009 of 2022, Ruben Kigame Richete versus IMBC and others. In addition to these petitions, we received a total of 24 interlocutory applications and 1 preliminary objection, which were filed in this court. 2 of the presidential election petitions were struck out. That is petition number 006 and 009 of 2022 for failure to meet the constitutional threshold as set out under Article 140 of the Constitution. On 29 August 2022, this court also admitted 3 amici curiae briefs by the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya section of International Commission of Jurists, and John Warubengo and 2 others. Upon perusing and considering the issues raised in the remaining presidential election petition numbers 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 007, and 8, the responses and the submissions filed thereto, this court found that all the 7 petitions substantially raised similar issues and sought similar reliefs. Consequently, on 30th August 2022, this court ordered that the 7 petitions be consolidated and designated Presidential Election Petition number 005 of 2022 as the read file. From the consolidated petition, the responses filed and submissions filed by all the parties, the court crystallized the following issues for determination. And those issues are there. We have repeated them several times. I will not read them. Having considered and deliberated upon the consolidated petition, the attendant responses, submissions, and also considering the amici curiae briefs, we now make the following determination on issue number 1, which is whether the technology deployed by IMBC for the conduct of the 2022 general elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. As noted in the introduction, lack of trust in the electoral system has endured in Kenya for a long time. This led to the introduction of electoral technology following recommendations made by the Independent Review Commission on the general elections held on the 27th December 2007 popularly known as the Kriegler Commission report. That report recommended integration of technology into Kenya's electoral process for registration, identification of voters, and transmission of results. These were enacted in Section 44 of the Elections Act 2011. By this statute, IEBC is enjoined to adopt technology in the electoral process. As a consequence, the IEBC developed a technology known as Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System, KIEMS, making Kenya's election process an hybrid as it employed both technology and manual processes. The first, third, and fourth petitioners in the consolidated petition challenge the technology used by IEBC during the 2022 general election. They plead that the manner in which technology was deployed and utilized fell short of the prescribed constitutional and statutory standards. As regards the audit of the register of voters, they urge that IEBC, pursuant to its elections operations plan, committed itself to conducting an audit of the register of voters by 31st March 2022. To the contrary, they arrange it only publicly availed the audit report on its website on 2nd August 2022, which was only 7 days to the elections. In this report, it was noted that the auditors established serious gaps and risk to the electoral process, including numerous cases of change of voter stations without knowledge or approval of the affected voters. Grant of voter update privileges in IEBC, IDMs, to 14 user accounts and related to voter registration. Reducing the accountability of user activities in the register of voters. Presence of 11 active generic accounts on the MBIS application and the 2 MBIS users with the same logging identification. Risking unauthorized system users, possible interference, change of particulars on the activation of voters in the system. IEBC's failure to set up access, decertification, and user activity review process. And IEBC was also arranged to have failed to respond to requests by auditors for crucial information. On the integrity of the technology deployed, it was the case for the seventh petitioner that in order to comply with Article 86 of the Constitution and Section 44 of the Elections Act, the technology deployed must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. On the simplicity of technology, the seventh petitioner contends that the KIEMS kit failed the tests as they were not easily usable by ordinary citizens without expert knowledge. They further assert that IEBC was expected to procure and put in place a technology necessary for the conduct of the general election at least 120 days before the election and ensure consultation with the relevant agencies, institutions, and stakeholders. Furthermore, the petitioners arranged that IEBC violated its constitutional duty by delegating the design, implementation, and conduct of the KIEMS components of the election to a foreign company, Smartmatic International Holdings, BV. As a result, IMBC staff and the public did not have full comprehension of the KIMS components. They conclude, therefore, that IMBC abdicated and surrendered its role to conduct elections to Smartmatic, and that IMBC vigorously fought any attempt to subject Smartmatic's activities to accountability and transparency, including the safeguards required by Regulations 61, 69, and 75 of the Elections General Regulations 2012. In response, IMBC has submitted that the electoral system met the constitutional threshold, that all the necessary information was accessed only by the authorized persons. The information was accurate, complete, and protected from malicious modification, either by authorized or unauthorized persons. IMBC maintained an audit trail on activities related to information, and that the information was available and could be authenticated through the use of various security features. In further response, IMBC contended that they engaged KPMG on 7th April 2022 to conduct an audit of the register of voters, which was submitted on 18th June 2022. In addition, it issued a briefing on the report on 20th June 2022, summarizing the thematic areas therein and disclosing its findings as well as actions taken to remedy the issues identified. It also conducted its annual audit in compliance with Regulations 11 and 12 of the Election Technology Regulations 2017 and a certification of compliance issued to it on 3rd August 2022. IMBC relied on sworn affidavits by Michael Ouma, Moses Sunkuli, and Hussein Majan on 26th August 2022, which were to the effect that it published the interim report by KPMG on 8th June 2022 and embarked on remedial measures aimed at effecting the recommendations ahead of publication of the final report. It was ascertained that it could not publish the full final audit report, as doing so would compromise the integrity and security of the electoral technology system, considering the provisions of the Data Protection Act, which imposes a duty to protect the data of Kenyan voters. On the other hand, the first and second respondents urged that even if there was failure of technology, it did not vitiate the result of the presidential election. Upon considering all the pleading submissions and the ICT scrutiny and inspection tallying and recount report, which fully examined the IMBC's result transmission system, RTS, we are not persuaded by the allegation that the technology deployed by IMBC failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution on integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency for the following reasons. One, whereas it is true that the KIMS kit failed in 235 polling stations, 86,889 voters were granted the right to vote manually, and the requisite forms 32A were duly filed. This happened successfully in Kibwezi West constituency and parts of Kakamega County. Two, while the audit report was released to the public 7 days before the 9th August election, the register of voters was used at the election without any apparent anomalies. 3, Smartmatic was procured to provide the necessary technological infrastructure, as IEBC did not have the capacity to do so. No credible evidence meeting the requisite standard of proof of access to the system by unauthorized persons was adduced by the petitioners. The scrutiny report prepared by the registrar of this court did not reveal any security breaches of the IEBC's RTS. IEBC successfully deployed a biometric voter register system which captures unique features of a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data to register and update voter details across the country and also in the diaspora. The BVR captures a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data, which features are unique to each of the voter. In compliance with Section 6A of the Elections Act 2011, IEBC opened the register of voters for verification of biometric data by members of the public for a period of 30 days. Thereafter, the register was revised to address issues arising from the verification exercise. KPMG then audited the register, and we are satisfied that the inconsistencies and inaccuracies identified during the audit were somewhat successfully addressed. The second issue was whether there was interference with the uploading and transmission of Forms 34A from the polling station to the IEBC public portal. The first petitioner arranged staging that a person who had access to the RTS intercepted, detained, or stored Forms 34A temporarily to convert or manipulate it before uploading it on IEBC's public portal. It is arranged also on 11th August 2022, IEBC dumped over 11,000 Forms 34A on the public portal between 11 to 11:09 hours. To rebut this allegation, IEBC and its chairperson, in their response dated 26th August 2022, denied staging and unauthorized intrusion of the RTS. In that regard, they urged that every image of Form 34A was uploaded immediately after the transmittal of results. The form was received as evidence by the timestamp. Similarly, the first respondent denied these allegations. Our finding: 1, no credible evidence was presented to prove that anyone accessed the RTS to intercept, detain, or store Forms 34A temporarily before they were uploaded to the public portal. The allegation that 11,000 Forms 34A were affected by staging was similarly not proved. 2, the allegation that IEBC, its officials and strangers used a tool to tamper with the Forms 34A before converting them to the portable document format, that is PDF, that eventually appeared on the public portal, was sufficiently explained when IEBC demonstrated how KIMS captured and transmitted the image of Form 34A. Accordingly, we dismiss that allegation. 3, During the ICT scrutiny, it turned out that the transmission logs produced in the affidavit of Justice Nyangaya were of no probative value. The registrar's report shows that the original forms 34A from the contestant polling stations, which were allegedly intercepted, were exactly the same as those on the public portal, and the certified copies that were presented to this court pursuant to the provisions of Section 12 of this Supreme Court Act 2011. 4, regarding the allegation that the integrity of the public portal was compromised, this was disproved by evidence of consistent attributes such as unique timestamps, uniform PDF conversions at the polling stations, correct polling station mapping, and consistent KIMS reporting from verification to transmission of results. 6, the RTS was configured on a virtual platform network, VPN, and the SIM cards locked to a specific polling station. The server was also configured to accept results only from authorized and properly mapped KIMS kits. In our view, the petitioners failed to produce credible evidence to the contrary. 7, a review of some of the logs presented as evidence of staging showed that they were either from logs arising from the 2017 presidential election or were outright forgeries. In our considered view, there was no evidence of a man-in-the-middle server configured to the IEBC's VPN network, and no evidence was produced to show that the chairperson of IEBC and staff were part of the arranged conspiracy to stage the transmission process. 9, whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IEBC public portal and the Forms 34A received at the National Tallying Center and Forms 34A issued to the agents at the polling stations. On this issue, the first petitioner's case was that there was deliberate manipulation and tampering with Forms 34A, as demonstrated in the affidavits, to the effect that votes were being deducted from the first petitioner and being added to the first respondent. To support this petition, evidence was contained in the affidavits of Honorable Martha Karua, sworn on 21st August 2022, Celestine Anyango Opio, Arnold Ochieng Oginga, and John Mark Githongo, which was sworn also on 21st August 2022, and a further affidavit sworn on 28th August 2022. Dr. Nyangasi also swore an affidavit on 21st August 2022, and so was Martin Papa, to support that allegation of handing and subtraction of votes. On the other hand, IEBC and its chairperson urged that all Forms 34A transmitted to IEBC portal were not interfered with or manipulated. Further, that the Forms 34A signed at the polling station and issued to the agents were identical to the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and delivered to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas. It was contended that in any event, IEBC used the original physical Forms 34A to tally, verify, and declare the presidential election results. This court ordered scrutiny of the forms from the 41 polling stations outlined in the affidavit of Celestine Opio to ascertain the allegation of interference. And this is our finding. 1, there were no significant differences captured between the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and the physical Forms 34A delivered to Bomas that would have affected the overall outcome of the presidential election. B, no credible evidence was presented to support the allegation that Forms 34A presented to agents differed from those uploaded to the public portal. The report by the registrar of this court confirmed the authenticity of the original forms in the sampled polling stations. The affidavits of Celestine Opio and Arnold Ochieng Oginga, while containing sensational information, were not credible, as the registrar's report confirmed that all the Forms 34A attached to those affidavits and purportedly given to them by the agents at select polling stations were significantly different from the originals, certified copies, and those on the public portal. The purported evidence of Celestine Opio and Arnold Oginga, sworn in their respective affidavits, are not only inadmissible, but are also unacceptable. It has been established that none of the agents on whose behalf the forms were being presented swore any affidavit, that there is nothing to show that they had instructed both Celestine and Arnold to act for them. Yet the two have gone ahead to depone on matters that are not within their knowledge. This court cannot countenance this type of conduct on the part of counsel who are officers of the court. Though it is elementary learning, it bears repeating that affidavits filed in court must deal only with facts which an deponent can prove of his own knowledge, and as a general rule, counsel are not permitted to swear affidavits on behalf of their clients in contentious matters like the one before us, because they run the risk of unknowingly swearing to falsehood and may also be liable to cross-examination to prove the matters deponed. We must remind counsel who appear before this court, or indeed before any other court or tribunal, of the provisions of sections 113 and 114 of the Penal Code that swearing to falsehoods is a criminal offense, and 2, that it is an offense to present misleading or fabricated evidence in any judicial proceeding. Section 114 of the Penal Code states, and I quote, "Any person who swears falsely or makes a false affirmation or declaration before any person authorized to administer an oath or a declaration upon a matter of public concern, and at such circumstances that the false swearing or declaration, if committed in a judicial proceeding, would have amounted to perjury, is guilty of a misdemeanor." One of the most serious losses an advocate may ever suffer is the loss of trust by judges for a long time. Such conduct amounts to interference with the proper administration of justice. The contents of the affidavit of John Mark Githongo, which may contain forgeries, are also dismissed for not meeting the evidential threshold. Those averments contain no more than incredible and hearsay evidence. No admissible evidence was presented to prove the allegation that Forms 34A were fraudulently altered by a group situated in Karen under the direction of persons named in the affidavit, and video clip attached to it. As a matter of fact, these two affidavits amount to double hearsay and incapable of being proved at each of the rears. We turn to Form 34A for Gasharaigo Primary School, which was sensationally presented by Madam Judy Soweto, advocate, to show that one Jose Kamango accessed the RTS and interfered with the result contained therein. This also turned out to be no more than hot air, and we were taken on a wild goose chase that yielded nothing of probative value. The KIMS kit relating to Songonyo Primary School, which bore the same serial number with another, was admitted by IMBC as an inadvertent manufacturer's error. We are also satisfied that the two kits and other identifying features that were markedly different, including the timestamps and polling code, and therefore nothing turns on this anomaly. Therefore, to the question whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IMBC public portal and those received at the National Tallying Center and those issued to the candidates' agents at the polling station, we have found none. Issue number 4, on whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa counties, parliamentary elections in Kitui, Rural, Kachiriba, Rongai, and Pokot South constituencies, and electoral ones in Nyaki West, in North Imenti constituency, and Koanjenga in Embakasi South constituency, resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the petitioners, and especially in petition number 5 of 2022. It is common knowledge that IMBC postponed elections for various seats during the general elections of 9th August 2022 due to mix-up of ballot papers in the above-named electoral units. It is the combined case of the first and second petitioners that, in terms of Articles 136, 2A, 177(1), and 181, as read with Article 1 of the Constitution, the chairperson of IMBC had no jurisdiction to postpone elections in those areas. That Section 55B of the Elections Act is inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore void to the extent that it purports to donate to IMBC power to postpone elections in the constituency, county, or ward, contrary to the Constitution, and the postponement undermined the conduct of free, fair, credible elections by depriving the voters an opportunity to vote for all the candidates on the dates stipulated by the Constitution. The petitioners further contend that the postponement of elections and the overall effect of suppressing voter turnout in the electoral units in question, which was prejudicial to him. Both the first and third petitioners also believe that elections were deliberately postponed in Kakamega and Mombasa counties. It was arranged that these areas are considered to be first petitioner strongholds, and as such, the postponement of elections worked to his disadvantage and added that benefit to the second respondent. These assertions were denied by IMBC and its chairperson. They, however, admitted that they experienced confusion with the printed ballot papers and explained that they only discovered the mix-up on the eve of the election when the ballot papers were being distributed to the polling stations. That as a practice, ballot papers can only be opened on the eve of the election day to avoid any mischief, and that by the time the mix-up was discovered, it was logistically impossible to print and replace the ballot papers in time for the elections. For this claim to succeed, it must be demonstrated first, IEBC had no authority in law to postpone the elections, and secondly, that the postponement was deliberate and calculated to suppress voter turnout so as to affect the result by reducing the petitioners' overall votes. We've looked at the provisions of Section 55B of the Elections Act, which provides for circumstances when elections can be postponed in a particular electoral unit, including in cases of emergency. We are therefore satisfied that on the basis of the foregoing provision, the third respondent and the requisite power to postpone election in the constituencies, counties, and wards in question. Concerning the allegation of voter suppression, we note that voter suppression is generally recognized as a political strategy which takes many forms, but whose practical effect is ultimately to reduce voting by deliberately discouraging or preventing targeted groups of people from exercising their right to vote and thereby to influence the outcome of an election. It therefore goes against the letter and the spirit of Article 38, which guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices based on universal suffrage. As regards this allegation, it has not been shown that by postponing elections in the named electoral units, IEBC acted in bad faith or was influenced by irrelevant factors and considerations. From the explanation tendered, we are satisfied that the postponement was occasioned by a genuine mistake, which in our view could have been avoided had the members and staff of IEBC been more diligent when they went to inspect the templates in Athens, Greece, where the printing of ballot papers was undertaken. At any rate, the nature of the ballot being an individual decision and secret, there may be other factors to which the turnout in the named units can be attributed. From the evidence on record, however, it appears to us that 2022 general election recorded one of the lowest turnouts since the introduction of multi-party political systems some 30 years ago. If there was a low voter turnout, it affected all the 6 categories of candidates, and its explanation, in our view, lies elsewhere, but certainly not a calculated suppression. On the other hand, in rebuttal to these claims, IEBC illustrated with examples to our satisfaction that there was no nexus between the postponement of elections and voter turnout in the affected units, far from the fact that this claim was undoubtedly just another red herring. It has nothing to do with the question under review, and accordingly we reject it and owned that there is no proof that the postponement resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the first petitioner. Whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for presidential candidates and other elective positions. Issue number 5. The first petitioner was categorical that there was systemic ballot stuffing in certain counties, mainly in the Rift Valley and central parts of Kenya, where, according to him, a total of 33,208 votes were cast for president only, without corresponding votes for the other elective positions. On the part of IEBC and the chairperson, while acknowledging that indeed in some instances there was vote differential between those cast for president and for other positions, but maintained that they were insignificant, and those instances related to votes by prisoners and citizens in the diaspora who only vote for the president but did not take part in other elective positions. The differential also includes rejected ballot papers and stray votes which do not count as valid votes. The well-established principle that the person who asserts a fact must prove it casts the burden upon the first petitioner to demonstrate that there were instances of ballot stuffing of such a magnitude as to justify the nullification of the presidential election. Ballot stuffing, which is an illegal addition of extra ballots, is a type of electoral fraud aimed at swinging the results of an election towards a particular direction. Not a single document has been presented by the first petitioner to prove systemic ballot stuffing. A figure of 33,208 votes relied on in this claim is based on unproven hypothesis that since the number of votes cast for the president is higher than those for other positions, then, without more, it must follow that there was fraud. We find that fraud is a serious criminal offense, and it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt under Section 5N of the Election Offences Act. It is indeed an offense for a person to vote more than once in any election. IEBC has provided a plausible explanation for the vote differential, citing categories of voters who only vote for the president, such as prisoners and Kenyans in the diaspora. There were an insignificant number of stray votes whose combined effect cannot justify nullification of the election. Finally, on this point, a general election in Kenya comprises of 6 different separate elections held concurrently on the same day. Such elections are held by secret ballots, and one cannot predetermine the voter turnout or how voters will vote in each election. None of the parties has flagged anything so significant that it would have affected the outcome of the presidential election vis-à-vis the other 5 elections held on the same day. We find, therefore, there were no unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. On issue number 6, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138, 3C, and 138.10 of the Constitution. This issue arises from the printings in all the petitions as consolidated. Based on the said printings, the affidavits sworn in support thereof, and the written and oral submissions by parties, two viewpoints regarding the meaning, scope, and application of Article 138, 3C, and 10 of the Constitution have been advanced. On the one hand, the petitioners submit that pursuant to the foregoing provisions, the role of verifying and tallying of votes as received from polling stations countrywide is vested in the Commission as a corporate entity and not the chairperson of the Commission. It is their argument that the chairperson cannot undertake this task to the exclusion of other commissioners. They submit that the language of Article 138.3c does not envisage a situation where the chairperson can arrogate to himself unfettered authority to verify and tally the results at the National Tallying Center without involving the other commissioners. Such action, they contend, would not only be unconstitutional, but would be sufficient ground without more to nullify an election of a president-elect. In support of their argument, the petitioners cite the Court of Appeal decision in IMBC versus Maina Kiai and 5 others as affirmed by this court in the case of Raila 2017. The petitioners further submit that Regulation 87.3 of the Election General Regulations is unconstitutional to the extent that it purports to vest the power of verification and tallying in the chairperson of IMBC. On the other hand, the first, second, and third respondents submit that power to verify, tally, and declare results of a presidential election at the National Tallying Center is the exclusive preserve of the chairperson of IMBC. According to them, there is nothing unconstitutional about Regulation 87.3 of the Elections General Regulations. The said regulation the respondents submit makes no mention of commissioners other than the chairperson. At any rate, the respondents argue Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution does not envisage a situation where it is the commissioners who personally undertake the task of verifying and tallying the results as entered into the thousands of Forms 34A. Such an undertaking would be humanly impossible, they submit. For good measure, the respondents submit that Section 11A of the IMBC Act provides that the chairperson and members of the Commission are responsible for the formulation of policy and strategy of the Commission and oversight. In their view, the Act does not contemplate a situation where commissioners would be directly involved in the verification and tabulation of presidential election results. The task of verification and tallying, as stated by the respondents, is executed by the staff of the Commission under the direction and supervision of the Commission Secretary, who in turn reports to the chairperson. As to whether the chairperson acted unilaterally in verifying and tallying the presidential election results at the National Tallying Center, the petitioners claim that he did. This is what happened. It is the petitioner's case that the chairperson published an illegal Gazette Notice number 4956 of 2022, in which he designated himself as the presidential returning officer, a position unknown in law and the Constitution. Having done so, the petitioner states that the chairperson proceeded to conduct the verification and tallying process to the exclusion of other commissioners, each of whom he had assigned territorial roles and related to the verification and tallying exercise. On his part, the chairperson of IMBC submitted that although he has the exclusive authority to verify and tally the presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center, he did involve the other commissioners in the exercise before eventually declaring the final results. He submitted that he did this in the spirit of teamwork. The chairperson of IMBC states that indeed the 4 commissioners were involved in the preparation of the 9th August general elections from the time of their swearing into office all the way to the verification and tallying of results at the National Tallying Center until they withdrew from the exercise just when he was set to declare the final result. Having considered all the parties' submissions, we find that pursuant to Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution, the power to verify and tally presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center vests not in the chairperson of IEBC, but in the commission itself. The latter carries out this exercise through its secretariat staff, technical personnel, and any other persons hired for that purpose under the oversight and supervision of the chairperson and the other members of the commission. In line with this court's decision in Raila Amolo Odinga versus another versus IEBC and two others, as reported in 2017 Kenya Law Report, popularly known as Raila 2017, and the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Maina Kiai, we also find that the chairperson cannot arrogate to himself the power to verify and tally the results of a presidential election to the exclusion of other members of the commission. Indeed, Article 138(10) of the Constitution, although the power to declare the results of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does so only as a delegate of the commission. Consequently, to the extent that Regulation 87(3) of the Elections General Regulation purports to vest the power of verifying and tallying presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center solely on the chairperson to the exclusion of other members of the commission, the same is contrary to and inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. That said, we, however, take cognizance of the fact that the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th respondents, referred to as the 4 commissioners, actively participated in the verification and tallying exercise from the beginning up to and until just before the declaration of the results by the chairperson. They took turns announcing the results as verified and tallied, and were present and active during the actual verification and tallying at Bomas. An example is when one of them, Justice Nyangaya, stood on the podium to announce to the public results and also announced an adjustment that had been occasioned by errors of tabulation. The events of 15th August 2022, therefore, came as a surprise. As the public waited for the chairperson of IEBC to declare the final results, sporadic violence broke out at Bomas. The violence swiftly was contained by the security forces, but there was unexpected drama as 2 different factions of the commission began to emerge. Kenyans found themselves watching an appalling split-screen scenario on their television sets. On one part of the screen was the chairperson readying himself to declare the results in accordance with Article 138(10) of the Constitution. On the other part of the screen were the 4 commissioners on the runs of the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, from where they announced that they would not own the results that were soon to be declared by their chairperson. The 4 commissioners informed the public of their rejection of the yet-to-be-announced results, terming them opaque, due to the manner in which the chairperson had been conducting the verification and tallying exercise. In his affidavit dated 25th August 2022, Justice Nyangaya averred that the chairperson's actions during the tallying and verification exercise at Bomas made it difficult to ascertain the total number of votes cast and the actual number of votes attained by each candidate, so as to enable him authoritatively state the commission and declared accurate results. All the petitioners have anchored their arguments for the nullification of the 9th August presidential election in Taharia on the walkout from the Bomas by the 4 commissioners. They contend that by rejecting IEBC's results on grounds of opaqueness of the verification and tallying process, they called into question the credibility of the entire election. They further submitted that being in the majority out of the 7-member commission, their view should prevail and the election should be nullified. It is the petitioner's argument, therefore, that a dysfunctional commission cannot deliver a credible election. We note that apart from their 11th hour denunciation of the verification and tallying process and their averments regarding the conduct of the chairperson, the 4 commissioners have not placed before this court any information or documents showing that the elections were either compromised or that the result would have substantially differed from that declared by the chairperson. Critically, they have not explained why they participated in a verification process when they knew that it was opaque up until the last minute. Indeed, at the Serena Hotel press briefing, the 4 commissioners acknowledged that thus far the entire election had been managed efficiently and credibly. The chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appeared to be falling apart. All this, in our view, points to a serious malaise in the governance of an institution entrusted with one of the monumental tasks of midwifing our democracy, an institution that obviously needs far-reaching reforms, of which we shall say more in our detailed reasons. But are we to nullify an election on the basis of a last-minute boardroom rupture, the details of which remain scanty and contradictory between the chairperson of the commission and some of its members? In the absence of any evidence of violation of the Constitution and our electoral laws, how can we upset an election in which the people are participating without hindrance, as they made their political choices pursuant to Article 38 of the Constitution? To do this would be tantamount to subjecting the sovereign will of the Kenyan people to the quorum antics of IEBC. This we cannot do. Clearly, the current dysfunctionality at the Commission impugns the state of its corporate governance, but does not affect the conduct of the 2022 election. In view of the foregoing, we are satisfied that notwithstanding the divisions apparent between the chairperson and the 4 commissioners, IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 10 of the Constitution. Issue number 7, whether the declared President-elect attained 50+1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138 of the Constitution. The first, second, and third petitioners averred that the first respondent did not garner 50%+1 of the total votes cast, and therefore did not meet the threshold provided by Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. They anchored their claims on the basis that in order to determine whether a candidate has attained 50%+1 of the votes cast, this ought to be calculated based on the total number of votes cast, excluding rejected votes. They argued that 50% of 14,353,165 votes, in their view, were the variant votes cast, which amounted to 7,000,000 582.77 votes. They therefore contended that by attaining 7.176141 votes, the first respondent did not meet the constitutional threshold to be declared president-elect. Supporting the claim that the first respondent did not meet the 50+1 constitutional threshold was the sixth petitioner. His contention was founded on the backdrop of a press briefing issued by the chairperson of IEBC after the official closure of voting on 9th August 2022. According to the sixth petitioner, the chairperson of IEBC announced that the voter turnout was 65.4% of the total number of registered votes based on the verification of the KIMS kits which were functional during the process of voting. In addition, the sixth petitioner urged that the voter turnout of 65.4% did not include some 238 polling stations where the KIMS kit had malfunctioned, necessitating use of the manual register. It was therefore urged that the minimum number of votes cast could not be less than 14,466,779. Additionally, that this number was bound to increase once the number of votes from the areas that used the manual register were included. The sixth petitioner further claimed that a summation of the minimum number of votes cast and unturned manual votes would represent the actual voter turnout. In challenging the declaration made by the chairperson of IEBC, the sixth petitioner affirmed that the final tally, published in Form 34C, only accounted for 14,326,641 votes cast, including some 113,614 rejected ballots. The sixth petitioner contended that this tally did not factor in some 140,138 votes cast using the manual register. The sixth petitioner computed this number by subtracting 14,326,641 declared votes cast from 14,466,779 generated by the sixth petitioner as representing 65.4% of the voter turnout. Referring to the tallies in Form 34C, the sixth petitioner summed the number of votes cast for each candidate as follows. Raila Odinga, 6,942,193. William Ruto, 7,176,141. Wahiga Mwaura, 31,987. And George Wajakoya, 61,969, adding to a total of 14,213,027. He then added 138,000 arranged to be unturned votes, and this yielded a total of 14,353,165 total valid votes, which the sixth petitioner used to compute the percentages garnered by each candidate as follows. William Ruto, according to him, garnered 49.9%, Raila Odinga 48.3%, Wahiga 0.22%, and Wanjakoya 0.3%. It is on this basis that the sixth petitioner grounded the claim that none of the candidates met the constitutional threshold as set out in Article 138(4)(a). IEBC and its chairperson disputed the sixth petitioner's claim. They submitted that the declaration of results is based on the number of people identified as having voted on the KIEMS kit and not the total persons on the voters' register as arranged. They contended that the final voter turnout, comprising of the voters who were identified through the KIEMS kit and those who voted manually, was 64.76% and not 65.4% as arranged by the petitioners. They urged that the announcement held by the chairperson of IEBC on 10 August 2022 was immediately clarified during the same press briefing. And evidence of this correction was provided to this court in an affidavit of the first and second respondents in Presidential Election Petition number 7 of 2022. According to IEBC and the chairperson, 14,239,862 voters were identified using the KIEMS kits, while 86,889 voters were identified using the printed voter register. Therefore, the total valid votes cast were 14,213,137, while the total number of rejected ballots were 113,614, constituting 14,326,751 total votes cast. They illustrated that the first respondent garnered 7.176141 votes against 14,213,137 total valid votes cast, yielding a percentage of 50.49 to meet the requisite constitutional threshold for a candidate to be declared president-elect. In the upshot, the percentage attained by each candidate was as follows: Raila Odinga 48.84%, William Ruto 50.48%, Waiga Mwaure 0.22%, and George Wanjakoya 0.43%. IEBC and its chairperson also submitted that the KIEMS kits malfunctioned in 235 polling stations, necessitating the use of the printed voter register. In these polling stations, backup KIEMS kits were later deployed for purposes of results transmission. The first respondent, in response to the question of 50+1 constitutional threshold, maintained that he attained the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution as elaborated by the IEBC and the chairperson. This court has considered the differing formulas and threshold arguments presented by various parties to this petition, while the first, second, and third petitioners raised pertinent questions connected to this issue. We shall address them together with those of the sixth petitioner, who has addressed and focused on the issue as specifically framed in detail. It must be restated that the case made by the sixth petitioners concerns a data-specific threshold as enunciated under Article 138(4) of the Constitution, that without attainment of which there can be no declaration. This data-specific threshold is what this court declared in John Aaron Mwau and two others versus IEBC and others. Petitions numbers 2 and 4 of 2017, consolidated, referred to as the ultimate yardstick for determining the winner in a presidential context. In Raila Odinga and 5 others versus IEBC, petition number 5, 3, and 4 of 2013, this court asserted that rejected ballot papers do not constitute a vote cast to be included in calculating the final tally in favor of a presidential candidate. We are not persuaded by amicus curiae's brief, that is Law Society, who attempted to persuade us to consider our position on this finding. We reiterate that rejected votes cannot be taken into account when calculating whether a presidential candidate attained 50% plus one of the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Similarly, in the same Raila 2013 case, the court further laid down the parameters of burden and standard of proof in electoral disputes. More specifically, the burden and standard of proof required in disputes challenging the outcome of a presidential election. And this is what the court said, I quote, "In the case of data-specific electoral requirements, such as those specified in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, for an outright win in the presidential election, the party bearing the legal burden of proof must discharge it beyond any reasonable doubt." The question that follows was whether the petitioners challenging the attainment of 50% plus one constitutional threshold and the computation by the sixth petitioner in general met the standard of proof settled by this court in Raila 2013 case. The premise of the sixth petitioner's percentage computation was a press briefing made by the chairperson of IEBC on 10 August 2022, when the evidential burden shifted to IEBC and its chairperson, as it does in election cases. They produced video evidence correcting the percentage voter turnout to read 64.6 at the time of the briefing. This percentage, however, did not include reports from all the KIMS kits and 86,889 voters who were identified manually using the printed register of voters. In our view, the assertion by the sixth petitioner that the percentage voter turnout was firstly predicated on the uncorrected percentage given by the chairperson of IEBC was negated by evidence adduced to prove the correction. Secondly, the sixth petitioner based his percentage of voter turnout on the total number of registered voters, while the chairperson of IEBC made reference in the press briefing to the number of registered voters who were identified through the KIMS kits progressively. The sixth petitioner also asserted that rounding off of votes cast in a presidential election as a means of assessing the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution kills and bars voters, which is illegal and unconstitutional. We have deliberated on this proposition and found that it is not mathematically sound and that the rounding off done by IEBC and its chairperson was correct. Consequently, we find that the petitioners did not provide a watertight case to warrant the setting aside of the results of the presidential election on the basis of not having met the threshold provided under Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. On the voter turnout, therefore, we find that the formula predicated on the number of voters identified through KIMS kits progressively and used by IEBC and the chairperson to generate a percentage of 64.76% was correct. Having settled the issue of voter turnout, we must ask ourselves whether in the making of the declaration, the chairperson of IEBC applied the formula in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, which is total votes cast less rejected votes divide by 2 must always give 50% plus one vote. Given the numbers that were presented to us by IEBC and the chairperson, this would translate to 14,213,137 divided by 2 plus 1, which makes 7.106569. The question that must inevitably follow is whether this formula, when applied, will confirm that 7,106,569 votes is less than 7.176,141, which represents the number of votes received by the first respondent. We find that it is, as such, on the basis of the foregoing formula and from the numbers provided by IEBC and the chairperson and the declaration by the chairperson of the president-elect on 15th August 2022, it is our finding that the declared president-elect attained 50% plus 1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Issue number 8, on whether there were irregularities and illegalities of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. Although the petitioners have provided numerous averments pointing to possible irregularities and illegalities marked by failure of technology, arranged voter suppression, printing and utilization of Book 2 of 2, EU preparation by the IEBC and its chairperson, commission indiscretions, transposition anomalies, agent absence, and many others, we are of the view that the pointed illegalities and irregularities were not of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. We will delve deeper into the details of this issue in our recent judgments. Last issue, what reliefs and orders can the court grant? Under Article 163(3) of the Constitution, it is provided that the Supreme Court will have A, exclusive original jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the election of the office of the President arising under Article 140. And Article 140 provides, I quote, a person may file a petition in the Supreme Court to challenge the election of the President-elect within 7 days after the date of the declaration of the results of the presidential election. 2, within 14 days after the filing of a petition under Clause 1, the Supreme Court shall hear and determine the petition, and its decision shall be final. If the Supreme Court determines the election of the President-elect to be invalid, a fresh election shall be held within 60 days after the determination. In exercising its jurisdiction pursuant to these provisions, the court sits as an election court with a mandate to determine the validity or otherwise of the election of the President-elect. It is clear to us that the jurisdiction of the court is quite circumscribed in terms of the orders or reliefs it can grant following the hearing and determination of the election petition under Article 140 of the Constitution. In the event the court determines that the election of the President-elect is invalid, it must make an order nullifying the election. Consequently, it has also to make an order directing IEBC to hold a fresh election within 60 days after the determination. Should the court determine that the election of the President-elect is valid, it shall issue a declaration to that effect. The court has then, as a matter of course, to make an order dismissing the petition with or without cost, as the case may be. In the strict sense, therefore, these are the only orders that the court may make under the Constitution. The court cannot assume jurisdiction that goes beyond the purview of Articles 163(3) and 140 of the Constitution. However, nothing stops the court from issuing orders or reliefs by way of recommendations. Indeed, since 2013, This court has issued many recommendations arising from the determination of 3 petitions challenging the election of the president-elect. The recommendations are meant to improve our electoral landscape and hence aid in the development of our democracy. In this regard, this court has been greatly aided by the contributions also of the Amici Curie, and the court places a heavy premium on those briefs that were filed and those which were admitted. The final orders made by the courts. This is a unanimous decision of the court, and we make the following orders. 1, the presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with the presidential election petition numbers E001, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 of 2022 are hereby dismissed. As a consequence, we declare the election of the first respondent as president-elect to be valid under Article 143 of the Constitution. This being a matter cutting across the public interest, we order that each party do bear their own costs. It is so ordered. And finally, the court has asked me to also acknowledge, although we'll do it in the long draft, the enormous contribution made by counsel in these proceedings, and also the orderly way the counsel, all the advocates and parties conducted themselves. They remained seated throughout the proceedings. That is the judgment of the court, a unanimous one. We shall issue a media summary to help the media summarize the case. I think that is all. Thank you very much for coming.
My Lady, Madam Chief Justice, and the learned judges of this court, again, I am requested by my colleagues to thank you most profusely for your labors into delivering this judgment, listening to all of us, and giving our nation this judgment so that we may move forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
The Attorney General Emeritus to talk on our behalf. Next time you should talk to me. Let me similarly, on behalf of the lawyers for the counsel for the first and second petitioner, thank the court, and it has been a journey, worthwhile journey, sitting through these proceedings, and we thank the court for your patience and for the delivery of this judgment within the time stipulated. We thank you.
Madam President, members of the court, I wish to request just a couple of minutes for the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya to make a few remarks in appreciation of the work that the court and Kenyans have done on this exercise, if you allow. Thank you. I call upon Mr. Eric Theuri to come and make his remarks. It is also his birthday. I would have sung happy birthday for him.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the President of the Supreme Court, the Deputy Chief Justice and all the justices of the Supreme Court, I think it would only be fair that I make my remarks after counsel for the respondents, Senior Fred Ngatia, makes his remarks to the court.
Madam Chief Justice, thank you very much. It's so kind for the President to acknowledge that age goes before youth. Mine is to thank the court, to thank my learned friends for the effort we all expended. We thank this court for clarifying certain issues, and we look forward to a less corrosive 2027. Thank you very much.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, it's so nice to have two madams at the same time, and members of the court. Since there are only men talking, I decided that I should become a woman and talk. It's become too much of a male affair in here. But on behalf of I think we were the third petitioner, I wish to thank you, and you've clarified the Regulation 87.4, which I was feeling very passionately about, that it was unconstitutional from what I've heard. But thank you very much for the time you spent, and we do apologize if at times we looked like hooligans. I mean, you have said we behaved well, but we didn't behave as well as we should have. But thank you very much for your time and for delivering this judgment.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, members of the court, I, on behalf of Attorney General, take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for a great job done and for the courage to clearly define the limits of the law, which will help us empower IEBC on the way forward, and hope that this might be the last of the petitions after elections once we carry out a proper elections based on your guidelines. Thank you.
The Chief Justice and the justices of the Supreme Court, on a light note, my members would be extremely worried if we take the submissions of Senior Counsel Orengo that this should be the end on account of fees. But my lady, the Chief Justice, on behalf of the Law Society and all the members of the society, we wish to, first of all, take this opportunity to thank the court in the manner in which it has conducted these proceedings, extremely efficient, especially in light of the really short and strict timelines that you've had. But the management of the proceedings, the manner in which the court adopted a somewhat inquisitorial nature to the conduct of these proceedings is something that as a society we have noted, and we wish to commend the court. And we do hope that the other courts, as they determine any petitions, election petitions that would go before them, will similarly adopt such inquisitorial attitude, so that we try and really enrich the process that these proceedings intend to achieve. Secondly, I wish to also thank the council, all the advocates who have appeared before you. They have demonstrated extremely high standards of decorum and courtesy, and have also demonstrated a flair for persuasion of the court, including the use of PowerPoint, and of course the now famous Pinky Pinky Ponky mimic. But all that really, I'm sure, has demonstrated, especially to the younger members of the society how to conduct themselves before the court and how to really prepare a persuasive brief. And we thank all the advocates who appeared before this court for the good work that they have done. And of course, as a society, we feel extremely proud that they have been able to raise the profile of the advocates in this country a notch higher from their presentation. So, my lady and my lords, it's not lost to us that at the end of these proceedings, and once we are able to get your judgment after 21 days, that it is democracy and the Kenyan people who are the winners. The decision today, in a way, validates the choices that were made by the Kenyan people on the 8th of August, and they also help to build confidence in the institutions that manage the elections and the court. We recognize that no country is born as a democracy, and that it is a process, and the process of challenging an election, as has happened before this court, is part of the processes of building confidence within the electoral system. And we thank all the petitioners for choosing to challenge the results before this court. But at the end of the day, Kenya stands tall as a beacon of democracy, and we are very grateful that we've had this opportunity also as a law society to appear before the court and to give an amicus brief which the court has had time to consider. So we thank you and we wish you a good day. I know it has been a long 14 days, but you can rest, and we'll be looking forward to the decision that you deliver within 21 days. Thank you so much, my lady and justices of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been asked by the President of our court to react to your submissions, and in so doing, I am obliged to say that we are truly humbled by the statements that you have just made. More humbled because those statements come from both sides of the divide. And thank you for appreciating what we have to do within a very short while. Thank you for appreciating that it wasn't our wish that we were doing what we were doing. We were doing the wish of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the laws of the Republic, the facts of the cases that you placed before us, and the evidence in the rebuttal. We know that as the President and I, whenever we have had time to talk to you in other fora, that we are incomplete without this side of the bar. We are incomplete without the advocates. We thank you. We will get opportunity to do that in the main judgment, in the reasoned judgment. But we really appreciate your industry. We were impressed by the submissions you took. And we were impressed, and we said this the last 3 days, I'll tell you something about that in a minute, by how deeply you believed in your clients' cases. That we think is a mark of an extremely grown legal profession, and we ask that you do not bring the bar down. You keep taking it up. In any contest of whatever nature, and even if we say there are no winners and losers, and even if we say that the winners are the Constitution and the people of Kenya, The truth is that some 6 million Kenyans will not be happy today. But that's the nature of the work we do. What we hope, and we hope you can advise your clients and our brothers and sisters that are the Kenyan people, that that is what was expected. One side had to win. One side had to be in total or a great extent of compliance with the Constitution and electoral law than the other side. That's how we saw it. We thank you very much. We, the 7 of us, have not slept since we parted company on Friday. I think it is showing on our faces. And we thank you that you appreciate that we work under difficult circumstances, especially because of time. As ground rules, we agreed when we left you here on Friday that we would not pick any of your calls. A lot of you called us, but we just couldn't pick your calls. And I hope you understand that we couldn't. We saw that you were trying to call us, but we just could not pick the calls. I hope you understand. And now if you allow us, again, on behalf of these 7 men and women, thank you very much for appreciating what we have to do. Thank you for giving us the honor to serve this country in these capacities. And let's hope that we can continue to grow our democracy this way. And thank you very much for everything you also do for the country. And now you allow us to go home and sleep.
Thank you. The court is adjourned.
There you have it, the Republic of Kenya. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya has ruled that William Samoei Ruto is the duly elected President of the Republic of Kenya and has upheld the election as announced and declared by the chairman of the IEBC, that is Wafula Chebukati.
Indeed, the 7-judge bench led by Chief Justice Martha Koome has made its determination on the petition based on 9 key issues raised in the 7 consolidated petitions that sought similar reliefs. And there you have it. It is a unanimous decision that has upheld the declaration of William Ruto as winner of the country's presidential election, rejecting claims by the Azimio One Kenya coalition candidate Raila Odinga that the electoral process was tainted by irregularities and illegalities. And we'll be looking much deeper into its determination and, of course, its ruling. And remember, Dan, those were 9 key issues that guided the Supreme Court in coming and delivering this particular judgment today.
Yes, and some of them were, all of them were heavy, but some had, keener interest on them, which include whether the declared president-elect attained 50% plus 1 vote of all the votes cast in accordance with the Article 138 for the Constitution. And the Chief Justice says that there's a discussion about whether we are using, the votes which are rejected, the rejected ballots as well. Let's first listen in to Wajakoya.
To be the official member of the opposition, we are going to put the government of Mheshimiwa Ruto accountable. And according to the way things go today, we know very well that the presidential candidates don't run through parliament. They run outside parliament. We have fought a war. The Supreme Court has decided. And what we would like to do is we should live in harmony. We should be patient. Kenya is not running away from us. You want to join me? Come here. Cherugay, yeah. Yeah, we have to live on. Life has to continue. We have had 6 million votes or voters that are currently crying, but let me tell them not to cry. We also have to thank Raila Amolo Odinga for having fought for democracy. The democracy we enjoy in this country is one of those that have contributed. We also have to thank Honorable Ruto for having fought a war that we have seen. We shall give him the courage we have to, but whenever he goes wrong, we shall tell him. And I've come out as a Kenyan to live in the opposition, if that's what people wanted. I'm not going to be running around waiting to be called on the table, just like what other people are doing. I am going.
Stand by this side, bro. Bro.
Avenda.
Bro.
Wewe ruka waya bwana.
She's a client. The client is here. The client is here.
I think
the winnings are ready. Carry on.
Okay, first is to.
Hey, Maze. Hey. Government.
First of all, is to really thank God for the victory we have received today. We are grateful to God for this victory. As the president-elect said before, he has been prayed into victory. Kenya Kwanza has been prayed into victory. And we also truly want to congratulate the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. We thank God for you. We thank God that He has allowed you to reign over this nation for the next 5 years. And we want to thank God also for the Supreme Court Justice and the CJ for the unanimous decision. It makes it easier for the Kenyans to move on. And we want to say to all Kenyans that Kenya Kwanza government will not be just for the Kenya Kwanza supporters. It is a government for all the Kenyans. So do not feel left out as a Kenyan. Our doors are open. You belong here. We pray that there will be peace from now going forward. And don't feel as though you are not part of the incoming government. You are part of the Kenya Kwanza government. If you are Kenyan, we love you, we want you in, and we want to work together with everybody. We thank the judiciary led by the CJ for the great work they have done. They have done these proceedings in a very excellent, ethical and professional manner. The lawyers have conducted themselves very well, and we know that the democracy space in Kenya is growing, and together as a nation we can develop. Together as a nation we can concentrate on the issues that are affecting mwananchi. So it will be bottom-up economy for everybody. It will be a new season for everyone, and we believe we will grow together. Asanteni, God bless you. We will have our council say a word. Gatia, thank you.
What will do?
Gatia advocate, say something.
Yes, habari yenu. Yes, the client, the president-elect, will be making a statement later. Mine is just to say it's been a very, very engaging period, and we are thankful. It has now ended. The time for court cases has ended. The time to assemble a new team has now started. We now move forward as one country and as one people. Asanteni sana.
So you will receive the statement from the President-elect, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Thank you.
Senator. Maneno si rahisi. Si rahisi. Hapo unaanza nyonga na kidogo. Rengo ndio huyo. Piga magoti chini. Teremsha mic kidogo. Usiongee.
Now substitute from
Well, are we all right?
Yes,
First and foremost, I want to thank our team of lawyers. As we know, we are a team of nearly 50 lawyers, and we have been working very hard for the last 14 days, this being the final day. Secondly, we want to thank our clients, the petitioner number 1, Raila Amolo Odinga, petitioner number 2, Martha Karua, and other eminent persons in this team, including Senior Counsel Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, for having their trust and confidence in this team of lawyers to prosecute their case in petition number 5, which has been consolidated with other petitions, and put their case before the Supreme Court. I want to say without a fear of contradiction that we do not agree with the decision of the Supreme Court. Like Al Gore, I will say we accept the decision, but we do not agree with it. And I am saying this as a seasoned practitioner that courts sometimes make mistakes which have to be corrected over time. Courts make political decisions. As you know, in the United States of America, there has been a long-standing case that has been held as universal truth of jurisprudence involving women's rights, Roe versus Wade. It took them 50 years to overturn that case because of a Republican Congress and a Republican president and a Supreme Court that was basically appointed by Republicans. And therefore, I want to say, yes, in accordance with the law, we got to accept this decision as the law of the land. But I think it is a very ideological decision. I think there are a lot of what was said in the judgment, and we'll have time when that judgment comes out to put out a critique. But all it means is that in our jurisprudence, the petitioners will always have a big burden to carry when you have an electoral commission which is not open and transparent. The best way for this court to have made a decision was with the servers to be fully opened and all the election materials be placed before the court, as would happen in a case where justice has to be rendered. As you know, and I am saying this again without fear of contradiction, we wanted a comprehensive audit of not only the technology that was applied by the Electoral Commission, but we wanted a proper audit. Although time was of the essence, but I think we had sufficient time to carry out a proper audit, including looking at the issue of the foreign intruders, the Venezuelans, which you'd notice the court avoided in making any comment about those intrusions and invasions of the system, that technology, the IT structure. That again, the court did not refer to, but probably in the judgment, the recent judgment that is coming on the 21st, they will say something about it. And therefore, I want to end by saying the rule of law should prevail. The court normally has the last word in making a statement as to what is the law of the land. But as citizens who are sovereign, we're entitled to disagree and disagree very vehemently. I think the court, in conducting the proceedings during the hearing, I think they were patient. They listened to us. It is only the outcome that we do not agree with. Finally, I think our clients, the two petitioners, Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua, may be addressing another press conference, but we are happy to talk to you on this issue. No, I mean forgeries. When the DCI, the Director of Criminal Investigations, what we put before the court, a lot of it was from an agency of government. I didn't see them talking about similar incidents in matters concerning the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That's why I was saying it was a little ideological. They were looking for things on which to destroy our case, but similarly not taking sufficient time to look at what happened on the other side. And that will be another story for another day.
So would you admit you might not have been well prepared for this case?
We were very well prepared. I think compared to 2017, we were a lot more well prepared.
What would be the 2 or 3 points of mistake that you say the court might have made mistake on that? Fundamental.
In 50% plus 1, I think they were ideological. We are using the baseline of total registered voters in the land as against those who turned out to vote. If you read any legal material on what should be a turnout, including the Black's Law Dictionary, turnout is normally based on the registered members in a country as against those who turn out to vote. So there are so many other examples we can take up.
Given you lost on all grounds,
yeah?
On all the key 8 issues you lost.
The issues that the court formulated, but we're quite happy to live with it and talk about it another time. Philip, you would want to say something?
Just on the idea that we lost on all 8-9 points, we find it incredible that that could be the holding of the court. In more than several of those cases, we had overwhelming evidence. As my senior counsel, Mr. Orengo, says, the servers were not opened. The involvement of the Venezuelans for a full month before, half a month before the elections and up to the 16th of August was not explained. No, it wasn't even offered. We perhaps are a little distressed on the over-reliance of a registrar's report that has no input from us. That report was completely silent on the failure to open the servers. The servers, we repeat, the servers have all the answers. The exact role, we provided evidence that the Venezuelans were downloading documents, creating documents, and generating documents. None of that was touched. But as my colleague says, we hope they'll address all this in the final judgment. As somebody has said, it's incredible that we could lose on all points and they could win on all points. But as Senior has explained, it's probably the ideological aspect of this judgment.
Are you still confident on the 21st it will be a different ruling?
No. They have tied their hands. They can't get out of it. They have given their final decision. It's now a question of them finding the reasons for those findings and justifying them. It's not always easy, but I think they have some time to do it.
The other thing that I found a little bit disturbing is the presentation of the Form 34A by somebody I really respect as an advocate, Julie Soweto. It was described as hot hair, but you could see when that evidence was being adduced before the court, how engaged even the justices were. So I found it rather odd for them to describe it as hot air. I think that's why I'm saying this is ideological, because they would have said on the evidence presented, we find there was more weight as to the evidence which was adduced by the other side. But to say that it was hot air and it was a document coming from the Electoral Commission, I found it very, very disturbing.
If I may explain a little further on that point made by Julie Soweto in the petition, that gentleman, Camargo's name was not supposed to be on Form 34A. If at all he was involved in this election, he was involved on the technology side. So to find it anywhere near a Form 34A raised more questions than answers. There was silence. And of course, on the issue of the famous 34A that Julie was describing, it was found to have been signed by the agents of UDA and UDM on the 7th, which is before the elections. No mention was made of that. So many things, many questions, perhaps more questions than answers, but it is the decision of the court. They have to live with it just as we have. Is that all? Thank you.
Agenda, Professor Agenda, may I want to say something? Okay. So.
Thank you. Kuna mtu amemkanyaga yote hapa tu.
Well, those are live pictures from Sugoi and the supporters and residents of that area celebrating that ruling by the Supreme Court, where the Chief Justice Martha Koome-led bench has unanimously thrown out that petition by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition candidate Raila Odinga, arguing the declaration of William Ruto was null and void. Justice Koome says the court will issue a summary and then give the full judgment after 21 days. And we also did see some reactions from the legal representatives for the petitioners, that is Siaya Governor James Orengo as well as Philip Murgor. They're speaking about some of the issues, saying they do thank the petitioners for the time, they accept the decision of the court, but do not agree with it. They're saying the courts sometimes make mistakes, but of course they're looking forward to that full ruling to see their questions and arguments that are yet to be answered.
Yes, and we've also seen other reactions online by relevant persons, and one of them being Martha Karua, who's the presidential running mate for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. And she has tweeted that the court has spoken. I respect but disagree with the findings. Same thing as what James Orengo and the rest of the Azimio team of lawyers has said. Aside from that, we've also seen a man who's been very vocal in regards to this, and that is Francis Atwoli, the Secretary General of COTU. He has tweeted, during the COTU Kenya Executive Board meeting on the 17th of August, we resolved that immediately after the Supreme Court judgment, we must thank and congratulate the victor. Consequently, we congratulate President William Ruto. We appeal to workers and Kenyans in general to remain peaceful. So that is COTU Secretary General, that is Francis Atwoli. And right now, we are expecting the president-elect to speak from his current residence, which he will soon be moving out of. And like Zainab had pointed out, the swearing-in is expected to happen next week on Tuesday. Indeed. That's the 13th of September 2022. Yes, next week, Tuesday, is when we expect the swearing in. So in terms of just what is expected, we expect that the Interior CS is meant to gazette the day as a public holiday so that we can make way for the swearing in.
And indeed, that is actually laid out in the Constitution, because you have the first Tuesday after 7 days of the pronouncement of the petition by the court. That's when that is set out, and in this case, then it would end up settling on the 13th of September. That's on the first Tuesday after the 7 days, which is of course next week on Tuesday, the 13th of September. Yeah. Let me just look a little bit deeper, Dana, into some of those issues as we continue to get those live pictures from the different parts of the country with regard to this. Yeah, this is actually Karatina. You can see better on the screen. Well, the 7-judge bench today made its determination. Like I said earlier on, it was based on the 9 key issues that were within the consolidated petitions, which sought similar reliefs. So there was the first question, whether the technology deployed by IBC had actually met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. Well, according to this ruling, upon considering all the pleadings, submissions, and the ICT scrutiny of the vote tallying and recounting report, which fully examined the IBC's election systems, they are saying they were not persuaded by the allegation that the technology deployed by IEBC had failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution on integrity, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. They're saying, whereas the KIMS failed in 235 polling stations, more than 86,800 voters were granted right to vote manually, and Forms 32A were duly filled, and that in their view, the petitioners failed to produce evidence to the contrary. Dan, I'll give you the opportunity to look at the second matter, which was whether there was interference with uploading and transmission of Form 34A from polling stations to the IBC public portal.
All right, thanks for that, Zainab. And before I even just chime in, I would just like to the DP, like I said, the president-elect, now we are used to calling him the DP, but the president-elect is going to be addressing the nation shortly. That's what you can see on your top left corner of the screen, as we see the different places in the country, parts of the country that are up in celebrations following the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court. And I just quickly want to get, as we just monitor the screens, quick comments from our guests in studio who were here from the previous session with Nur Abdulaziz and Nicholas Wambua. Wakili, what is your feeling about, what's your initial comment about this judgment?
Right.
I think that this is great for the country. This is exemplary work done by the Supreme Court. As we said earlier, here is a dead-end road for at least those who were hoping to succeed and did not succeed. That's a turn of the road. I mean, they've got to immediately agree with the Supreme Court. We have seen comments from senior counsel, trying to say we don't agree with the judgment, but the judgment is there. That is neither here nor there. The truth is that the Supreme Court has made a finding that William Ruto is the duly president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. Every language and every tongue must change and accept and move with the Supreme Court and recognize William Ruto as the president of, because there is really nothing else you want to bring up. There is really no other alternative. The Supreme Court has spoken, the people of Kenya spoke, and it has now been concluded that William Ruto will be president of the Republic of Kenya. I think fortunes and dynamics now change. All the promises made by the president-elect, people will start counting going forward. Has he done this? Has he been democratic? Has he done ABC? I think the Supreme Court ruling has given him that leap, the chance to make things differently. Because there's too much, mud which has been thrown towards that direction. But the Supreme Court seems actually to have exonerated him to some extent when it says that the petitioners did not prove certain points. Even those points that they were saying probably he colluded with the IBC, all these things have been put to rest. So I think it's high time Kenyans realize that their president is William Ruto.
All right. Bona Khalef, your also initial reaction to this ruling?
I think for me, what stands out is that this is a unanimous decision. You know, they all sat down and they all agreed, you know, that this will be a decision. So there's no dissenting voice, dissenting opinion, which means that, you know, they've all seen the evidence from the same perspective, and they've agreed that this is something, as the Supreme Court, all 7 judges decided that, you know, all the 9 points that were presented for, you know, decision making, they've all agreed, you know, that, you know, as Orengo said it, all the points that were supposed to be argued, were supposed to be, you know, thought through, they've all decided collectively that this is the decision of the Supreme Court. And for me, because I know some of these judges, some of them, have, as I said earlier, I've interacted with them, I believe that, you know, the evidence that was adduced in court spoke for itself. And for them to come up and unanimously say that, you know, this is the way to move forward, I will urge Kenyans to accept that decision, to move forward. The president-elect and the president of Kenya is Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And now, as Kenyans, we need to come together. What the challenge we have now is that we have a country that is somehow split in between. So the greatest challenge we have now is to bring everyone together, to maintain peace, and to move forward as a country of, you know, around 50 million Kenyans working together to, you know, to achieve the aspirations and the dreams that we have as a people.
All right.
Zainab, on behalf of the, you know, the losers, quote unquote, the Azimio fraternity, they must appreciate the fact that a president comes to lead the nation. A president does not come to lead a faction that has won. So the Constitution protects citizens from, you know, being probably discriminated or relegated. So all these social media hula balloons we are seeing all over, you know, people being happy, fine. People must enjoy it today, tomorrow, but the truth of the matter is that a president, once elected, leads a nation.
All right. And I think we can still have those live pictures coming to us. Dan, you can see better. Maybe just give us an idea of where exactly we're coming to you live from.
So from your top left corner, we have Karen, which is the Deputy President's residence. And now we expect the President-elect to come and address the nation from there. Right next to it on the right is Karatina, which is in the county of Nyeri, which is where the Deputy President-elect, Rigathi Gachagua, hails from. You know, he has been the MP for Mathira constituency, which sits in that county. To the bottom left, we have Sugoi, which is the hometown of William Ruto. So that is, he's a son of the soil of Sugoi. Then we have Eldoret town on the far corner, next to our sign language interpreter, that's David Agondoa. We have Eldoret, which is the capital of Uasin Gishu County, which is where Sugoi is located. So this is where the president-elect comes from. So this is his home area, where we have the reactions that you're seeing on screen. We'll also be getting reactions from different parts, various other parts of the country. And I don't know, can we listen into some of the celebrations, maybe from Sugoi?
Just before that, Dan,
Yes.
very quickly, we do know also the clerk of the Senate has called for a press briefing at around 3 p.m. And this is in light of the fact that President Uhuru Kenyatta has actually gazetted the first sitting of the newly elected members of parliament and the senators for Thursday, that's the 8th of September. That was a gazette notice that was released today indicating that MPs will be taking their oath of office during that first sitting. And of course, after that, the lawmakers will be expected to elect speakers of their respective houses. And that will be interesting to see how that pans out as well this week. So maybe we can get just a feel, some sights and sounds from those different parts.
Sababu tuko live. Nataka tuambie hakuna nusu mkate. Hakuna nusu
Well, those are again celebrations from Sugoi in Eldoret in the county of Uasin Gishu, which is the home county of the president-elect William Samoei Ruto, which is one of the places that has burst into celebrations. And we are actually told that schools there have been closed today, just so that they can celebrate the son of their soil, having been confirmed, set for swearing in next week.
Indeed, and we can see, Bridget Singana is there, will be joining us shortly just to give us a sense of exactly the situation is there. But before that, let's head to Bondo in Kisumu County, Siaya County, I beg your
Welcome back to the Supreme Court of Kenya for the afternoon session. The Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court continues to preside.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I think we agreed that we start with the Senior Counsel, Mr. Mwite, and then we will have Senior Counsel, Mr. Ngatia, and Professor, in that order.
Madam Chief Justice, members of the court, please plead with you to bear with me, but we do need you to clarify again that what we are about to listen from my learned senior Paul Mwite and my learned junior, one of my favorite pupils, Mr. Issa Mansour, is not the case that was not admitted. It is a response to your questions.
I thought we settled that.
We take offense to these lectures. We're in a court of law before the Supreme Court.
Let's leave
we
the
are not
lecture.
at the university.
We settled that. Please, Senior Counsel, are you the one taking the floor? Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Issa. Please take the floor.
The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and the Honorable members of this court. My name is Jotham Arua. I'm here to answer a specific question that was addressed to me by the Honorable Justice Lenaola. He had asked a question on behalf of the 4 commissioners. What were they doing at Bomas? We saw them reading some results. Was their walkout an afterthought? That's the question I will be answering. And after that, I will cede the floor to my colleague, Apple Lomboya, and thereafter, Issa Mansour. Madam Chief Justice, the 4 commissioners have explained and clarified in their affidavits that they joined the commission in September last year. They soon found themselves having to operate in an environment in which all decisions were being made by the chair, who was operating apparently on the basis of a settled, firm, but fallacious conviction that all the executive authority of the commission reside in the chair. That heretical position was espoused in this court by none other than my teacher, Professor Gidu Muigai. But my teacher, however, forgot to explain to this court the particulars of the law which vests executive authority on the chairman, but does not do so on the commissioners. Madam Chief Justice, the 4 commissioners have explained that as early as April this year, there were already protests, verbal protests being exchanged as between them and the chairman. And they have annexed series of correspondences to that effect, which are annexed to the affidavit of Juliana Cherera, but I would leave that to be taken up by Cherera's lawyer, Mr. Apple Lomboya. Now, when they reached Bomas, they were assigned menial responsibilities, as this court has been told. Once again, there were protests, but the commissioners took the firm view that it would be responsible for them to let their infightings be made public for fear of eroding public confidence in IEBC during an election year. And it is for that reason that they chose to handle their differences diplomatically. Madam Chief Justice, these matters are contained in the affidavits. They have further clarified that although they were willing to tolerate corporate governance infractions with equanimity, they were not ready to do that with regards to serious constitutional violations. There is no doubt that they were not involved in the tallying or verification of results at Bomas. The only thing that they would do is that they would be given results sporadically at the absolute discretion of the chairman to read, which they did, sometimes with embarrassing consequences, as were explained by Paul Mwangi in the morning. But they could not stand it any longer, Madam Chief Justice, when they were now being asked to sanction results, and they were not being asked, given information that they needed before they could sanction such results. The 4 commissioners were quite clear that they had a role to play. And they were quite clear that the results would not be delivered unless and until the winner is proved to have received more than 50 plus 1%. 50% plus 1 of the votes. All they were asking for, Madam Chief Justice, was information that could satisfy them that such constitutional provisions had been complied with. But that was not forthcoming. Instead, their request was construed as an attempt to moderate the results, and that is what they could not stand. Madam Chief Justice and honorable members, at this point, allow me to call Apple Mboya to come and explain exactly what kind of exchanges ensued earlier on between the 4 commissioners and the chairman. Thank you very much.
Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice and members of the court, the question that was asked, so that we are not accused of rehearsing a new case. The question that the court asked is that please show us that there were problems that was brewing. That is the question that the Honorable Judge Justice Lenaola and the Deputy Chief Justice asked. Yeah, members of the court, if you look at the 5th respondent replying affidavit, Juliana Cherera, Annexed JC2 are memos. These memos are way back from April, when the chairman unilaterally caused the reshuffling and transferring of returning officers. And just to read one of 12th April of 2022, the three commissioners, that's Juliana Cherere, Justus Nyang'aya, and Francis Wanderi, says as follows, addressing the chairman: we are specifically addressing your direct role in blocking our participation in corporate decisions making on the area of policy and oversight in the context of staff deployment. In that annexure, there are several memos going back up to April. That is almost 4 or 5 months after the commissioners had joined. Because of lack of time, and the only request I want to make to this court on behalf of those gallant 4 commissioners is that in your decision, you'll find a paragraph to shower accolades on these 4 commissioners for blowing the whistle to the infraction to our Constitution. And that the results that were read by the chairperson of the commission were dead on arrival. And since we have a self-confessed mortician in our midst, we will appropriately request that the funeral rites for those results that were announced be performed appropriately. I call upon my colleague, Issa Mansour, to take over.
Good afternoon, my Lady Chief Justice, the DCJ, and judges of the Supreme Court. I'll very quickly go through the remaining questions asked by the judges. The first one, I think I'll combine them, and I'll just indicate who had asked these questions. The question by Justice Lenaola, whether the violence at Bomas affected the ability to announce the results of the 27 constituencies. The simple answer is no. My Lords, the position taken by the 4 commissioners is that there was opportunity, and as has been confirmed by my colleagues from the IEBC, to deliver those results in the morning. It was not taken, and the failure to announce those results in a respectful view triggered the scuffles and the protests that you witnessed. The next question that had been asked by the Honorable Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice is whether the commission was dysfunctional, and at what point did the commission stop functioning as a corporate entity. The simple answer has been explained by my learned seniors, but the correct position is the commission continued acting as a corporate entity, but it had serious corporate governance issues. And this is confirmed by the fact that they were able to deliver a general election, they were able to train presiding officers, so the commission continued working as a corporate entity with the secretariat and the team behind it, but they had serious corporate governance issues that have played out in the proceedings before this court. The third question that has been asked by the Chief Justice is what steps were taken, and this is, you'll find in the replying affidavit of the Vice Chairperson of the Commission, As early as April, as my seniors have said, when these issues about deployment of the election managers and presiding officers was brought to the attention came to the attention of the commissioners, the matter was dealt with at plenary. And they wrote to the chairperson objecting and raising those issues and all the other issues, my Lady Chief Justice, that arose in the management of the affairs were dealt at plenary. The only problems you would note in their replying affidavits is that it's only when the chairperson took unilateral decisions in the name of the commission, that's where the problem was. And this is set out in paragraph 8 of the Deputy Vice Chairperson's replying affidavit. You'll have time to look at it. The third question, and this is a question that was not answered, was directed at the IEBC. I waited for that answer, it didn't come. I had posed it the other day. Why was the public display of results stopped? When you look at the replying affidavits of these 4 commissioners, all say the same thing. That public display was stopped by the chairperson, and they requested him to resume the display of the results, and he declined. What I was waiting for today was an answer from the chairperson as to why. That silence speaks volumes. The last question was the question that was asked by Justice, so that I can finish and give it to by Justice Smokin Wanjala, Supreme Court Judge. Why were the numbers important? The turnout. There's a simple answer to this. The voter identification is biometric, and where that fails, it's by the kit. So, my Lord, the IEBC has a constitutional duty to put in mechanisms to ensure there's no electoral malpractice. When you go back to 138.4 to determine who has won the election, the voters that were biometrically identified, the KIMS kits are configured so that they keep sending the information, which Mahat was trying to explain today. When the numbers come in from 34As, those numbers that are finally tabulated have to, because of the biometric voter identification, they must tally with the number of people who turned out to vote. So when you're looking at those, so when they give a percentage of the number of voters who voted, and you look at the tabulation in the final from 34C, those numbers have to merge, and they have to make sense, including the from 32As. That is why the turnout is critical. It gives transparency, and it helps to give credibility to the process. And that's why they have to tell the public, you have to know how many people are registered as voters, then you know the percentage of voter turnout, you calculate that, and then you can determine how many votes were cast, how many were rejected. All those numbers, when you compute them, they have to add up. When they don't, my lords, then there's a problem with that election. Thank you, and I think I will cede the ground to Senior Counsel to close it in the next 1 minute.
Very briefly, Honorable Chief Justice and members, Justice of the Supreme Court, on the issue of violence at Bomas and the impact and the character of these 4 commissioners. Let the record of this honorable court show the following: that at the time preceding their walking out, the posting of the results on the screen had ceased, had stopped. So all they wanted to know, these 4 commissioners, is to be given the opportunity to peruse the results of these 27 constituencies so as to satisfy themselves as to who the winner of the elections was, number 1. And number 2, whether that winner had reached the constitutional threshold of 50+1. That's all they wanted to know. When that was denied, they had no option but to refuse to be a party to the violation of the Constitution. So as I sit down, let this record of this honorable court show that the results that were announced, the declaration, was not a declaration, just one. That declaration by the chair of the Electoral Commission was not a declaration of the commission. Therefore, they are the majority. They do not support it. They ask for nullification of that declaration. I thank you.
We'll go first. Mr. Ngatia.
Madam CJ, we our cede ground to the head, who was the former head of the bar, Attorney General, okay. Emeritus.
Okay.
Madam Chief Justice, members of the court.
I have an objection to my learned senior's application, which he indicated earlier. My lady, we will, of course, be guided by your directions, but I rise to oppose the application by my learned senior, Mr. Gitu Muigai, to present evidence to controvert the submission by Julie Soweto. My lady, the indication was that they'd been taken by surprise and should get a chance to present their view. They were not taken by surprise and can't be taken by surprise because
My lady, if I may, this is a very awkward moment for me to interrupt the teacher who taught me procedure. I thought that one could only respond to an application that has been made, not before it is made.
Of course, it has to be made before. The objection has to be made before.
Can I make the application now?
No, there's no point to it. He had indicated he was holding the application so that it has been indicated. So my objection is, and his own ground, that he needs to be replying to something that he had never known. That picture was taken from the portal of the IEBC. So he's not taken by surprise because it's their own picture on their own portal. And it's still there now as we talk, as we object. But secondly, this is the first time in many years that I've ever seen a party asking to rebut their own evidence. And that is an oxymoron that reflects accurately the state of their records. But I stand guided and would gladly withdraw my objection if the court wishes.
I think where we are coming from, Senior Counsel, our teacher, Mr. Firoz Noronji, is that when the two forms were displayed, they wanted to respond because they said it's new evidence. And you saw the bench resistant to begin with, but we went to the records to find out whether it is among the forms that were submitted here, especially in the affidavits of Dr. Celestine, Mr. Arnold, and we found actually it is new evidence. That's why we allowed them. It is not an objection. It's a clarification because they said this is new evidence that they had not seen before. It is in that context.
Much obliged.
Yes, yes. So 5 minutes.
All is well that ends well. Mr. Mahat will give the explanation. Thank you very much, Melody.
Your Ladyship, Madam Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, and Associate Justice of Supreme Court, I wish to respond to 3 very quick issues that were raised. by my learned colleague, Ms. Julie Soweto. The first one relates to a form that was shown this court. I will want the form to be projected. We will. Whatever that was projected from the portal, that is what we want the court to see. What Ms. Julie Soweto showed. You could go, please go to Jose Camargo. I want to produce to the court the original form 34A. Yes, you can see. It's okay. I want to produce the form 34A, the original form 34A, and I want to inform the court that the name Jose Camargo on that form is an overlay. Jose Camargo, the register of the QR code, that was printed by Smartmatic International, and it was printed in the name of Jose Camargo. You can show? The register is available.
We were very patient the way Mr. Mohammed addressed the court earlier. Very, very persuasive. But for good order and not to interfere with his submissions, we kept quiet. And if you look back at the record, a lot of what Mr. Mohammed was saying was actually giving evidence. He was talking using the word we. This is how we do it. Trajectory which he is taking without a witness to tell us the kind of information he's going to give us, is going to put the court in a very difficult position. I think he should transform himself to a witness and we begin to cross-examine him. Because, and this is very serious, either we practice law the way we understand the law, or anybody can confront the court with any document at any time. I understood Mrs. Soweto to be giving an explanation in response to a question by the court. And similarly, Mr. Mohammed was responding to question by the court. And therefore, he has some latitude. But now we are entering a different universe where he is now going to produce evidence. He is saying how the picture was taken. There is no certificate, and this is electronic evidence accompanied by an original. I think it is very, very dangerous territory. And unless some clarity is given on this matter, it is going to be very difficult to operate from now.
My lords, what we are trying to do is to show you documents in our own affidavits in response to documents produced from the bar. Ms. Soweto never produced the document she showed you in any of her affidavits. When we now invite you to look at the original and to make the argument that my learned friend is about to make, that there is a deliberate misrepresentation of what the original document looked like. So we are treated to this attempt to block that fact from the court. This is not a legitimate objection. This is an attempt to interfere with legitimate evidence that is on record.
Let's get directions, because we'll be here until tomorrow and we don't have this time. Senior counsel.
Just one point, and I'm normally very quiet. Very quiet. I continue to be very quiet. But the good professor has misunderstood Ms. Soweto completely. It is not the document which is in question. It's the way the interference is being done, how this document is changed to another document twice or three times. I think the professor will be doing a good service to the court And if he is good coming to court with clean hands, he should first of all say, Mrs. Soweto, what Mrs. Soweto showed us today is not in their portal. That is the starting point.
Isn't that exactly
Yeah, that is the starting point.
Bear with us, Senior Counsel. We've come thus far with a lot of discipline and dignity and respect to the court. The reason why we are here, and you saw has taken a lot of time to reflect on the application that was made by, I think it started with Mr. Katwa Kigen, Mr. Kirago, and Mr. Ngatia. We resisted until we established from the pleadings that we have that these are new forms. And indeed, they are entitled to respond to them. So please, if you can just respond without taking us into anything else, just respond to those new forms because they were not part of the ones that we have before us. We established that.
Thank you so much, Madam Chief Justice and members of the court. The difficulty we were facing in thinking about this, an allegation has been made as relates to this form, and there's an overlay of someone called Mr. Jose Camargo. What we were trying to show the court that this is an overlay document, and we wanted to actually show the court where this document from Jose Camargo has come from. The document relating to Jose Camargo has come from the QR register, which is distributed to every polling station. And that document is even in the possession of this court. If you look at the scrutiny report, the QR documents are there. So what happened? Apio took an original Form 34A, he had the QR register, and he took a picture of it. What is the evidence that is being given in this court? That someone called Jose Camargo is interfering with this. And the point we want to make to this court is that if you look at the scrutiny report and if you look at the QR register, which is in those boxes, you will actually find the name of Jose Camargo on the register that has been printed. We've also produced the original Form 34A. We've come with the receipt. And we're being told that you cannot produce your original 34A, that Jose Camargo was interfering. And in fact, if you look at the numbers on the original 34A, it's the same as what the picture of the overlay was taken. So to the question that someone called Jose Camargo was interfering with the portal, it's actually not true. It's incorrect. And the attempt to prevent that evidence to the court is should actually guide the court that actually that is not true. Why will anyone try to interfere with a portal transmitting, and the result he has is the same as what is in the A and what is in the portal? So to that question, we submit that that is not true, and that is an overlay that someone who has taken the picture. We will give the court the Form 34A to compare with the original 34A with the certified copy that the court has. And in fact, we direct the court to the scrutiny documents. That register of opening and closing the KIM is there, and the name of Jose Camargo for purposes of audit trail is printed in there. Smartmatic, Jose Camargo is printed there. So what has happened? Someone, Apio, took a picture on that one. The next point I want to make is the issue of the KIMs. We've been told there are two KIMs kit, which had the same serial number. And we understood our role to this court to give all the information to the court to make a decision. We admit that those schemes have the same serial number. It was an error that originated at the time of the serialization. But we want to tell the court that those schemes have different IMEI, they have different IP addresses, they have different polling stations, they have different identifiers. And we acknowledge that that is an error that originated relating to those two schemes. But there are other identifiers that can identify those schemes are from our system. And we want to give that information to the court for purposes. Those schemes are on their way to this court. We will give to the registrar of the court for the court to analyze and to look at it. And if you look at those schemes, they transmitted the forms as required in the portal, and the A's also are coming, the original A's, we will also give for those three forms. And our role is to give. The issue of transmission has come up. I just want to say this. There were three sets of transmissions at Bomas. One on the forms that has been downloaded, that was running properly. The second one related to the constituencies. That was continuing. The one which had stopped was the one on the tally. And the reason it stopped was, for 3 days, we had only verified 50 arrows. The process became clogged. For you to be able to transmit to the announcement, verification had to happen, then announcement happens. That means that those arrows have to be stopped because verification cannot happen as announcement is happening. We will be running numbers that have not been announced yet. So because of that, and because of the audit, forensic audit that most of the agents were recommending, we had to stop that process to give verification a chance. There was nothing malicious about that. To those few remarks, Your Ladyship, I stand guided. Thank you.
Mr. Mahat, maybe we can have a look at the
My Lady,
original
if the
34 that you are showing.
Sorry, My Lady, Chief Justice, if the form can be handed over to the court. Excuse me. My Lady, my learned friend, Senior Counsel Mulgore, has a comment after the court has seen the...
As you continue to look, we'd just like to make an observation. In fact, we are happy that the court receives the document, particularly the Form 34A, and everyone has been quoting Shakespeare and all the rest. I'll just quote some Swahili. Siku ya nyani kufa, miti yote huteleza. If you notice on the 34A, the UDA agent, the second agent, signed the form on the 7th of August, 2022, before the election. Before the election. I repeat, before the election. The other one as well, perhaps might have signed it on the 7th, but it's not clear. So that's all we wish to say.
While at it, Counsel, just before you go back, and when did the other agent sign?
It looks like 7th, it looks like 9th. Only the IBC and Mr. Chebukati can tell us. It is their evidence.
Before they explain, they would have to have something to explain.
We have let it go in.
This form, from the naked eye, of course, appears to have been signed by both agents on the same date. And the same date is 07.
Oh, 07 of 08.
07 of 08.
Yes, indeed.
See, well, I thought the point you were making was that the second one signed before the election. As though the first one, if I could just finish,
okay.
As though the first one had signed on a different date.
No, our point is, and has always been, these forms may have been manufactured elsewhere, before, well after voting, and they all arise one day and they are counted. It is the mess that is IBC, and it is the mess that is the 2022 presidential election that we have been emphasizing. Thank you.
You still want to talk?
Madam Chief Justice, my client is the one who is likely to suffer most in case these sensational matters are not dealt with effectively. Starting with the date, that is more of drama than reality, is seeing a speck in the other person's eye when the log is in the other person's eye. One of the things I think I ought to place on record is this. The forms that are now in issue have not been pleaded, were not tendered, and since they were not pleaded and they were not tendered, we should not be accused of not having responded to them. Point number 2, both agents have made a legitimate or have made an innocent mistake about the date. And I don't see where the laughter is emanating from. Point number 3, the form itself shows a contrary position to that which was sensationally displayed before this court. The sensational reporting that was made was intended to convey a picture which is to the opposite of what the form now before the court conveys. And that reminds me of that very unfortunate day in 2017 at 9 p.m. that again sensational claims were made about Forms 34B from Mombasa, in particular Shangamwe, made also to this court and which led to a nullification of a presidential contest. Madam CJ, there is also one more thing that concerns my client, because again, it has very prejudicial effect. It is what is definition of the commission. I will spend 1 or 2 minutes defining the various ways commission is defined in the law. Commission is first and foremost defined in Article 88. Commission is also defined
Sorry, if we open the matter now to other things, we will not see an end to this. You were responding to the 2 forms which were introduced.
As new evidence.
Yes, please don't go to other things that you are not supposed to, because we will not see an end to this.
I still have my time.
With respect, even if you have your time.
For the governor,
even if you have your time.
Thank you.
Just deal with the 2 forms.
So then, coming back to the forms, my request is this. Please delete from the... yes, the other thing is that the form now before you has security features. The one that was displayed does not have. The one that you have does not have the name of Jos Camargo. The one that was displayed before the court has that name of Jos Camargo. The original one you now have does not have that name. And all those things were meant to deceive. They were meant to mislead.
We should never have to ask that we remain the way we started. We should never have to ask that.
Particularly from such eminent lawyers. The one that you have does not have any of those things that were displayed. My client therefore becomes quite concerned whether this case is to be adjudicated in the realm of falsehoods or within the parameters of factual contestations. That is a real concern. The minute we allow matters which are clearly false to infiltrate into the record of this court, we are likely to get into a very, very unfair decision. Let this case be decided on factual points and on factual contestations. We say the same about the second form, that the original has not been provided. But as regards the second one, allow me to say this. Before this contest started, IEBC did avail to this honorable court all the forms 34As. All of them were deposited because we did see that correspondence. Consequently, as regards the second form, I would request this honorable court to find time to look for it, the certified copy, and in case, once again, it does not have this Jos, whatever name it is, please come to this conclusion, that a deliberate effort was made by counsel to mislead this court so as to arrive at a decision which would be most injurious to the first and second respondents. I'm very grateful for the 5 minutes, and I rest.
Thank you very much. With your permission, we would like to go to another segment of these proceedings, the last of them, where we'll be considering the report from the scrutiny or the discovery that was undertaken by the court. And I'll ask the Honorable Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u to take us through that session.
Thank you very much, Madam President Judge. Before I come to the issue of the exercise before us, I just wanted to assure Senior Counsel Paul Mwite that when the 14 days start running, and we are guided by Article 259, when we do work Saturdays and Sundays. So as soon as the time is triggered, in fact, the judges are working all the time. You're the ones who get to go home and rest. When you rest, we go and we continue to work. Thank you very much. So just before we proceed with the next session, it was just a summary of the order that we gave to parties and the rationale for those orders. We received 3 applications from 3 parties, from the Youth Advocacy Africa. We received an application from Khelef Khalifa, and we also received an application by Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, in which we were asked, the press was sought to undertake scrutiny and access to certain information. After we looked at the applications and the prayers, we then looked at the pleadings and the affidavits to ensure that the prayers matched with the pleadings and the affidavits that have been filed by the petitioners. As you will recall, the court then determined the issues which we will determine, and that also helped us set out the orders for scrutiny, so that our orders were set out based on the pleadings, the affidavits, the issues for determination. But further to that, we also did say of our order that we would not encourage a fishing expedition, and that the request needed to be specific, and that given the 14-day timeline, the court would only allow reasonable, practical, and helpful orders. We also acknowledged that under Section 12 of the Supreme Court Act, the IEBC has already submitted all the Form 34As, and therefore they could be accessed in the court. We also stated that some other issues, some other things that had been requested for in the prayers in the public domain, and that parties could then get those. We did note that some of the requests or the prayers were unrealistic. Some of them were general and vague. Some of them involved parties that were not enjoined to be before us. And therefore, we granted orders not based on prayers, but based on what we assessed that the court needed to look at in terms of all those criteria that I have set out. And therefore, the exercise that was conducted under the hand of the registrar followed strictly the orders which were given under the hand of this court using that criteria. I think that is a fair summary. Madam Judge President, I will stop there.
Thank you. I think an exercise was carried out, a very rigorous exercise led by our registrar. Indeed, these are people who had not slept for 24 hours working to carry out this exercise of ensuring that there is compliance with the orders of this court. Our staff actually spent a night here. They had to shower somewhere here and continue working yesterday morning. So the report has been shared with council online, and because the parties who are involved in the requests for the discovery is the main petitioner, the Youth for Advocacy, and the petitioner Karif. We have decided to allocate each one of you 15 minutes to submit on any issues you like us to take note of in the report. That is the main petitioner, 15 minutes. Youth Advocacy for Africa, 15 minutes. Karifa, 15 minutes. Then we will have IMBC, 15 minutes. And because the first respondent is also affected by what is being discussed in the report, we also agreed to give them 15 minutes. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Ladyships and my Lord. I'll be as quick as possible, and I would like to indicate that I will share the time with my colleague Jackson Awele, who will deal with what happened at Forodha, while I will deal with everything that happened at IBC Anniversary Towers. The report the court has given runs into 178 pages, but we worked overnight to provide written observations to the court, which we filed this morning, and so all parties are actually aware of whatever it is the first and second respondents, petitioners have observed. Very quickly, IBC confirmed that the RTS, the results transmission system, runs on 8 servers, of which one is a virtual server.
Counsel?
Yes?
You say you filed something?
Yes, we filed written observations with court, and we have a few copies.
Just wait until we get our copies. Are they in the bond?
We filed them
just
before.
give us
Okay.
A moment there. If you say you have extra copies, you could give us, so as to save on time.
Yes,
we do not have a copy. If Learned Counsel could be kind enough and serve us a copy.
For the principal respondents, we can give you one of each.
This shows the time we are given to respond.
We served them before 9 o'clock this morning. Electronically. The only thing that there'll be a problem is some of the images will not be very clear, but when you do have time, the images at the end.
Just hold on, Counsel.
Okay.
You could start.
Yes, Jackson, you could also perhaps upload it so that those who don't have a copy can see where we're reading. I'll go to the first observation on page 2, summarize the first paragraph. IEBC confirmed that the results transmission system runs on 8 servers, of which 1 is a virtual server, and the 7 are Docker containers, which is a server within a server. The IEBC denied agents access to the Docker servers. We were therefore unable to proceed further with that exercise. Paragraph 2. The
Council again.
Yes.
The copies you've given us are not filed.
They're not filed, the electronic ones are filed. I anticipated having to provide 1 or 2 people with copies, but the electronic ones are filed, very clear. We have a receipt.
Yeah. It's all right. Council, I think we had already given directions that we expect oral submissions.
I am making oral submissions.
Yes, so I'm just saying, let us not worry too much about written reports, who has served who. You're letting the court know what you think of the exercise so that we can take those submissions into consideration. And that should apply to all the other parties.
I stand guided. Thank you very much. I go to paragraph, or I'll just make it an oral submission. The virtual image availed for scrutiny was created on the 31st of August, 2022. We therefore state that this cannot be from the same server that ran the just concluded general election. And the image of the server was not provided. The further major observation we make, the KIMS kit was not availed for scrutiny to establish the availability of the embedded scanner application that would verify the image format. So the IEBC declined to avail the system documentation. I go on. There was very disturbing evidence of log deletions from the IEBC server that was availed, in part, partially availed. These deletions occurred on the 6th of August, 2022, which is 2 days before the contested election. We observed that, surprisingly, the registrar's report at page 21, issue number 5, indicates that there were no deletions. We think this is a mistake. It should be looked into. The effect of the deletions, we can upload that. It's on the screen now, that we were able to get from IEBC, indicates that, and this is image marked 15, that at the material time, foreigners, including Ogudino, Vito, J. Carmago, Josio, were operating the system. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foreign individuals. If a forensic image of the server is availed, details of what was deleted would certainly be established. The other major observation, IEBC refused to provide a security walkthrough to highlight key security controls to determine whether Form 34A could be tampered with during transmission at what point. So we hit a dead end, contrary to what their counsel repeatedly says. They are transparent, it's available. They're even giving the court, donating to the court KIMS kits to look through. Finally, or well, not finally, IEBC refused to grant access to the forensically imaged servers. Instead, the server administrator projected the vSphere, which is the Virtual Server Application Management System, on the whiteboard to demonstrate the access to the servers. The vSphere indicates that the virtual RTS server was created and modified on the 31st of August at 2022. In effect, no information from a server was provided to show what happened during the 2022 general election. Number 11, a couple of manuals were provided, or bundles of documents. We'd like to point out that of interest to the court would be that at page 77 of one of the manuals titled Information and Communication Technology ICT Policy, at page 77 78 is a list of 77, a list of 41 individuals, starting with Dixon Kwanusu, and second one, Abdi Dahir Abdi Maalim, who are described at the top of the page as national returning officers, an office unknown to the law or the Constitution. I would request that the court takes note of that in particular. And paragraph 14, on the 1st of September 2022, the deadlock over the servers finally came to a head when IEBC wrote to the Registrar of the Supreme Court enclosing a letter dated 31st August 2022 from Smartmatic International BV, the same company that Camargo comes from, enclosing in which the letter states, amongst other reasons, the image of the NTC servers containing software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and thus IP protected. Providing full access would infringe our intellectual property rights. That brought to the end that matter. Smartmatic, Camargo, whoever they are, wherever they are from, have indicated that they will block and refuse access to the servers completely. I then move to images. Certain images were shared by IBC. I'm not certain that they were aware of what they were serving. There was always staff that seemed quite unqualified in whatever they were doing. They couldn't operate the systems or pretend they couldn't, but they did share image number 6. The first image I showed was the image of deletions, but the one I would like to focus on in this very limited time is image number 6, which is several, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of logs. Logs are from the RTS server, results transmission system, on various days leading up to and after the election date of the 9th. In particular, 15th July 2022 to the 16th of August 2022. And I must apologize to bring the bad news not only to this court, but to the entire Republic, that those logs contain active participation of foreigners on the results transmission systems of IBC from the 15th to the 16th of August, 15th of July to the 16th of August 2022. Their names are Vito, Josio, that is the names identified in these logs, Josio, Ogudino, Sisiva, Provisio, and Jacamargo. The copies I provided to the court are much clearer, and you can see the names, you can see the times, and of interest, and I will only highlight certain entries, only the longest entries. I will start by saying those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, foreigners, in the Immigration Act they are also referred to as aliens, accessed this server 180 times or thereabouts. The longest being Camargo on the 8th of August 2022, Josio, let me deal with the time. Josio on the 9th of August 2022, which is the election day, for 1 hour 32 minutes. Ogudino on the 11th of August 2022, 2 hours 54 minutes. Ogudino again on the 11th of August, 3 hours 16 minutes. Ogudino on the 14th of August 2022 for 2 hours. Ogudino on the 4th of August again, 1 hour 57 minutes. And then the 16th of August, Ogudino, 1 hour 1 minute. I close by saying, what a mess, what a mess. My learned friend Mr. Ngatia struggled so hard to get Mr. Camargo out of the mess of taking control of our elections. In the case of the 34A we've just been talking about, but we have caught Mr. Camargo and all his friends in our election process before, after, and where are they? Only God knows, and only the servers will show us. History is repeating itself. 2017, Mr. Chebukati refused to provide access to the servers. He's doing it again. And of course, please, I ask the court to take note of everything we have provided as far as the DCI has provided to us, we have provided to the court. These are individuals whose identities are not even known. They travel on, or they provide expired passports when interrogated by the police, and all the rest of it. I would not repeat any more of that. On the 8th of, yes, I'm happy to be pointed out, the logs will also show that on the 8th of August 2022, Camargo accessed the portal while in Venezuela. So our elections were conducted from Venezuela. The Venezuelans decided who won. Mr. Chebukati was just a mouthpiece. Thank you.
My Lady the Chief Justice, my Lady the Deputy Chief Justice, my lords, my ladies, in the remaining few minutes, permit me to take you through our report from the scrutiny exercise carried out at Forodha. And my lord, I'd like to very quickly just highlight sequentially in the order in which the ruling was made.
Did we get your name for record purposes?
My apologies once again. Jackson Awele is my name, my lady. My lady, in the order in which the ruling was given, order number 5 granted the applicants inspection, scrutiny, and recount in respect of 45 polling stations. There were about 16 polling centers, and within them we had 45 polling stations. Now, in conducting the exercise, our focus was on qualitative aspects of the results and the electoral materials that were deposited in the ballot boxes. And one of the things, if I may start from where Mr. Mahat left from, that we were looking out for were the QR codes of the KIMS kit in tamper-proof envelopes and KIMS validation form 44 in tamper-proof envelopes. My learned friend, Mr. Mahat, has urged you to go through the scrutiny report, and that in that report you will find information and evidence about the QR codes of all the KIMS kits and in respect of the ballot boxes that were submitted to you. We hate to submit to you, my lords and my ladies, that in your report you will only find one QR code and one KIMS validation form 44 that was submitted or that was found in the ballot boxes that were submitted for scrutiny out of the 45 polling stations that we scrutinized. Of all the other ballot boxes, the QR code of KIMS kits in tamper-proof envelopes and the KIMS validation forms, form 44 in tamper-proof envelopes were missing. The question is, where were they? In light of Ms. Soweto's submissions, your guess is as good as mine. We also looked for the pasted carbon copy of Form 34A in the ballot box, and in all the forms, or rather the ballot boxes, we did, or rather the book 2 of Form 34A was only found in 27 out of, were not found in 27 out of 45 polling stations. And as a matter of fact, my lords and my ladies, if I had time, I would go through the list, but this represents 50% of the ballot boxes that were submitted to us for scrutiny, missing book 2 of Form 34A. Now, in Vita Primary School, the other electoral material that we looked for was the Form 32A that evidenced voting by using the manual register. In Vita Primary School, Station 7 of 7, 232 people we noted voted using the manual register, and no Form 32A was submitted in respect of those votes. In Vita Primary Polling Station 1 of 7, 260 people voted using the manual register. No Form 32A was availed to verify that indeed the authorizations that the IEBC stated should be given before voting by manual register were indeed given. Finally, my lords and my ladies, in respect of the Form 34A, the carbon copy of the result that went out. My time has run out, my lord. If I may just make that point in 1 minute, with your kind permission. We noted that in the 27 polling stations, in the 27 polling stations that we noted did not have Book 2 of 2 of Form 34A, they also did not return the carbon copy of the actual results emanating from those polling stations in the ballot box. In other words, the results or the ballot papers in those ballot boxes could not be verified with the carbon copy of the original Form 34A that was used to declare the results in respect of those polling stations in these presidential elections. For those and all the submissions made by my learned seniors and Mr. Murgo, my lord, I thank you for your time and pray that the petition be allowed to spread.
May it please your leadership, the Honorable Chief Justice, and distinguished members of the Supreme Court. My name is Njomo. I do appear for the third petitioner, who was originally petition number 2 before in the consolidated petition. Your leadership, I'll make a brief comment on the report of scrutiny, and I'll focus on the scrutiny that happened at the Forodha House. And my learned friend Njoki Mboshe will focus on the scrutiny at the IEBC offices at Anniversary Towers. Your leadership, we have looked at the report as a result of the scrutiny, and we have isolated some few issues that will urge the court to consider in perusing the report. And one of the notable issues, and I concur with what my learned friend Mr. Awele has observed, is that we came across in a process that I personally participated in what learned Judge Justice Njoki has observed, that it is a process that took more than 24 hours. We came across ballot boxes that did not have original or carbon copies of Form 34As. Your leadership, the effect of that is that the authenticity of the forms appearing in the public portal is then called to question. There are ballot boxes, for instance, I'll give the Mikindani Primary School, polling station number 8 of 9, the report is appearing at page 81, where it is clearly observed that it did not have the Form 34A. We also have another polling station, that is Chepkulung Primary School, 3 of 3, that did not have the Form 34A in the box. So that then the question arises, where is the source or what is the authenticity of the Form 34A that is displayed in the portal? Because there's nothing to compare with as required by the regulation. Your Honor, another notable issue that we came across, your leadership, is that there were ballot boxes that did not have seals matching what is recorded in the polling station diary. My lady, what happens is that at the close of polling, one is required to record the seals that are then affixed on the ballot boxes when they are closed. So that the record of the ballot seals as appearing in the polling station diary, when they don't match what is actually presented to the court at the point of scrutiny, that raises eyebrows.
because it happened in one primary school. You note, Your Leadership, from the report. At paragraph, page 53, Majengo Primary School, it's observed that in the report that all the serial numbers had been altered. The effect of this, Your Leadership, is that we cannot then be sure at what point is the ballot box opened so that those seals that were affixed at the close of the polling were changed. Alteration of seals is a serious breach of the regulations that govern elections. Your Leadership, another observation we made on the broken seals is with respect to Keheo Primary School in a constituency called Ojorok in Nyandarua County. What the report by the registrar of this Supreme Court notes is that the aperture, this is where the ballot paper is slotted in, putting in the box, had a seal that had been replaced. The seal that was noted at the close of polling and the seal number on the aperture at the point of scrutiny had been altered. This is noted, Your Lordship, my lady, at page 146 of that report that is before the court. The third issue that we also noted is as regards Book 2 of 2. My lady, the Chief Justice and distinguished judges, Book 2 of 2 needs to be put in context. That the IEBC printed Book 1 and Book 2 of Form 34As. When that was discovered, the IBC indicated that Book 2 of 2 will not be used for purposes of reporting presidential elections. But then the assurance that the IEBC gave was that that Book 2 of 2 will be deposited in the ballot boxes and it will not be utilized. Unfortunately, at the point of scrutiny, there were 27 polling stations from the 45, or rather 47, that were to be scrutinized that did not have Book 2 of 2. The question then that begs our minds is, where did the Book 2s of 2 go? Were they used to report the results, presidential elections, or where did they vanish to? Because the factual position is that those Book 2 of 2s were missing in at least 27 of the polling stations that went through scrutiny in the process that we undertook. My lady, another issue, and honorable judges, that we came across is that there were missing counterfoils from the ballot boxes. The requirement under the regulations is that when a ballot is slit from the main booklet, then at least a counterfoil will remain. The purpose of scrutiny will then serve some purpose if you compare the counterfoils against the number of votes that were cast, including the rejected votes. But, my lady, the Chief Justice and judges of the Supreme Court, without the counterfoil being present that you can compare with, then a question then arises as to whether those who are actually the ballots appearing in the ballot boxes were torn from the booklet, because there's nothing to compare with. Counterfoils were missing, my lady, and honorable judges, from Keheo Primary School. This is noted at page 146 of the report. From Keheo Primary School, polling station number 2 of 2. My lady, there were myriad of issues that we came across. In addition to that, with the scrutiny, envelopes, electoral material, these include the ballots that have been cast, the counterfoils that have been used, the register in the polling station, all those electoral materials that the regulations require that they should be deposited in the ballot box in tamper-proof envelopes. But unfortunately, what we came across was that there were very many polling stations from the ones that we undertook scrutiny where all the contents, the electoral material, were not placed in tamper-proof envelopes. And just to give an example of a few, we had Mvita Primary School in Mombasa, that this is noted at page 34 of the report. Polling station, also Mvita Primary School polling station 7 of 7, there were 7 polling stations. That happened also in Mikindani Primary School, polling station number 7 of 9. This is noted at page 80 of the report. We have Chepkutung Primary School, polling station number 1 of 3. We have Kapsusel Primary School, polling station 1 of 3.
that you find in the ballot box, the materials are there, but they are not placed in tamper-proof envelopes as required by the law. Your Leadership, we look at those anomalies in line with the provisions of the Elections General Regulations of 2017, and specifically Regulation number 81, that require this electoral material to be placed in tamper-proof envelopes and then sealed in a ballot box. When that happens, it is a clear breach of the regulations as required. And then these anomalies, again, it is my humble submissions that I also speak to the requirements on the Article 86D of the Constitution. And my lady, this is clear because it requires electoral system to be accountable and even requires the IEBC to preserve electoral material in a safe manner. When this has not been done, Your Leadership and honorable judges of the Supreme Court, we submit that that is a clear breach of the Constitution and no accountability can then arise in the event where such issues have arisen. My lady, having spent my minutes on the issue of scrutiny at Forodha, I'll now hand over the floor to my learned friend, Joachim Bosche, to comment on the scrutiny of the technology process. Thank you very much and appreciate. Thank you.
My Lady, the Chief Justice, honorable judges of the Supreme Court, I noticed that the time was still running as I was walking here. I hope I'll recover my seconds. As my learned brother has indicated, I'll be going through briefly what happened at Anniversary Towers. Just to add that, my lady, we have already seen the gaps from what my brother, Mr. Njomo, has said. The breaches, the illegalities, and the gaps that were there in the collection, the tallying of the numbers. My lady, what we have been told by the first and second respondents, as you will see it happening even as we went to Anniversary Towers, is the attitude of get over it, it's over. Because, my lady, and as has been ably submitted by my learned senior Mr. Mulgore, when he was talking about what happened at Anniversary Towers, we were denied access to the server. Our agents were denied access to the server. My lady, and honorable members of the court, when you retire, you will see at page 8 of the report, item number 4, that they said the best they could do was to give us a clone image of the server. When we said, let's proceed, or when our agent said, let's proceed, it became clear that to generate a forensic image, there was the requirement for the development of what is called a forensic image hash. My ladies, honorable members of the court, it was then asked for the IBC because they wanted to give us this clone to generate the hash. What did they say? They said, oh no, the judiciary should generate the hash. Yet, it is the system that they are calling upon us and Kenyans to believe they were in control of. They have no idea how to generate those things, and if they do, they want to take zero responsibility for that job. And that is why, contrary to the requirements of the Constitution, the IEBC abrogated their duty to conduct the IT component of the election and gave it entirely to Smartmatic. And that is why Smartmatic wrote a letter further to the directions of this court, that letter was served upon our firm yesterday. And the letter is dated 31st August. On the right, and this letter should be before this court because it is addressed to the registrar. So I expect Judge, honorable members of this court, that it's before you. Clearly, it shows it is from Amsterdam. And it says that they will not give us access to the servers because it infringes on their intellectual property. What Mr. Macharia called today, the question of what happens to our data? We cannot even verify the election, contrary to the requirements of the Constitution, that it should be verifiable. When the Honorable Court gives orders for scrutiny, Smartmatic says they cannot give us that access. We have set it out. It's set out in the report that has been placed before this court, and the letter is there to confirm. What they then go ahead and do is to amend the orders of this court. And my ladies will see when you read that letter that they say that instead, they would like to recommend that the IEBC makes available, and they say the documents that they want IEBC to give us, including some system logs, which, as Mr. Murgor has indicated, not all those system logs were provided anyway. And the ones that were provided, we saw who had access. Our agents did indicate that when we asked, because this becomes very important on the question of access, and that's why the logs become important as well, when we asked, as the court had directed in its ruling, order number 1, that we get a password policy, they said no, it will infringe on the security. And that becomes extremely important in terms of knowing who had access to those servers, in terms of confirming the the code or the policy on change of passwords. They refused to give that information. Again, IBC refused to give us information with respect to the RTS, Results Transformation Systems. Yet they want us to come here and believe what they're telling us with regards to the contents of the portal. Yet in their own Gazette notices, as you will find, there were some points where there was human intervention, and that is why they are unable to explain to this court, which we asked them to do, and they were unable to do, to explain how the JPEG photos, my ladies, 2 more minutes? Thank you. They are unable to explain how an image is taken but ends up on the server as a PDF. In their own Gazette notice of 3rd August, which is part of our evidence, the petitioner in 002, they said that in some certain areas, returning officers will be allowed to take photos using their phones and transmit the same to the tallying center. So how then is it that all the photos on the portal are in PDF, and yet they refused, they declined and dishonored this court's order to give us information on the results transmission system? My ladies, my lords will find, when you look at the report that has been submitted, page 11, the judiciary report, that they refused to comply with orders number 1, they refused to comply with orders number 4, they partly complied with order number 3 and number 4. Honorable members of this court, the ICT scrutiny was anchored on those 4 orders. They therefore failed to comply. They refused to open the server. Smartmatic wrote, and to the best of what they could tell us, in addition to amending the judgment, they also say at the very end that even citizens all over the world had full access of these tally reports and were able to add the results, telling Kenyans, we have no additional claim of that information. We can tally like everybody else. It is our humble submission that IBC abrogated their duty. IBC was not in charge in terms of the technical component, and that is why my brother Willis said they played picky, ponky eventually to determine who won the election. Kenya's electoral processes run outside Kenya. We humbly submit that there was non-compliance. We humbly submit IBC failed the test. Kindly allow our petition.
Before I start, we were served with a letter just for housekeeping purposes. We were served a letter that my learned friend has referred to from Smartmatic. It was addressed to the registrar of this court. So for parity of arms, we will wish to also make reference to that letter as we submit. First thing I must say this. IEBC, in the report by the registrar, I'll start from page 17. The registrar says, forensically captured, compliance task, forensically captured image of the server holding form 34C, not provided. We move quickly to page 21. Virtual server image. All agents were interested in knowing the virtual server creation date. It was established that both the creation and modified date for the image was 31st August 2022, though the technical team at IEBC could not locate the correct data store for the image. Very important. Page 22. The agent requested IEBC to provide certified copies of penetration tests conducted before and during the election. ICT director and IEBC advocate provided certified penetration tests conducted before the election. IEBC advocate informed the applicants that IEBC did not carry out penetration tests during the election period, citing penetration tests are not conducted during the election. That is very important, and I asked the court to find out why it's important to conduct penetration tests. At page 24, it was noted that the containers running in the virtual machine are actual computers. IEBC declined to share further details on the containers. Ask your expert why they refused, and they'll tell you. At page 25, what was the IEBC password policy on the server? The response, captured by the registrar. IEBC could not display for security reasons. Number 31, the agent wanted to know why the user says logs in from server 192.168.95.64. There was no proper explanation for this issue. The agent requested to know if the antivirus or anti-malware was installed. IEBC did not respond. What am I trying to say? Just even from the basic information that was provided to the agents for the scrutiny, IEBC successfully exposed how vulnerable our system was. And for the first year, IT students, I'll give you, they can take down note, what IEBC gave as the memory, the capacity of the server that was provided. Memory was 6.4 GB, clock speed was 9.84 GHz, hard disk was 300 GB. The server specifications that they provided us with is less than even the laptops that we're using here. That is what they are presenting to us, that they were hosting the entire election infrastructure in these elections. It was not possible. Why I've put that image? It's very important we know. I talked about the middleman, Diego Armando Camargo, distributing results. That is the person who you are not allowed to see. That is the person who, when the Supreme Court makes an order to be allowed complete access, to be provided the password policies, that is the Diego Camargo who we are being told you cannot access him. That back office, polling station goes to him. He's the one who sends to the returning officer. He's the one who turns to the National Tallying Center. He's the one who sends to the public portal. He's the one controlling everything. He's the midfielder distributing to everybody the results of this election. What he says are the results. You can now remove the portal. You can remove it, please. Having said that, we must note that as the world evolves, technology in elections also evolve. Previously, when my learned senior, James Orengo, was running in 1979 in Ugenya, people used to stuff ballots and run away with them physically. Progressively, they start changing forms. Now, elections are stolen on technology. That's why I said machines are voting for us. I refer you to a case that I've mentioned in my authorities, Dr. W versus the German Bundestag, where the Germans asked themselves, are the Germans really voting or machines are choosing our leaders? And they said, if the technology does not meet the thresholds of our constitution, do away with that technology until it conforms. In this particular case, we've demonstrated through the registrar's report that the technology that we deployed in this election, even this Supreme Court cannot access it. This Supreme Court order was countermanded by the letter which I have referred to, dated 31st of August. We would like to clarify that such images contain software owned and copyrighted by Smartmatic and is thus IP protected. Providing full access will infringe our intellectual property rights. This court can make orders even to our most highest National Intelligence Bureau. And those intelligence agencies have provided to our courts under cover or confidentiality their intelligence reports. Why can't Smartmatic do it? Why are they ignoring the court order? Why are they saying we'll not give you? Then they go to Venezuela or wherever they are and keep it to themselves. Are we going to ignore it? I pray that we do not. If it reaches a point that elections are not transparent even to the Supreme Court, and I draw inspiration to the provisions of our laws that provide once a petition is filed, the entire infrastructure of that election, ballot boxes, ballot papers, forms, are submitted to the courts. Ask yourselves, have you been given access or have you been handed over to as a court the entire election infrastructure for the presidential elections 2022? The answer is no. It is in the hands of the Smartmatics, and they've said they shall not give you. Do what you want. On to the scrutiny. And I thank you very much, my lords and my ladies, for allowing my application for Form 34A, Book 2 of 2 to be provided. This is the reason why we asked for that form. And I'll show you the mischief of what happened. In 2017, the basic ground upon which this court was able to expose the irregularities was through the fake forms. Fake forms were used in the elections. Remember, ballot is the currency, forms are the returns of that currency. What did Chebukati do in this election? He decided to print genuine forms in excess. He printed deliberately without a commission resolution genuine forms in excess in all the 46,000 polling stations. They were not needed. What did he end up doing when the party agents raised it? Mr. Chebukati proceeded to send them to all the 46,000 polling stations. All those 46,000 genuine forms, Book 2 of 2. So in your electoral universe, you are now parallel to the genuine forms from Book A. You also have another set of genuine forms, Book 2. What has the scrutiny disclosed to us? It has disclosed to us that 50% of Book 2 was used. I had requested that we be given Book 2 in the entire country. And the court in clarification said, limit it to the polling stations in Ms. Celestine's affidavit. And I took it. It has confirmed what I believed actually happened.
Mr. Chair, please point us to the report where that is captured.
No, the reports, oh, sorry. The numbers are found from page, the registrar has not given you the tabulation of percentages, but from page 175.
You see, the submission you're making comes from the report.
Yes.
So we'd like to find from the report where that 50% appears. That's
okay, the 50%, if you look at from page 175, sorry. It gets to 50% when you add them. You must do the addition. There are 27 polling stations.
In the report?
The word 50%?
Yes.
I can mention the polling stations.
But it's not in the report, it's your calculation.
My calculation, yes, it's my calculation. It's my calculation based on what the registrars found. Like if you find, for example, Kakamega High School, there was no form provided. For Book 2 was never provided. Bomet County, Gorgor School, polling station 2, not provided. Kasagik Primary School, polling station 1 forms not provided. St. Joseph Kapkerich Primary School, the form was used. Chesentum Primary School, form was used. Kamwai Primary School, form was used. So if you add up from the registrar's report, they come to 50% of those forms that went out. Now, to explain it in a layman's language, because this is very important that we understand, it's like saying, I have printed for every polling station 700 ballot papers. But let me print an additional 700. Then you send all of them to the polling stations. And you issue a gazette notice telling polling stations, when you receive the ballot papers, please return to me 700 untouched. Only use 700. What do the polling presiding officers do when they receive these ballot papers? They decide to liberally use them. So that when you go out to find out where the mischief is, the system is muddled. He has thrown at you so many ballot papers, you cannot know the genuine and the fake. Mr. Chebukati single-handedly directed for book 34 2 of 2 to be printed. And book 2 of 2 having been printed, it went out to the stations. The gazette notice required it not to be used. It was used, and the registrar's reform has confirmed. How does it work? Let me use a real-life experience of a movie that I watched, because I have time. It's called The Italian Job. Once they conclude, when this gentleman steals and he comes with many lorries, and you can't tell which lorry has the actual cash, similar number plates, similar design, similar make. So it's meant to confuse you, don't know which is the actual truck that has the money. In simple terms, if I steal money on this table, I steal 1 million, I throw 200,000, all of you scramble for it, and I walk out with 800,000, leaving all of you scrambling for the 200,000. You'll never know the magnitude of what I have done. That is the magnitude of book 2 of 2 in our elections. The best example before I cede my time to the court, if you've watched The Wolf, it's called The Wolf of Wall Street. When the star player, at the point of blowing it all up, throws money at everybody because he has now made his ultimate loot. He throws money at everybody, and no one can tell what actually transpired. That is what happened with book 2 of 2 in our elections. That when you start questioning, when you start tracing, you will only be meeting genuine forms. In 2017, when we were questioning, we were meeting fake forms. He threw an extra 46,000 genuine forms into our elections in the hands of people who could not account for them. When we went to look, we were able to demonstrate that 50% of those forms have been used from a sample. From a sample, not denied, either not used or not accounted for, not returned. Are we going to give regime legitimacy after this indicting audit report? I asked this question in the morning. Part of the Supreme Court's function, you give what we call regime legitimacy. The Kenyan people moving in one accord. And nobody has spoke in this court about the margin of victory that is declared. Less than 200,000. After all these muddled figures, after all these illegalities, are we going to say that let us ignore them and give a regime legitimacy to one of the players? I urge you not to ignore your registrar's report. This is too damning. This has confirmed to you that at the end of this process, the only person who could answer the question where the punk was going to land was Wafula Chebukati himself. It was not the instruments that were deployed for the conduct of the elections. I thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. Thank you for listening to me. And I thank Justice Swanjala today. He didn't respond when I did my monk. Can I donate my time back to the court? Thank you.
You also did not sweat, so we are okay.
IBC.
My ladies, my lords, Mr. Dennis Nkarisha will make the presentation for us.
Thank you, Senior.
Repeat
My ladies,
your name for us. We didn't-
Dennis Nkarichia, Nkarichia. If I may proceed, my lady.
Yes, please.
I would like to refer the court only to two documents generated by the registrar. There is a list of annexures that has R1 and runs for 42 pages, and there's a big report of page 1 to 178 that covers the entire report. My lady, I'll take you to page 15 of the registrar's report, which provides a table to determine whether the IEBC complied with the scrutiny orders. On the issue of ICT, my ladies, I'll do order 1, 2, 3, and 4. My lord and senior Mr. Wetangula will deal with the rest of the orders. My lady, for order 1, we fully complied, save for providing the owners of system administration password. The order issued by the court had a security exception, but if it was determined it was too risky to provide something, we were to object and provide an explanation. My ladies, my lords, we objected because those persons once identified, their personal security could not be guaranteed in any way. And that explanation was accepted by everybody. The rest of the documentation that Senior Counsel Mugo said were not provided, my lady, that report says they were provided. The password policy is number 1, the password matrix is number 2, the system users and level access is number 4. Those documents, my lady, were provided, and the registrar noted the same. On the second order, my lady, the one about the server, my lady, I'll come back to it, but there's only one server. Senior Learned Counsel, Mr. Mugo, was economical with the truth, and I will develop it in the responses and queries raised by his agent, Mr. George, who is identified in the annex that the registrars provided. Mr. George is in R2, and he appears as George Joroge, the 13th person in that list. George Joroge, he assigned, he was his agent. So, my lady, access was provided to the server. And indulge me, I read something that was noted by the registrar on page 17, supervised access. Agents were granted supervised access to the live server through an interactive session. All their concerns and questions were exhaustively answered through querying of server for logs, not by mouth, not by explanation, by their own queries to the server. My lords, my lady, I was there. Mr. George, for the petitioners, dictated specific queries. They were run in the system, and he was completely satisfied. That is the registrar's comment, not the IEBC's comment. As such, the statement that they were denied access is factually inconsistent with the registrar's remarks. Secondly, my lady, the demo of the IEBC system architecture, the theory is proven by the registrar. IEBC provided a demo of their election infrastructure for agents to understand. We were not doing it in vacuum, my lords, my ladies. I will leave the comment on the server, my lords, my ladies, for later on. I will now just show compliance. On order 3, from the registrar's report, my lords, my ladies, it was fully complied. You can look at the remarks by the registrar, and it says provided. And critically is the penetration test, what is known as the pen test, under the election technology regulations, regulation 10 and 11, but Senior Mugo said was not provided. My lady, I'll take you to page 18 and 19. Supreme Court Order 3, penetration test reports prior. IEBC provided report on internal network and infrastructure vulnerability and assessment, and certificate of penetration were provided to the applicants and the first respondent. Volume 2, page 1 to 51. It's not a theory. A document was granted, and it had 51 pages. My lady, on order 4, I can confirm we personally filed under seal all partnership agreements with the court, and the registrar notes as much. So, my lady, contrary to the assertion provided in public by counsel, we fully complied. And the only issue we never complied was partnership agreement provided to court under seal. And the issue of server, yesterday at 1:02 p.m., the court and all parties were issued with a forensic image of Form 34C had delivered and by email, my lords, my ladies. That was compliant. And it had a hash key. And it had a certificate of forensic evidence generated by Martin Nyaga. There is a certificate in court, my lords, my ladies, that the hash key was provided. So rather than move to generalization, at a granular level, we can prove we fully complied with the orders on ICT. Now, I'll pick issues on the party interrogation into the system. And I want to pick issue 1, it's by George. The same George, I said, is an agent of Mr. Mugo and is proven by the registrar's report R2, the person under 13, for Martha Wangari Karua, George Joroge, and Musa Omondi. That is the George. He asks, wanted to know the user who logged in on 12 August 2022 at 001 hours. I will take you to R9. It's the registrar's report. I have not filed anything in reference to this, my lords, my ladies. And it shows there was no user. It's the registrar's report. I'm not going to give an interpretation. And I will say the comment under, by the registrar, a review of access laws did not show the user or any suspicious activity. The registrar was represented by an IT technical team. So it did not even request us to lobby the registrar, explain to the registrar. The IT team confirmed for itself. My lords, my ladies, they said there was suspicious activity between various dates. I'll take you to comment 4 by George Joroge. Agent wanted audit logs for user root during the election period. Logs were retrieved from 8th August to 29th August 2022, the day before the election and the day before we did the exercise. There was no suspicious activity. I would like the court to do a simple thing, my lords, my ladies. Compare the logs Mr. Mugo has provided and what is found in the registrar. You will discover there is an apparent discrepancy on the face of those logs. Nothing put on the slideshow is in the registrar's report because it's not. He may clarify where he got that, but he'll simply refer to the registrar's report. It's not, my lords, my ladies. Now, when you move on with the report, you get other clarification by other users. And I want to pick 3 that are quite pertinent. They say there was no way of ascertaining the date of the server log, and that was the opening comment. At page 22, comment 8 by Victor, agents wanted to know when Form 34C was uploaded. This was established to be 16th August 2022. How could have it been created on 31st August, but you are able to go back in history to 16th August to determine when Form 34C was uploaded? It's ridiculous on the face of it. My lords, my ladies, I'll take you to George again, page 23. The agent requested to see the whole architecture. The whole, not only RTS, not only KIMS, the entire IBC infrastructure, including everything retained in that server. IBC database presented the system architecture and explained the transmission flow. How can you say access was not granted when it was granted the entire architecture, not RTS? My lords, I notice my time is running, and my senior wanted to refer to the forever. I will stop here, but if given time, we can take the court through the entire report and answer every query raised satisfactorily, because it was done. Access was granted, that's why comments were made. If access was denied, there would have been no comment. Thank you, my lords, my ladies.
If it may please you, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and other distinguished members of the Supreme Court. My name is Emmanuel Wetangula. I'll be presenting our observations on behalf of IEBC with regard to the scrutiny and the recount that took place on the 31st and yesterday, my Lord. First and foremost, I'd like to thank members of the judiciary who took part in this exercise. It's the most tedious and laborious jobs, and not the most, and most people actually opted to run away. And even in the submissions before, which I'm about to make before the court today, it will be quite notable that none of my colleagues have addressed the pertinent issue. All the results in the boxes matched the results that have been declared by IEBC and the results that were used to declare the president under Article 138.10. My Lord, I'll simply give one example. The application for scrutiny was given by the petitioners, and they identified the stations that they wanted. If this was to be a sample of the entire election, the report bears out the fact that out of the 45 polling stations that were counted, there was no variance of results in the 40 stations, 40 of the polling stations. The report clearly shows that there is no variance of the results with that which was contained in Form 34A. But most importantly, my lady and my lords, there were slight errors which will arise, and it always arises in every election. It's typical to human error. And even to point out this fact, my lord, I was reading the report that was prepared by the Honorable Deputy Registrar. It also has a slight error. And that error was corrected today when we were sent an addendum correcting a mistake that had been done. Number two, my lady and my lords, at page 31, you will note that there's a slight typographical error regarding the date of the election. It's indicated as 8th August 2017. A normal error that any human being will make. But if it were the petitioners, I'm sure they will pray that the entire report be disregarded. But my lord, the most important thing is the environment under which elections take place is a very tense situation. And many a times, slight mistakes will occur. For instance, the sealing of documents, the misplacement of one or two things. The only complaint I've had my learned colleagues, Mr. Awele, complain about, Ms. Mboshe, and Mr. Willis Otieno. It's about material not being placed in envelopes. But of utmost importance is having been present with every ballot that was counted, it tallies with what was given to each of the candidates. But most importantly, the allegation the petitioners have made and have been running around with is that election results were being taken from one candidate and being added to another. That fact was not proven. This is their case. And if at all there was any variance in the results, I believe Mr. Willis Otieno will have sung for us a new song today, but he didn't. And that confirms that actually the results are believable. And my lords, these are the results that were transmitted through the results transmission system, first and foremost, having been final. Secondly, these were the results that were physically delivered by the returning officers to the tallying center at Bomas. And my lord, if the registrar confirms that from the boxes that the court has sampled, there's absolutely no variance, then we wonder what the complaint is. The slight variances or slight mistakes that were noted, which I will just highlight one of them, that one of the parties picked up on. This is number 38 on the list of the polling stations, Kiheo Primary School. One of my colleagues for the petitioners made reference to it. Despite the absence of the counterfoils, but each of the ballots present matched with the result that was declared for each of the candidates. I wonder how accurate an election can get if this is not it. But mistakes will always happen. And even in the report that is before us, we have noted that actually mistakes actually do happen, and they happen all the time. There was something else that the parties were supposed to deliver, that is IEBC, which was Forms 34A. My lord, a sufficient volume was delivered to the court. I'll just confirm how many there were. There are 32 volumes of Form 32As which have been availed to the court. My lord, there's also the error form, 3 volumes which have been availed to the court for scrutiny, signed by the chair. These are the errors that were noted during the verification and tallying. And lastly, my lady and my lords, before the time runs out, Book 2 of Form 34A, some of it was found in the ballot boxes during the scrutiny, but some of the boxes did not contain, and it's borne out in the report. But the purpose of printing this booklet is actually known to all the players. My lady, my time has run out. I'll just request for 2 minutes to finalize my points, and I'll be done. Thank you. My lady, with regard to Form 34A, Book 2, the purpose why an extra copy was printed, and it's known to the petitioners, but they will not tell this honorable court, was that at any time sufficient copies of the forms will be available to the agents, candidates, and the media. This is to ensure that the results that were being declared at the polling stations being final were transparent and known to everybody. But a contest arose and a decision was made by the chairman of IEBC that this material was to be sealed and placed in the ballot boxes. As it will happen, in some of the boxes, and the report will bear it out, some of the forms are not there. And even the report will bear it out that some of the presiding officers made mistakes in Book 1. They cancelled it and utilized Book 2, but still the result did not change. What is important and material is from the scrutiny that was undertaken until very early hours of yesterday morning, the result matches what is contained in Form 34A. And my lords, those Form 34As have been availed to the court pursuant to the rules of the Supreme Court, and they are the forms that were used to declare the results of the election upon the completion of the exercise. Similarly, these are the same forms that were transmitted through the results transmission system, and they match each and every other form that was given. Lastly, and very lastly, there was in one station in Kakamega where the Form 32As were not availed, and affidavits to that effect have been given, and the reason is that because of an outbreak of violence, the affidavits will bear it out. With those few remarks, my lady and my lords, Professor Mugai is asking for a donation of the time, but it has run out. Thank you very much.
Lady, without appearing to interrupt the court's proceedings, with that kind permission, my learned friend has made reference to an affidavit that was given. You've never been supplied with that affidavit. We don't even know about it. And I don't think it is proper for evidence of such a nature to be brought to court at this critical point. And I wish the court should ignore it.
I don't think we are aware of it because we closed the filing of proceedings in this matter.
Very kindly request you to allow me to place on record that we reserve our right to object to that document filed by my learned friends. First, because it was filed without leave. Secondly, because no other party has had the opportunity to do the same. Thirdly, because from what we hear now, it may very well contain falsified documents.
Yes, have we had submissions from the 9 respondents, but now in the... Yes.
Madam Chief Justice will be making a formal application for the document tendered by Learned Counsel Mr. Mulgo to be expunged from the record. But first things first, we shall respond pursuant to the order issued by the court. We were to orally respond,
yes,
not to use that opportunity for other filings. On our part, 2 of my colleagues will make the oral submissions. Please, that was not within the... Please allow us the 15 minutes. We hadn't started making the submissions.
If it pleases the court, my name is Omwanza Ombati. I'm going to present the first part of or the comments about the scrutiny report, and the second part will be presented by my learned friend, Senator Hilary Sigei. My lords, it's important to first appreciate that the purpose of scrutiny is an exercise that is meant for the court to have an impression of how the exercise of the election was conducted. And that's what you said in 2013, Raila. And secondly, also it's important to note that part of the process of scrutiny is to audit the election and make sure that the numbers are backed up by the paper trail. In the request for scrutiny that was done by the petitioners, my Lord, Chief Justice and members of the Supreme Court, the request was targeted. You'll find that particularly in petition number 5, and also the affidavit of Arnold Oginga, paras 81 to 91. That is where the scrutiny was ordered, and when you retire to consider this matter, my lords, I request that you restrict them to their case. Now, in terms of the orders that was given by this court, you'd find that there are 7 orders. I'll deal with order number 1 to 4. The first one was with respect to an order that IBC should provide the applicants with copies of the technology system and security policy. This was complied with, except that the applicants also wanted the names, specific names of the system administrators. My Lord, this will not be possible because then you would expose system administrators to danger. The second order is with respect to a supervision of the servers, to have access to the servers of the National Tallying Center, to demonstrate how Form 34C was dealt with. The forensic image of the 34C was granted, and all parties were also given time to interact with this server the whole day. Now, the third and more important, part of that order also was to see whether there was any deletion of any Form 34A at the server. You'll find that at page 21 of the registrar's report, there was no deletion. There is not a single deletion of a Form 34A from the server. And my Lord, Justice Lenola asked a question on how was it that JPEGs were converted from JPEG to a PDF. My Lord, that answer is found at the registrar's report at page 12, and it's important that we read this. It's a short page because a lot of issues have been raised about this. You'll see whereby it says that the Form 34A, you'll find this at page 12 of the registrar's report, that the Form 34A would be scanned by the KIMS kit into a PDF, which was then transmitted into the storage server. At the storage server, the form is processed by an application to check for compliance, to certify that the security features have been complied with, and the PDF has all the features that are supposed to be there. That goes also to page 13. This is important because, my Lord, there was a theory of the middleman that was being propagated by one of the petitioners. And in this scrutiny, we could not find any middleman. In fact, there was a direct link from where the results were transmitted. So the transmission was from the KIMS kit. It would go to the National Tallying Center. One form would go to the National Tallying Center. The second form would go to the constituency tallying center, and the third form would go to the portal And in this path, results path, there was no middleman. That was the smoking gun that was used by the petitioner, and my lord, unfortunately, there was no smoke, and there was nothing that would find that was found in that. It's important, my lord, to demonstrate to this court that in the scrutiny, there was first compliance by IEBC about, in terms of the orders of this court, order 1 to 7, as far as was practicable. And number 2 is that in the case theory that was presented to this court completely collapsed. We are all aware, and we saw it, that the petitioner brought a case that was packed in a truckload. However, when that was subjected to scrutiny, it collapsed like a house of cards. So, my lord, the scrutiny has demonstrated that this election was conducted in substantial compliance with the law. If there are variations, they are minor and they do not materially affect the result. And we submit that this court should validate the win of the first and second respondent in terms of Article 140 of the Constitution. I would conclude and say that from what we've heard, my lord, it's important probably for those of us who didn't go to the schools that my friend Ayatollah went to, if you read the book of Macbeth, the play of Macbeth, the second play, you'd see that there's a debate. There's a debate about the devil and conscience. I think in one of the last acts, about a servant who's known as Lancelot. And this servant has this big debate on what is it that, he has the devil that is pushing on him and also his conscience. And he concludes that he would rather go, in fact, I quoted this because it's very interesting. He says that my conscience is hanging by my neck, the neck of my heart, and in my conscience is a hard conscience. However, the devil gives me a more friendly counsel, but I choose to run from that friendly counsel. My lord, with those few remarks, I will request that my learned friend, Senator Hilary Sigei, can continue.
The Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and the judges of the Supreme Court. My name is Hilary Sigei. My remit in submitting on the basis of the report is limited to the numbers. And my lords, I would dare say, fiction is best told in abstract. My learned colleagues for the petition have taken you through what they called a product of scrutiny. They have intentionally left out what is also equally important besides the process, and that is the numbers. I associate myself largely with the submissions by my learned friend, Mr. Wetangula, particularly with regards to the numbers and the 45 polling stations, which was a subject of inquiry in the orders for scrutiny. Given, my lords, that the election process in Kenya is a process that we are conducting 6 elections in one day, it is natural that errors, especially in counting, tabulation, are bound to occur. But far from that, when the 45 polling stations that this honorable court directed that are conduct of scrutiny be done, the recount confirmed that there was correct vote count in 45 polling stations. It also confirmed that all the data that was entered, including, for example, the rejected votes, reflected that which was in the ballot and that which was in the image. It also confirmed that the Form 34As were not altered as it has been submitted before you. I therefore do submit that there are no irregularities in terms of the votes cast against each of the candidates in this particular petition. There was also no transposition the way they had placed that votes from candidate A was taken away and given to candidate B. That product of scrutiny has confirmed that. To be very specific, in Mombasa County, Mvita, polling station 1 of 7, all of them had no variances at all. And in the fullness of time, this Honorable Court, I believe, will spare a moment to look at pages 36 to 49 of the report from the registrar. Majengo, 2 polling stations, no variance, that is page 50 to 57. Mikindani, polling station 1 to 9, no variances were detected at all. In Kericho County, Chepkutung polling station 1 to 3, no discrepancies were found. In essence, what I'm trying to submit, my lordship, is that the numbers complied in terms of what each candidate had been given as at the time of the tabulation at the polling station and what has been provided and availed before you. I am aware that the 32 volumes of Form 34As are placed already before you. Elections and the will of the people is deposed in the polling station as per the Maina Kiai case. I urge your lordships and my lady to indeed look at the 32 volumes of Form 34As placed before you, do a comparison with the 45 which we have submitted, and a report has been placed before you that numbers did not change. If they could not impeach on the 45 polling stations that they pleaded, they cannot impeach on the rest that are available before you. When we look at the other stations they have talked about, Nyandarua, Kiheho, my learned colleague, Mr. Njomo, indeed confirmed that materials were all there in the ballot boxes which were opened. His concern was that they were not placed in tamper-proof envelope. He's also confirmed that the numbers in those polling stations are there. Those were the submissions by Mr. Njomo on behalf of the petitioners. As regards Oljororok, where he quoted that there were no seals placed, when you look at the report of the registrar in that particular polling station, appearing at page 141 to 171, no polling station had variances in terms of the numbers that were awarded to either the petitioner or my client. In short, my lady, my lordship, I submit that there is no evidence that has been placed before you to impeach the Forms 34A, which are already before you and which are in the portal, and which actually is where the vote from the voter, where the voter is expressing their choice of the candidate whom they would want to place in the executive office, was done. No wonder Kenya has moved on. I want to beseech this honorable court to allow that which the people of Kenya made as a choice on the 9th and declared on the 15th to be the choice of the leadership they would want to lead this country for the next 5 years. I am a product of that particular election. The Honorable Madam Chief Justice, allow me 1 minute to close. Thank you. I wondered yesterday while Malanet Senior, the Honorable Attorney General Emeritus, invited you to ask the Honorable James Orengo and Professor Tom Agenda, I would invite myself to answer that. I am a product of that election that was conducted. And I am aware that if one is clear, the rest will be clear, as we have attempted and have indeed proved in the submissions that are before you. I request and I plead that this Honorable Court upheld the declaration that was made on the 15th of August 2022 of the presidential elections. I thank you for the time and thank you. I will donate the remaining 13 seconds to the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council, and I think we congratulate all of you who have been elected to the new office and wish you well.
For you, I am mandated by my colleagues, and I hope on this one I also speak for my very dear and distinguished friends on this side.
We haven't finished. We haven't finished.
We haven't finished.
Oh, you haven't?
Yes.
Sorry, I wanted.
Yes. Sorry, we wanted to say that we cannot accept these documents, unfortunately, because we had closed the filing and we had indicated that we will take oral submissions on the report by the registrar. So the application to expunge them, I think it's around, they were not even filed, they were not accepted, our system did not accept them. I think there is one clarification or so from the bench. Justice Fenara?
Yes, thank you, President. Mr. Murgor, let's go to R10. R10 is users who logged in recently. On this registrar's report, you projected it. So the one which has the Vito, Ogudino, Vito, Provisio, Silva, Ogudino, do you have it?
You would like me to refer to my report?
It's a document. I'm looking at this registrar's report, so if you have it on
your...
Yours is blank, I'm sure, if you noticed. Yes, that one, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so go to, not that one. Page, it doesn't have pages, but it's an extra R10. It was the foreigners' logs. Mine doesn't have pages.
I don't have it.
It just reads R10. Anyway.
Yes.
R10 is titled Users Who Logged In Recently. Do you remember that? You projected it here.
We projected it, yes.
Yes, so Vito logged in on July 28th. That's my question. I want to see whether we're on the same wavelength as to the dates. Because you said they logged in during the tally. Does someone have a copy of the report?
We can share a copy.
You can use this.
Yeah, please share a copy.
Take this.
This is...
share this.
R10. And to save on time, Mr. Ngarisha, you can be looking at R12 yourself.
Yes. Thank you. Okay.
So, Mr. Murgor, you said in, if I... That's all. R10.
Why don't I have this? Okay. Yes.
Yes, so R10, please read for us the dates that these people logged in and the time.
The R10,
yes.
I have the logs start from July 20th to July 28th.
Exactly.
Yes.
So did I hear you saying that they logged in during the tallying period?
That's what I had in my document that I filed.
we are looking at the registrar's report. So how different is your document from this one?
I will check because what we have has those logs.
Remember, we are working with the registrar's report, not any other document. That's why I was getting confused.
This is probably the reason why we filed our own document, because you have extracted, or the registrar has extracted this part, we have extracted the entire. So we could look at what we have.
Yes.
I will speak to the IT people and clarify that.
But
because our logs start from July
But
to
for the registrar's
August.
report, it's July 20th to July 28th.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that. That was before the election, therefore.
That was before the election.
Thank you. That's all I wanted from you. Mr. Ngarisha, let's go to R12. I would have expected you, as you come, to answer Mr. Murgro's concern, which was that R12 is a history of delete and removal actions. Mr. Murgro's concern was activity, and you look at the dates, it is 6th of August at the bottom, and then a lot of activity happened on the 31st of August. I would have expected you to say these deletions and removals relate to this action. Mr. Murgor is saying, following the, and now I think we can disconnect R10 from R12, but I'm concerned about R12. What activities were these? What was being deleted? What was being removed? So that you can get Mr. Murgor's point, which is quite of interest to me. I thank you.
My Lord, far be it from me to correct the court. R12 is a series of command that was firstly executed by the IEBC database manager. I refrain from mentioning her name. She has her own security concerns, but her name appears on the record. Then, that is, I would say, if you look at the page, from 58 to 72 on your left, that is the command running. If you look at R12 on your left, my Lord, there is 58, 59 running. That's the command running, showing there was no deletion. If it was put on the screen in color, you will see what then we did once we realized there was no deletion. Mr. George had a specific command, which he said you can delete or remove from a server. Like in a computer, you can either press the delete key or you can press shift delete. So you can either delete or remove permanently from the server. That command was executed. And my Lord, be it far from me to comment on this. The registrar at page 21, James, Caliph Khalifa agent wanted to know if the root user has deleted or removed any file from the server. No records of file deletion or removals were discovered. I could interpret the code where you have 72, it shows the library Docker. You have a server which has various compartments called containers. These containers connect to the server by what we call a Docker. It's just an interface for exchanging the communication. It just is up to there. It cannot find any deletion. Then they executed a graphing. Graphing is where you limit the search range. Maybe you wanted to go to the registry and ask how many matters were filed in June. If you ask the registrar how many matters have been filed, you will maybe start from January to August. But if you ask what files were filed in June, that is the graphing. And that's why you see when you read it, it has a graph. Graph, it's not GREP space rem at root after number 72. There is root, application runs. It looks at the log history. Let me, if you will indulge me, let me explain it, my Lord. After 72, the root application, which is in that specific container, runs the log history, then it's graphed for remove. Is there any history of removal? There is none. Mr. George then requests, let's check for delete.
That is all I wanted to hear. If you say there's no deletion, that's it. I think we understand what the point is.
And my Lord, for R10,
yes,
I could clarify if you'll indulge me.
Go ahead.
If you look at the entire logs, there's what you call an IP address. There's a public IP, and there's an internal IP. The judiciary has its own Wi-Fi that it runs within the court. It has an internal network. Then there's the World Wide Web, where everything that everybody can see. All those IP addresses, compared with all the IP addresses in the entire report by the registrar, they are internal IP addresses. When IBC was being supported, the same way if you had an issue with your laptop, you'll take to the judiciary technician. They were being supported because they purchased the software and they needed routine maintenance. And my Lord, before you say this is my own assertion, I will take you back to the registrar's report, whereby they searched between August, the entire month of May to August, for any deletion, removal, there was none. Then they searched for the entire August, whether those users accessed. The answer was none. I will adopt this report in entirety. See, for maybe a few comments I would have, but that's bickering over the minute time, my Lord.
Thank you very much.
Much okay.
Thank you, CJ.
My Lord, just a quick one. The page you refer to as R10 appears to look very similar to this page 16 that I had provided. All I'm saying is that relates to dates in July, and what we received from IEBC contains logs up to the 31st of August. But the two last entries in August 31st and 24th are attributed to Root, who we believe is one of the same gentlemen. But the one I referred to today was August 16th. So it's just a question of how long the log was. Check again on your side. And then finally, on the issue of the deletion, our position is that there was obvious deletion, and what we found there was empty, recently modified file, and certainly not a server that could hold the entire election in the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you very much.
I want the record to show, with your very kind permission and the concurrence of all my distinguished friends, learned friends, particularly those to my right who have accorded me the honor of making this speech on their behalf. We thank you most sincerely for all the time and effort that you have put, and your patience, and putting up with some of our not very honorable conduct. We apologize for that, and we wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Counsel Professor Gideon Muigai, Attorney General Emeritus. From this end, and before our team leader speaks, we want to thank you for your assistance to us in the last 3 days. We want to say that if there was bad manners, we didn't see it. These things happen, and there really wasn't bad manners. We thank you for working within the very strict timelines that we gave you. Now, if you felt pressed for time, blame yourselves, because you gave us 14 days to do what ought to be done in a year, if you ask us. And while you take a break today, we continue working. We thank you, truly thank you on behalf of the team and before the team leader speaks. What you didn't know, but you may have realized, is that every day there was a marshal or a prefect from this end to ensure that you kept to your lanes. If you didn't notice, today I was the marshal. The day you laughed most, Dr. Wanjala was the marshal. That's how we work here. We work as a team. We divide roles here so that we don't all speak at the same time. And here, like things we have heard you say today, we consider ourselves equal. None of us has a veto power, but of course we have a team leader. We thank you very much. Pray for us as we undertake the next phase. It's actually not the more difficult one. You have helped us with the more difficult part. But it is intense, for which reason, therefore, we ask you that you pray to whatever God you pray to, that God will assist us to continue in the spirit we've been in for the last 1 year, and that we shall have a very high sense of discernment, and that we shall return to Kenya a judgment not less than what Kenya expects. Thank you very much, and now I ask that the team leader speaks to us.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Vice President of the Court, and for being a very, very effective marshal for today. Allow me to thank my brother and sister judges. We actually call it shared leadership in the judiciary. We take up all this responsibility together, and I'm most grateful for that. Thank you, Senior Counsel Professor Gebu Muigai, for those very kind words. All we saw, like the DCJ is saying, is very, very robust arguments and participation. We did not record any bad behavior. Like you see, we did not cite anybody for contempt. So we are very, very most grateful for your cooperation. Allow me also to thank the other people who worked with us round the clock. A team led by the Registrar of the Court, Honorable Letitia Wachira, and the Deputy Registrars, our law clerks who have been supporting us, all the registry staff, the executive officers, and the court assistants. We also want to recognize the role played by our security, our police unit, and all the police officers and security people who have provided us with security round the clock to make sure that these proceedings move on smoothly. I may not be able to mention everybody, but also to say that anybody who did something to make these proceedings move smoothly, we are grateful to them. We also want to thank the international and local observers who came to observe these proceedings. We are grateful for your encouragement, and we continue to ask, like the Vice President has said, that you continue to pray for us so that we can render judgment that promotes our Constitution, that is anchored in the law, that nurtures our democracy, that brings harmony to our country, and everything good that is stated in our Constitution. So with those remarks, I will wish you a very nice evening, and as we retire ourselves to continue working. Thank you very much. I'm told that we will deliver our judgment on Monday the 5th. We shall give you notice closer to that day. I don't know, we have only tomorrow and Sunday. But we'll give you notice indicating the exact time when that will be done. It will definitely be on Monday, but I'm reminded that Monday lands up to midnight. So you'll be given the time indication in the notice. Thank you very much. Have a very nice weekend and nice evening.
No, we have spoken through our... Yeah, even now, there's a question I had told the team.